A yelling roar splits the silence, and the ground itself heaves beneath our hero's feet. The pact barely has time to settle before a red-eyed monstrosity comes crashing into the fray. Her radiant shield flickering but barely holding as the beast's attack hammers into her guard. Our boy doesn't flinch. He surges forward and carves a blazing arc of light, straight at the creature. His instincts scream a warning. He snaps his gaze upward just in time to see the massive red-eyed terror slamming down with earth-shattering force, a golden sphere of energy already blazing to life in his raised hand. Figure remains standing. The spell crackles with hungry, unstable power, and then Do-hyuk simply smirks. He kills the attack with a thought. Nah, he's got something way better in mind, as dark fractures spiderweb across the monster's hide. As Songmi launches herself forward, her voice blazing with urgency. She's sprinting toward Do-hyuk to back him up, but Yulhi freezes mid-stride, her eyes locked on something ahead that steals the words right out of her mouth. A soft hiss of pure disbelief slipping through her teeth. Through the swirling smoke and settling darkness, a lone figure stands tall amidst the carnage, a deafening slam still echoing through the chamber. Bring down one of these things. This absolute menace has already obliterated an entire swarm all on his own. And then, the mysterious figure finally speaks, offering our hero a generous reward for his monstrous. Despite that, under his breath, the stranger doubles down, promising rich compensation with a tone dripping with expectation. And our guy just sighs again, already exhausted by the whole conversation. For their rewards or playing their games. But the stranger's tone shifts completely, practically pledging themselves into his care and rattling off plans to buy him proper clothes and books. Instead, he can't keep wandering around like some lost vagabond. It's the absurd situation unfolding around him. Then Songmi's voice slices through the room, practically screaming his name and demanding to know what on earth is going through his head. He just waves it off, telling her not to worry. Just reached the boss chamber and he needs to focus. He insists it's nothing, but Songmi's eyes narrow with sharp suspicion as she corners him. What happened in the US that caused such an insane spike in his strength? Me up. The two of them have been grinding non-stop together for days, but every single time she lays eyes on Do-hyuk, he feels like a completely different person, and our hero just nods with a casual grin. Yep, that's about right. News with pride, announcing she finally clawed her way up to C rank, though honestly looking at Do-hyuk makes her wonder if rank labels even mean anything anymore. His eyes widen with genuine surprise, and he turns to find out what the hell is going on. Full details after they crush this boss. His gaze locks onto Songmi again. Turn around, he commands, because he's taking the tank role this time, using his superior fire resistance to draw every ounce of aggro while she and Yulhi target the weak spots. His gaze locks onto Songmi again. Turn around, he commands, because he's taking the tank role this time, using his superior fire resistance to draw every ounce of aggro while she and Yulhi target the weak spots from behind. But his focus sharpens into a blade. There's no fear left in him, only the pure clarity of battle. Explosive impacts rattle the chamber as his attacks connect with devastating, bone-shaking force. Used without mercy, each punishing blow feeding the relentless rhythm of destruction building around them. The chamber itself seems to recoil from the sheer brutality of the assault, and flames erupting from his outstretched hand in a blinding cascade. Yuli gasps for breath in the oppressive heat, her voice trembling as she wonders if Do-hyuk can possibly survive inside that inferno. And then, a sudden sneeze escapes her as the brutal smoke and ash chokes the air, closing the distance in a deadly arc, and right behind it, a massive fireball barrels forward and detonates with a thunderous kaboom that rattles the very walls. The hide might protect the outside, but the insides won't survive the same treatment. His mind races through his latest loot haul from Diluc, but right now his curiosity burns hotter than anything else. He needs to test out his brand new spell, in real combat. These force missiles are exponentially superior. Devastating speed, raw power, and overwhelming numbers fused into one lethal package. The anticipation builds to a fever pitch, and then he unleashes the spell. The air itself warping around the surge of raw energy. From the launch point as the red-eyed beast swings with fiery force. Yulhi catches her breath, completely stunned. This attack is something else entirely, as the projectile screams forward in a deadly unstoppable arc. In rapid succession, a symphony of destruction holds beautifully, and Do-hyuk shouts for Yulhil to flank immediately, coordinating the kill zone with surgical precision as a powerful slash erupts with explosive force. Creature, as Yulhee's blade flashes with a sharp swish, closing the distance in a blur. She curses her own weakness mid-stride. The blow wasn't strong enough to finish it, but Do-hyuk shouts back that he'll end it right now. Endless barrage, and the chamber detonates in a chain of brutal explosions one after another. The final deafening kaboom echoes through the entire dungeon, and Do-hyuk simply extends his hand with a confident smirk, already looking past this victory toward the next challenge. Well, last echoes of the explosion fade. A subtle sparkle catches their gear. Seongmi breathes out that she's all set, a renewed fire burning in her voice. Our boy just utterly dismantled that boss monster moments ago. Oak hisses into the air as the boss dissolves into nothing. Do-hyuk gestures calmly, calling Seongmi to his side for a private word. She steps closer, her shimmering armor tracing the dim light, a warmth in her eyes betraying just how much he's missed it. The question hangs heavy in the air. She confirms it with a quiet, steady affirmation. Then Yuli cuts in with a knowing smirk, reminding her it's been way too long since she's seen Do-hyuk, and that she should whisk him away on a proper date. A nervous sweat drop appearing as she processes the suggestion. The word date barely escapes her lips as a flustered stutter. A sly chuckle ripples through the party at her reaction. The relationship has been nothing but monster guts and dungeon walls. He blushes, silently agreeing with her unspoken words. Yulhee pushes her forward, urging her to catch up with him and steal a moment of happiness. That this free pass expires right now, so go. With a grateful nod, Seongmi accepts, a blush still dusting her cheeks. Do-hyuk tilts his head, completely blindsided by the sudden turn of events. Resolve igniting in her gaze. Refusing to let this chance slip away, she swears to herself that she won't waste a single second of this gift Yulhee just handed her. But the moment of peace shatters as a dark magical aura pulses from a lurking spellcaster. Nearby, right in front of Do-hyuk's house, a shady mercenary named Alex scoffs at his partner, questioning if this Do-hyuk punk is really worth the pile of cash they've been promised. The man beside him is Peter, a C-rank merc from the Ruthless Guardians organization, and the promise of a great reward for his capture. The fire in his eyes burns with a single desperate ambition to claw their way out of being disposable C-rank grunts forever. The Guardians are a cold-blooded machine that operates purely for profit, and powerfully. They'll paint the town red without blinking an eye. They snicker about Do-hyuk being a pathetic D-rank, an easy mark he'll crumble the moment they jump him together. The car door locks click with a sharp. Dismantling the city, lock eyes on his vehicle and bark the order to pursue. They know his home is an impenetrable fortress, so they have to slice his throat the second he's vulnerable outdoors. Inside a dungeon or a public building where he can't run. Their destination pings on the map, a massive, crowded department store. Two of them slip in among the shoppers on the second floor. Blending in with the afternoon crowd, another plants himself on the first floor, cutting off the obvious exit. Do-hyuk's eyes narrow as he scans the area, his instincts screaming ever since that suspicious van started tailing him from home. Instantly, and mutters about them being the scum Daeho warned him about. A pang of guilt twists in his gut for dragging Seongmi into this mess when she just wanted a relaxing day together. The department store buzzes with oblivious shoppers as a familiar silhouette rushes through. Voice flustered as she announces she sprinted the whole way to meet Do-hyuk Oppa. Her eyes go wide with genuine delight, blurting out how incredible he looks dressed in normal clothes for their first real meeting outside of work. 8. And a soft yes seals the moment. Their hands clasp together. A bored clerk greets them, completely unaware of the ticking time bomb walking through the aisles. Refusing to watch them clown around any longer and ordering his team to strike when the perfect opening appears, Seongmi leans in, her voice a low whisper, having already seen his warning message, and asking what his plan is, but as he tells her to come closer, she asks how he plans to be. Now, his calm demeanor unnerving the shadows watching him. The mercenaries hiss into their radios, tracking his every move as he slips away toward the emergency stairs. A heavy, deliberate thud echoes through the stairwell, as Do-hyuk brushes past one of them with a chilling pardonful. Metal door. The single impact paralyzes the mercenaries mid-breath, their bodies locking up in primal fear. They spin around to face the threat, only to find empty air, their faces twisting, from confusion into gut-wrenching. Air. A blade screams toward our hero's neck from behind. A coward's execution strike. The attacker hisses with satisfaction, a sadistic sweet dripping from his lips as his sword connects with what he thinks is a corpse. Truth detonates in his face. The illusion shatters like broken glass, and he screams in agony as he realizes the body he stabbed was nothing but a phantom. The afterimage crackles and dissolves, leaving the entire ambush squad stumbling around in complete disorientation. Lungs as the sickening truth hits them. They've been dancing in his palm since the very first second. Their leader shrieks for everyone to stay sharp, his voice cracking with desperation. A cold, fatal voice cuts through the darkness from right behind them, announcing that it's far too late. The name of the spell crackling on his lips as a deadly lightning bolt gathers at his fingertips. A blinding bolt of electricity erupts, a merciless zapping force that fries the air itself. The energy slices through the corridor with a violent explosion. Bodies dropping like stones, the survivors scramble over the twitching corpses, their commanders shrieking at a panicked team to chase the ghost. They spot one figure trying to break away and scream for the special unit to give chase. But Do-hyuk remains unsettlingly still. He simply mutters that it's fine, his eyes already scanning for the next move. The mastermind sputters in disbelief, claiming their flawless plan was absolutely unbreakable, but as the chaos settles, he's left standing in the smoking aftermath, screaming at the sky, wondering how in the hell this happened. Hangs in the air. The scent of ozone and charred flesh chokes the corridor, and the broken mercenary realizes he went after a goddamn monster. A final catastrophic blast tears through the building. A massive explosion that silences the last of the resistance. Heated units comms, coldly dismissing the failure with a venomous good job. But then a chilling presence prickles at the edge of the darkness, a spectral whisper freezing Do-hyuk in his tracks. A single name escapes his lips. Heavy with dread, I run. Prickles at the edge of his senses, but our boy Do-hyuk shakes it off because the intel they just ripped from those mercenaries is way too juicy to ignore. Songmi pieces it together first. Those awakened attackers belong to an outfit called The Ground. The Grand and fish gets fat enough. Words confirms it. Every last one of those low-ranked thugs sitting right there on the Guardian's official roster. The face with its obviousness. They were hunting his scroll crafting ability, especially now that identification scroll prices are skyrocketing through the roof. Do-hyuk files that name away in the back of his mind, already sensing that some truly annoying vultures are circling him now that this dungeon is cleared. Tension starts to dissolve. Someone at the table drops a question that shifts the entire atmosphere. Are you two a couple? Drink, sputtering through her coughing fit that she's only here to celebrate her promotion to C rank. Nothing more, nothing less. Her burning red cheeks betray every single word she just stammered, and naturally all that attention swings straight toward our boy Do-hyuk to see how he handles the heat. Grabbing some food and confirming they're just celebrating her reaching C rank, no big deal at all. Blush spreads across her face, the savory warmth of the grill doing absolutely nothing to hide her embarrassment. Genuine guilt suddenly flashes through her eyes when she realizes she's been talking this whole time, while Do-hyuk hasn't even had a chance to eat yet, and she apologizes for keeping him waiting. Farewells all around. But as everyone turns to leave, one pair of eyes lingers on our protagonist a moment too long. The expression flickering across her face catches Do-hyuk's attention like a flashing warning sign he can't quite read. The thought hits him like a bolt from the blue. Hold on. Could Yunso actually like him too? Go white. And her gaze darts away the very instant Do-hyuk glances in her direction, her secret hanging in the air like unspoken lightning. Shut behind him and announces his return home, stepping back into his sanctuary after a brutally long day. He calls out into the quiet apartment, the familiar comfort of his own space settling around his shoulders, like a cloak. A sharp cry tearing from his throat as chaos erupts in his own living room. What in the world is with this cat? His eyes lock onto the tiny creature that just tried to take him out, and the little fur ball trembles under the table. Wide-eyed and ready to bolt again as if our hero is the intruder here. Her voice soft as she calls out to the trembling feline, and Do-hyuk scoops up the cat asking if this little demon belongs to her. The creature springs into Haze's arms with a whoosh of relief, finally settling down now that her master holds her close, gentle fingers, and explains that she tamed this creature back when she was just a child in her own world. The memory carrying a distant warmth. His face, admitting he's never witnessed a taming skill like that before, and his intrigue only deepens when Haze reveals she recovered enough magic to summon her familiar while resting. The moment softens as he asks if she rested well, and Hayes nods a little shyly, confessing she spent the time devouring knowledge about his world. Through the internet, that it was also her first time trying this kind of food, but honestly, it wasn't bad at all. She's making him uncomfortable, her voice gentle but carrying an unmistakable hope that he'll finally relax around her. Her laughter hangs in the air like a fragile melody, but her eyes betray something deeper, a quiet, almost desperate wish, and Do-haek feels the silence stretch. Just as it stands up against her head, Burke, waiting in the studio, wishes Hayes a good night and tells her to sleep well, almost fleeing the weight of that moment. Beneath the studio door, pulsing with an eerie, impossible light that stops him cold. Do-haek freezes, his brow furrowing as a system prompt flashes before his eyes. Translation slams into him all at once. He never even checked what that book contained. Would he like to open it now? The realization slams into him. Decisive tap, and a satisfying ding rings out as the system announces he's acquired the production manual for the Archmet gun. The weight of what just happened settles in his chest, with a dull thud of excitement, and floods his vision. The first achievement reward grants him Archmet's fighting spirit, pushing his production limit from a single gun all the way up to 3. Through the room as he receives Archmet's determination, unlocking the ability to produce magic bullets and buckshots, and then Archmet's spirit teaches him how to properly wield the legendary weapon. That book was translating the production methods for Archmet's gun this entire time, and now he knows he should keep feeding translations to everything because who knows what other useful items are waiting to be uncovered. He pulls up the production menu, and the option glows before him all waxed out. Slams into him hard as the system displays the soul-crushing cost. The X magic is required, and right now he's sitting at a flat 0 out of 25,000. The required materials list scrolls endlessly before his eyes, every single slot displaying a glaring 0 that mocks his ambitions. In Goblin King Teeth, Magical Iron, every ingredient reads the same brutal number, and the shortage hits him like a punch to the gut. But our boy doesn't hesitate for a single second, and dumps a glittering mountain of rare monster parts across the workbench, and the display refreshes with a satisfying glow, every slot now perfectly stocked and ready to burn. At 0%, a deep resonant hum filling the entire studio as threads of blue light begin weaving the gun's frame into existence. The progress bar barely shows a hairline sliver but already surges with raw dimensional energy that makes the air itself vibrate. Truth hums in the background. Despite the devastating loss of her brother Arkenes, the Prince of Darkness, and her only family, Hayes has been adapting far faster than anyone expected. He's hovering motionless above the keyboard as the crushing weight of Hayes' entire shattered world settles onto his shoulders. He wrestles with the narrative pulsing through his mind. Wrapping up Arkenes' story feels absolutely heartbreaking, but leaving the Prince of Darkness dead in those pages of time, bow right there. A promise forged in every keystroke. He'll give Hayes strength instead. He ends with fierce resolve, and he types with absolute purpose, every keystroke a declaration to transform that pain into a weapon she can wield against the darkness that took everything from her. Satisfaction settles in as he leans back, the story locked in as he leans back around him. And Do-haek's eyes snap toward the door. Level up quest with a sharp, insistent ding that cuts through the air. A hissing sound tears through the room, tension crackling like static electricity raising every hair on his body. The world erupts in a massive kaboom that shakes the very foundations of his sanctuary. Thick smoke swallowing the enemy line whole as jagged chunks of debris rain down from the ceiling in a deadly shower. A blinding flash ignites the battlefield, searing white light obliterating every shadow. Through the chaos of figure, swooshes to the battle, of the destruction, pulsing with malevolent intent as the ground ruptures and splinters apart in all directions. Do-haek initiates the attack with a primal roar, dimensional energy surging forward with a deafening whoosh that tears through the air itself. The power radiating from our boy is absolutely monstrous. Entire dungeon, rattling teeth and making the very stone walls tremble in fear. The glow intensifies at the center of the battlefield, pulsing like a living heartbeat that grows faster and faster. A brilliant flash of energy explodes outward from the core, consuming everything in its radius as well. Roaring from his lips as magical fury erupts across the battlefield in a devastating cascade of destruction. The enemy line crumbles instantly, debris scattering through the air in the aftermath of utter devastation. His gut. Even after Akron and Irene hit level 21 as mechanics, their attacks have grown far more powerful. Sure, but it's still not enough. Their strikes still can't quite break through, no matter how much power they pour into every blow. Do-hyuk grits his teeth, frustration simmering beneath the surface of his calm expression. But honestly, that's perfectly fine. Blocking their path forward gives him the perfect opportunity to test something new, something legendary. It's thicker as he reaches for the weapon that's been waiting in his arsenal. The next move feeling absolutely inevitable. The Archmet gun, a legendary weapon capable of combining with others, without affecting their options. Charging dimensional energy, naturally or even faster with high-grade dimension stones. Magic bullet for devastating magical attacks. Buckshot for physical devastation. Sharpshooter for pinpoint targeting, and magic fusion to maximize firepower by combining dimensional and magical energy into one category blast. Stretches on, the tension building toward an explosive climax, as our boy prepares to unleash something this dungeon has never seen before. Akron and Irene hammer the barrier fresh from hitting level 21, their strikes rattling the chamber. But that B+ shield still holds defiant. Do-hyuk sees the perfect chance to unleash something far more explosive. Archmet S gun, a weapon built to gorge on dimensional energy and spit out annihilation. 3 lethal modes: buckshot, sharpshooter, and magic fusion. Whispered destruction. He's been dying to test this monster. Into the core, each one jolting power up his arm, then dumps every last drop of his magic into the mix. The weapon hums with a deep resonant promise, pushing past all sane limits. Around the barrel, screaming with pent-up force. The ground cracks beneath him, the gun's hunger insatiable, and the air itself trembles, reality bending around the sheer pressure radiating from the core. Through the dungeon like a predator's growl, energy gathers into a concentrated sphere of swirling annihilation. Then a brilliant blue blast erupts with cataclysmic force, tearing through the darkness with an earth-shattering roar. Cold, clinical beep as the shot tears loose. Target locked, no escape. A warning flashes. His magic plummets below 10%. His body running on fumes. Obliterated in an instant, the explosion detonates fully, consuming everything in a roaring blaze of blue flames that lick at the edges of reality itself. It collapses from the aftershock. Residual dimensional lightning crackles through the smoke, a deadly static that promises this power lingers. That single shot could erase a B-rank boss in one clean hit. No struggle, just utter obliteration. A system notification rings out. He's blasted right through his C-rank level up quest. The once impenetrable barrier now lies as a million glittering fragments, and a new spell unlocks. Immortality, a paladin's ultimate passive. And just as it makes sense, a whole lot safer. But his mind is already elsewhere, combing the DSF site for any trace of haze. A terrible feeling coils in his gut when the search turns up absolutely nothing. Something here is deeply distinguished. Skill entries hiding like they don't want to be found. If he wants the truth, he'll have to pry it straight from the developers who built this system. So he orders Taepeng to dig deep into the shadows to find what someone clearly doesn't want found. Waiting to spring. The lingering memories in the air tell him she was taken recently. Agonizingly recently. The grim realization settles in. Someone got here first, swift and unseen, snatching her before they could arrive. A shadowy figure erasing every trace. For now, they can't push further. They have to retreat and report what little they've found. But the moment they reach Garam Han's home, a furious curse rips from Do-hyuk's throat. This isn't a random abduction, it's something far darker. One of them confirms the location with a grim expression. This is the house of Garam Han, the DNF scriptwriter. A recluse hidden so well that only an XDS developers even knew her name. Speaking to a former DNF developer to even uncover her. Do-hyuk never sets foot inside. Every instinct shrieking danger, he begs the team to stay back, his voice tight with worry. A silent signal passes between them, and they melt into the darkness without a whisper. Someone's inside. Muscles coil tight as they dissolve into the shadows. Do-hyuk makes his decision. He's going in first. No arguments. Face whatever lurks within alone. He casts magic missile Elson, a bolt of energy screaming through the dark, and 4 enemies explode into view. A jolt of shock tears through the group onto something that shouldn't be here. Haze's entire life is written out in Garam Han's script. Her brother's fall to darkness, the annihilation of her family, her desperate struggle to survive. Every detail aligns perfectly with the pain she confided to him. up his spine as the pieces click into place. Garam Han's stories aren't just fiction. They're manifesting into reality. The question sizzles in the air. Who could she truly be? A beam of energy erupts, cutting through the silence and flooding the room with blinding light as Do-hyuk unleashes everything into the ambush. A surge of magical energy erupting from his hand, and the air crackles with brutal intensity as the fight spirals into pure chaos. Building into an unstoppable force, he grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of resolve into the next strike as the world narrows to a single point of fury. Forward, his eyes glowing with awakened power, closing the distance in an instant. The enemies barely have time to react before his onslaught crashes into them. And magic colliding with devastating impact. Flashes of light and guttural roars echo as he dismantles the ambush with brutal efficiency. Of raw power and recoiling shadows. In a final concussive surge, a cataclysmic burst of energy tears through the building, and when the light fades, the path to the truth is finally opened, and it's far more terrifying than anything they imagined. His mind still reeling from the revelation that just hit him. He freezes for a split second as a cloaked figure snarls a death curse and the ground rumbles violently beneath his feet. The air itself howls as the scorching blast tears through everything in its path. Against Do-hyuk, but he digs his heels in and refuses to buckle. A dome of raw power erupts around him as the spell tries to swallow him whole. He grits his teeth, wondering what twisted magic this is while the air sparkles with lethal intent. A laser of dark power lances straight from the enemy's hand, and a psychic lock attempts to seize control of his mind. But the Desmond necklace flares to life, shattering the intrusion completely. Another curse tries to sink into his muscles, only to get smacked away. But the Desmond necklace flares to life, pulls around his body, but his protection holds rock solid against every attempt to breach it. Then Do-hyuk unleashes his counterspell, raw dimensional energy surging forward with a deafening roar. The stolen dark magic twists in midair like a writhing serpent, now aimed right back at its horrified caster, who fired it, and his ally stares in utter shock as the man cries out. Panic floods the cloaked figure's voice, his own deadly spell now ripping through his chest. A blinding flash erupts between the two figures of Prest. A blinding flash erupts between the two figures of Prest. A blinding flash erupts between the two figures of Prest. Dream swallowed whole by the blast. A second detonation rips through the street, launching debris high into the dark sky. Slowly, the blinding light fades and leaves only shimmering trails, hanging in the air, leaving nothing but the acrid stench of dark magic behind. One of them slipped through his fingers, his cloak billowing into nothingness. Do-hyuk exhales slowly, a cold weight settling in his gut because that spellcaster is a serious threat. And a murderous glint flashes in his eyes. With a sharp gesture, he tries to lift Do-hyuk off his feet with an invisible grip. Our hero strains against the crushing force. Every muscle bulges at his eyes. He's out of options, and our boy is forcing his hand. A crackling sphere of self-destruction begins to pulse around the man's chest. The air screeches as the unstable magic reaches its critical point, and Do-hyuk understands what's about to happen. Teammate to erase every trace of their mission. Do-hyuk lunges forward, roaring for him to stop, but he's already too late. The body dissolves into a burst of smoke, slipping through his grasp. As the portal snaps shut, and pure frustration boils out of our hero. It's fade into the wind, leaving absolutely nothing behind. He calls out for the time spellcaster, but the trail has already gone completely cold. After the chaos settles, Do-hyuk collects the 4 mysterious pages Taepung recovered and fires off new orders. Passed, but the other 2 reveal something far more sinister. Vendela the Dark Sorcerer corrupted the Emperor, shattered the royal family, and drove the Crown Prince into madness, all to destroy the Desmond Empire. From within, and then Berhard's notes on dimensional rifts make his blood run cold. A terrifying picture as Berhard's notes reveal the truth of dimensional rifts, the vanished arcanes and haze, and Vendela's dangerous experiments. The question haunts him like a ghost. Where did Garrod Hen go after penning these ominous prophecies? Just then Hayes gently offers him water, pulling him from the spiral, and he accepts with a grateful nod. Immediately. A few hours before he returned, a system message jolted through her. She's been awakened at last. The desperate prayers of a displaced princess finally answered, and a strange new power stirs inside her, whispering that this is exactly like the story she read. Even as a brand new awakened, the power feels familiar, like an old friend she's always known. The system messages appear in her native Desmond language, as if tailored just for her. Class, along with her unique ability to keep Lucini by her side without expending any magic. Do-hyuk notes how calm she is, completely unlike him when he first awakened, and was practically bouncing off the walls. He admits he was completely shook at first. Confesses, nothing compares to hurtling between dimensions and crash landing in a whole new world. From this high vantage point, the city sprawls below, a tiny world floating amidst countless others. Suddenly, a system alert crackles through the air. Do-hyuk has obtained 4 dimensions to be, and small dimensional cracks begin tearing open right in front of them. Shimmering rifts beckon them into the unknown, and the system chimes with an exclusive invitation. Only 2 names are on the guest list: Do-hyuk Park and Hayes. The dungeon is calling. Reads the label on the dungeon. Desmond A. This is everything to do with her fallen empire. Do-hyuk nods, grim but intrigued, because she's absolutely right, and then she steels herself for what comes next. Dangerous for a freshly awakened mage, and she knows the risks full well, but she insists on coming. She has to uncover the truth about the Desmond Empire. Danger be damned. Respecting her fierce resolve, don't use the risks for a freshly awakened mage. Special dungeon that might give him a massive experience boost, just like the one where he first rescued her. With a shared nod, they leap into the rift without a moment of hesitation. The portal hisses as their bodies are ripped through the dimensional fabric around them, disorienting and absolute in its intensity. A low hum builds into a deafening roar as they plummet through the void. They crash through the other side and land hard on solid ground. This from the impact, clouding their vision completely. As the haze slowly settles, a sudden whoosh carries him somewhere new. He gazes out at a distant city and wonders where exactly they've ended up. But a graveyard, and Hayes confirms it. This is the last sight she witnessed before fleeing for her life. A flying companion swoops in, asking if she can manage the landing on her own. She calls back to Lucini, a soft glow radiating from her. She calls as fast as the battle, to descend into the ruins below. Do-hyuk reminds her to stay sharp. This place is a dungeon now, not just painful memories. She promises she won't let her guard down, and then the ground splits beneath them with a bone-chilling crack. Ruins, shaking every broken stone and shattered pillar. The tremor builds into a violent quake, and a thunderous impact signals that something massive has just awakened. Out of the shadows, a terrifying horde of red-eyed creatures surges far forward. Lunging straight forward, feet, but our boy Do-hyuk doesn't even glance down. His eyes are fixed on the surging horde of red-eyed creatures, and someone nearby breathes out in pure awe. This guy is absolutely incredible. Rumble rolls through the ruins as shadowy hands reach out from every dark corner. Taking down just one of these creatures would normally demand an entire squad of soldiers. Yet Do-hyuk stands his ground without a shred of fear, and a brilliant blinding aura erupts from his body. The question rips through the chaos in everyone's mind. Does killing monsters actually make him stronger? But Seonmi's eyes fly wide with terror as a shadowy swarm descends upon her from above. Seonmi, her expression tight with concern, but Do-hyuk's focus shifts to Hayes. There's something he needs to ask before they go any further. Shadowy figures surged forward with a powerful lunge, their dark aura swallowing the light around them. Mutated ones they just put down. Her summon lunges forward, carrying her straight into the fray. To be honest, this place doesn't feel like the world she once called home. The ruins pulse with a warped, unsettling, and horrifyingly wrong. 2 burning eyes carve through the suffocating darkness, tracking their every breath with predatory precision. Do-hyuk turns to her and asks if she felt it too, because if so, this hellscape can become the ultimate fuel for their growth. Fiction. Even this nightmare can forge them into something unstoppable. Every ghoul they destroy feeds them experience, sharpens their edge, makes them deadlier. Hayes watches him, a single thought echoing in her mind. Over and over, he's in the process of traveling. Hayes watches him, a single thought echoing in her mind. Over and over, he's incredible kind of chaos, makes them deadlier, sharpens their edge. Makes them deadlier. Hayes watches him in her mind. Over and over. He's in the dress, so-called. Hayes younger too? Exactly. He's awakened, same as her. A brilliant blue aura erupts from her as the weight of that revelation settles over the group like a thunderclap, shifting everything they thought they understood. Finally deserve. Raw power floods through her veins like a dam, shattering energy from the fallen ghouls surging into her and sharpening her magic with every single kill. A choked cry escapes her lips as the overwhelming rush of power consumes her senses. Adapting to this sudden and violent flood of strength, a massive swarm of ghouls has been detected just ahead, an endless tide of shambling corpses filling the corridor beyond. She's leveled up enough now, and she flat out refuses to just stand on the sidelines, watching ready to spill blood for the very first time. A noxious, choking mist rolls through the grand hall, bodies crumpling to the floor one by one. Do-hyuk's voice cuts through the chaos, like a blade steadied tense fire. Her system as ghouls close in from every direction. She screams the command with every ounce of strength she possesses, and her familiars answer the call. Two creatures explode outward, their bodies doubling in size with savage, earth-shaking roars, carving a brutal and bloody path straight through the swarm. A searing blue light erupts from the enlarged familiars, incinerating everything it touches. Wave after wave of shrieking undead simply. Wave after wave of shrieking undead, simply vaporizing under the combine of a security with devastating sink. That combination is absolutely lethal. Do-hyuk watches with a sharp grin spreading across his face, genuine excitement flickering in his eyes. Hayes is becoming a genuine monster on the battlefield, and it's a beautiful thing to witness for her entire life. Every strike lands with surgical precision, every motion synchronized flawlessly with her creatures until the last ghoul crumbles to ash. Hayes gasps for breath, shake, grasp. A twisted figure emerges from the suffocating darkness, malice dripping from every syllable as he sneers at her block strike. The sight hits them like a physical blow. This is no common monster. Its skeletal frame crackles with corrupted energy, those red eyes searing straight through the gloom. That's what's spelled out in its breast. Then, during the moments of state seeming straight through the gloom, there was another spell of space fire crackled with corrupted energy, those red eyes searing straight through the gloom, slicing through the creatures taunting with raw fury. How could a white wizard of the Desmond Empire fall this far into pure atrocity? His eyes ignite with intense blue light as he prepares for battle, the question hanging heavy with betrayal and disbelief. And something far, far darker churns beneath it. The demand tears through the ancient hall, echoing off every stone. How is she still breathing after tumbling through a dimension rift? Answer him now. As her fists, barely containing the fury surging through her veins. Izark speaks with the hollow certainty of a mind completely consumed. Once she receives the One's blessing, she'll finally understand, then let him help her find that twisted blessing. It's like twin flames of judgment. But a protest slams into the tension like a hammer. Raw and defiant, they don't need help from the likes of Yulhi. A cold, suffocating silence grips the hall as the challenge hangs on understanding. They don't need help from the likes of Yulhi. A cold, suffocating silence grips the hall, as unspoken words crackle in the air like static before a lightning strike. Neither side moves, neither side blinks, just the weight of what's coming pressing down on everyone's shoulders. Only cuts through. Cold, mechanical, utterly devoid of mercy. You traitor. Once you receive a blessing from the One, you will understand. The words don't carry anger, just the terrifying certainty of someone whose mind has been completely consumed by darkness. It's hang in the air like a death sentence, promising a fate worse than death itself. Everything in this moment reeks of manipulation, of a power so twisted it can warp into the noblest souls. Into the star, a monster radiating intense energy steps forward from the shadows. Its presence alone makes the air feel thick and suffocating, corrupted power rolling off its frame in visible waves. This is Izark, the white wizard who fell from grace, now standing as something monstrous and utterly unrecognizable. Shatters the frozen silence as a monstrous hand clamps down with a low, rumbling taunt. This beast wants to know if they truly believe their magic can bring him down. The floor groans beneath his swelling power, pressure climbing like a tidal wave, about to destroy everything in its path. A bolt of mana tears across the chamber, and every soul braces as the shockwave slams through. But not a single flame manages to cling to his hide. Hayes lunges forward with a magic missile, pouring every ounce of her fury into the attack. Impact after impact peppers the monster's armored body, yet each blow bounces off harmlessly, as if she's throwing pebbles at a fortress. She's glowing red eyes, catching his attention in a ghostly flash. He snarls with absolute arrogance, declaring that no magical attack can even scratch him. Our boy's eyes narrow as a cold realization hits him. This bastard is using his anti-magic field, as the boss mocks whether they even understand the magic they're facing. He taunts them further, claiming any wizard who grasps this power should already taste their inevitable defeat. Then his form erupts, a figure in white with glowing red eyes, unleashing a massive crackling surge of energy. Do-hyuk's palm, flooding the entire hall in blinding light. Through the chaos, his voice cuts steady as iron as he invokes the name of the Lone Spellcaster. The shockwave whips through the room, ripping at their hair and tearing at their clothes, with fastening their subduing gradients. A normal anti-magic field just sits there like a wall, canceling spells from outside. But this boss's version wraps his body in a shifting skin of magic, letting him twist it into an active weapon. That grating hum betrays him, though, overclocking for exactly what it is, the mark of an A-rank boss monster. Reality itself tears open a portal right beside the beast. A colossal wolf lunges through the rift, jaws snapping and claws slashing as it descends upon the enemy. And with a single devastating punch, the wolf is obliterated. He roars with outrage, treating the summon like a mortal insult rather than a genuine threat. The wolf shatters completely, its body dissolving into fading motes. Of man, guessed first, then take his sweet time teaching the princess a lesson she won't forget. Yulhi's intense gaze meets the challenge head-on, warning him to stay out of this until then. A rush of displaced air and she reappears right in his face, ready to settle the score. Yulhi's form fracturing into a dozen identical decoys. The boss's glare fixes on her with murderous intent, spitting her name like a curse, but a dry, almost bored chuckle slips from her lips. She's danced with far worse than this aromantic, especially after that cheap warp trick he pulled earlier. He wears a confident smirk, clearly convinced he's effortlessly overwhelming his opponents. The skeletal figure wreathed in dark energy prepares to strike while taunting that she can't cast her vaunted spells. The skeletal figure wreathed in dark energy prepares to strike, while taunting that she can't cast her vaunted spells anymore. Power could ever hope to defeat him. He scoffs at her illusions, completely blind to the noose already tightening around his neck. Then he decides to throw her own trick back at her, conjuring a warped duplicate from Yulhi's own magic. The DX dimensional stone now hums at full charge. The Arcmet gun's ammo instantly fractures, each round splintering into a swarm of lethal buckshot. The system details the upgrade, confirming the Arcmet buckshot can target multiple enemies, while the Arcmet buckshot can target multiple enemies every day. Threat, its mystical sharpshooter skill peeling away every illusion like dead skin. Sparks crackle around the barrel as the shot surges toward critical mass. The gun erupts with a deafening roar, a hurricane of screaming metal barreling straight at his arcane, sending the monster to swallow every last round. The buckshot tears through his magical barrier, each hit landing like a thunderclap of raw force. Armor and flesh rupture in a savage chain of detonations that shakes the very air. All as the relentless salvo buries him in pure white light. The barrage hammers down without mercy, offering not a single moment of respite. One final shot pounds into his chest, buckling his legs as the overwhelming power drives him to his knees. Oak and the monster's shattered silhouette sagging in defeat. His colossal body slams into the stone floor, the impact shaking the very foundation of the hall. He strains to rise, smoke still bleeding from the gaping holes torn through his body. He chokes out his final question. How did Do-hyuk hit him when he never even saw it coming? Our protagonist's voice cuts like a blade of ice, telling him to go ask his questions in the afterlife. Then his tone softens as he calls his final question. If I've been over it, Do-hyuk hit him, why don't you stay still? Those tones cuts like a blade of ice, telling him to go ask his questions in the afterlife. Then his tone softens as he calls Hayes to step forward and rise into bed nights. Hayes lifts her open palm, a silent command for judgment to pause. A single firm nod seals his fate, and there is no mercy left anywhere in her heart. He scrambles desperately, begging her to wait just a moment longer. He stammers that he still has a mission, swearing on the Empire to spill everything if she lets him live. But the princess cuts him off coldly, declaring that a traitor to the Empire has no right to bargain. Chimes rings through the chamber, level after level surging into Do-hyuk's body. The system declares it with finality. Do-hyuk Park ascends to level 51, achieving the rank of Class 6 Wizard, with tears streaming down her face as Hayes thanks him, her voice breaking as she calls him open. Open up! Throughout the Desmond a dungeon, the very walls buckling in protest. The exit gate grinds open with a groan, a 10-minute timer ticking down before it collapses forever. A blaring warning declares the brutal truth. If that gate closes, they are trapped in the center of the desert. Do-hyuk Oppa to move right now, but Hayes' voice cuts through the chaos with unexpected calm, revealing there's somewhere they need to go before leaving this dungeon behind. Lapse timer screaming through the stone, and Seongmi's crying out for Do-hyuk to run. But Hayes' voice slices through the chaos. She just needs one moment. There's one final relic that absolutely cannot be left behind in this dying dimension. And with only 3 minutes on the clock, she's willing to gamble everything to get it. Walls splintering as the countdown rattles their bones. Seongmi clutches Ruby tight and screams there's no more time. The portal is shredding itself apart. Our boy's eyes sweep the collapsing hall like a hawk, every instinct howling that she had. Blue orb, and the whole wall shudders with a sharp mechanical hum. A hidden panel slides open with a heavy thud, revealing a pitch-black compartment. Seongmi doesn't wait another second. She scoops up Ruby and bolts the countdown, screaming. And the portal's iris begins crushing inward. Reality itself shreds at the edges as stone crumbles and the floor buckles underneath them. A roar of destruction swallows the hall while the entire dimension convulses, light fracturing into jagged shards. One wrong breath and they're sealed as often as messed. Gate fails catastrophically. Do-hyuk stands alone, the lone spellcaster, spell circles blazing like twin suns around him as he pours every last drop of power into that collapsing rift. A raw scream tears from his throat, muscles straining past their breaking point as he forces the grapple to stay open just one heartbeat longer. Reality as his magic overpowers the failsafe. With a final desperate surge, the portal buckles and spits them out like ragdolls. They tumble through the rift and slam hard onto solid ground just as the gate explodes behind them. A dying sun consuming everything left in that dimension. Burning with the realization of just how close that was. They rise without a word and push forward, every step carving that near-death lesson deep into their bones. Hayes cradles an ancient spellbook against her chest, and when Do-hyuk's gaze locks onto it, he knows that was absolutely worth the risk. Book of the royal family of Desmond, an artifact so precious she refused to let it be erased from existence. A system chime rings out across the interface. The Desmond dungeon is officially cleared. The reward screen flashes to life, and Dog Helps immediately opens his firewall. She'll take her share only when she's earned it as a proper support. Do-hyuk wastes no time diving into the loot himself, his fingers closing around the shimmering inventory list as new items materialize from the ether. 2 ancient spellbooks float before him, their covers pulsing with forbidden knowledge. That's what developed us. Ascendant-grade dimension stones shimmer into existence, their light hissing with contained power so dense it bends the very air around them. These are the highest grade of dimension stones have been discovered for the first time in history. Listed from A-rank dungeons, or forged through transcendent enhancement alchemy, making them rarer than miracles themselves. Do-hyuk stares at the 2 glowing red holographic screens, the weight of the discovery pressing down on him. The silence hangs heavy and electric as the implications sink in. This change has always been. Face. The shock written across her face. To Do-hyuk, it feels exactly like a game suddenly patching in a new item grade nobody even knew existed. But he shakes off the surprise fast, his expression hardening into tactical focus. These stones are working fund. And they're mobilizing immediately. After that last nightmare boss, the 3 of them alone won't cut it. Something even worse than Ikazela could be waiting in the depths. The decision crystallizes instantly. It's time to bring in new blood and expand the roster with hunters. And figures that's enough for the day. Within moments, applications flood in like an avalanche. Hunters scrambling over each other for a shot at joining the man who crafts legends. Our guy stands in his kitchen, a blurred figure in a rare moment of calm, before the next storm hits. Through, crackling with static as a new voice stammers onto the line. The signal wavers, but the raw excitement cuts through clean. Someone's about to be introduced, and they can barely contain themselves. The voice on the other end goes dead silent, for a split second, before exploding with disbelief. Is that really Do-hyuk Park? As the stunned speaker is Ricardo, a writer who's been digging deep into Garam Han's mysterious disappearance. Ricardo steadies himself and puts his real name on the table, offering every scrap of information Do Hyuk needs. Our hero gets straight to the point. He's hunting for answers in Garam Han's to share every clue she left behind. He starts with a name that makes the air go cold. Vendela, a dark sorcerer so twisted the awakened system itself hasn't even acknowledged his existence yet. This is the entity who corrupted Arkeens, warping him into the Prince of Darkness and shattering everything in his path. They tore apart a kingdom and forced Princess Hayes to flee her home as a refugee. She's already shared fragments of this nightmare, but the full picture is only now snapping into horrifying focus. A high wizard named Beth Hapt began tracing these same threads, hunting the source of this nightmare, but the full picture is only now snapping into horrifying focus. A high wizard named Beth Hapt began tracing these same threads. Hunting the source of Dimension Beth Hapt began tracing these same threads. Hunting the source of Dimension Beth Hapt. Well, the ogre army that ravaged the Itanamacia continent, only to vanish mid-rampage without a trace. A cold shiver runs down Do Hyuk's spine as the connection crystallizes in his mind. That army wasn't destroyed, it was displaced across dimensions. Beth Hapt recognized the dimension of continents. That army wasn't described as a trace. Beth Hapt recognized the dimension of continents. Beth Hapt recognized the dimension of continents. Beth Hapt recognized the dimension of continents. Beth Hapt recognized a dimension of continents. Only the moment Arkeens was twisted into the Prince of Darkness, Do Hyuk's voice sharpens to a knife's edge. Was Vendela directly responsible for the rift that swallowed the Desmond Empire and pulled that ogre army into their world? The answer lands like a hammer to the chest. Yes. Vendela wasn't working alone. Someone else is pulling the strings from even deeper in the shadows. The revelation hits Do Hyuk like a physical blow. The existence of a puppet master lurking behind the puppet master he already feared. He leans forward, voice demanding, what happened next, and whose face is hiding behind the puppet master already feared? He leans forward, voice demanding, what happens next, and whose face is hiding behind the puppet master already feared? He leans forward, voice. Garam's trail went cold before he lost all contact. Do Hyuk thanks him, the fire in his eyes completely undimmed. Ricardo just became a vital asset in a war that's only beginning to reveal its true shape. They exchange promises of future contact, the writer vowing to chase down every last whisper Garam left scattered across the dimensions. It's alone in the heavy silence, the new intelligence burning like embers in his mind. Vendela and the ogre army are bloodbound in this conspiracy, and what was once just theory is hardened into undeniable fact. The puzzle pieces snap into place with lethal clarity, revealing a picture from battle. For trials Vendela is weaving from the shadows, he must ascend to a power level no one sees coming. Not his enemies, not his allies, not even the system itself. The pressure grows with every passing breath, and the next move already feels inevitable. Our spellcaster is done reacting, and whatever kind it's active is an inevitable problem. The next move erupts from Do Hyuk's palm, raw power screaming to life with a furious roar. A purple glow bleeds through the air, confirming an intruder has slipped into his territory. Traces of a dimensional rift still shimmer, but Grace's calm voice cuts through. The would-be interloper is already dealt with. They can even decide to report it, with evidence too thin and dimensional incidents falling squarely under his jurisdiction. Do Hyuk chooses to watch and wait a little longer. The outsider has already fled to a different world, leaving relentless research as the only trail to follow. This is before our boy, a shining mark of his arcane mastery. Surveying his hard-won spoils, his eyes lock onto a peculiar pebble bracelet shimmering with latent power. It's a normal-grade item, offering two simple enhancements: boost wisdom by 10, or charm by 5, construct around him pulsing as he replicates the bracelet. His task nearly complete, but just then a voice interrupts him, asking what he's working on. When he glances at the strange books beside her, Hayes' face lights up. With pride, those are her brand new spellbooks. It's an absolute nightmare, but a satisfied grin spreads across her face. Every second of that scavenger hunt was completely worth it. System alerts flood our protagonist. He now commands slow, cloud kill, feeble mind, domination and chaos. Appearance and blurts out, "Did she cut her hair?" She admits it, explaining she made a fierce promise to herself and needed a clean slate. She vows to fully adapt to her awakened powers, to grow stronger and dependent. with fierce determination. If she ever returns to her former world, she swears she will rip her revenge straight out of Vendella's chest with her own two hands. Just the sound of that bastard's name sours the air, and Hayes's eyes burn with unquenchable hatred. Heavy in the air, her name alone sounding like a prayer for vengeance. And then, a desperate shout of darkness, the room plunges into an impenetrable black void. An eerie, choking darkness smothers everything, and something is terribly wrong. Through the black void, crying out the kidnappers tried to grab her just moments ago. Do-hyuk instantly realizes the enemy has grown desperate, breaking in because they can't crack his defenses from the outside. A heavy thud slams the floor as the intruder makes his violent entrance. Assailant lunges at them, forcing Do-hyuk and his ally to react with their own powers. On pure instinct, the air whistles as the fight explodes, bodies twisting to counter the sudden deadly threat. A force missile rocks through the chaos. Attack detonates point blank. Another thud echoes. The impact lands, but the figure stands firm. Slow, deliberate footsteps crunch through the debris as the aggressor steps forward, with sickening arrows. Hops to a deadly growl. How dare these trash try to break into his home? He squares his shoulders and demands to know what exactly they think they're doing. The intruder cuts right to the chase, speaking Do-hyuk Park's name. Let's get dedicated. Backwater country, condescension dripping from every syllable. He extends a hand with a serpent smile, telling him to come along like the deal is already sealed. They promise him every skill, endless exposure, and enough money to drown in, if he just says yes. With absolute finality. Zero chance he's going anywhere. The intruder's face hardens instantly. This was never a choice, and the pretense is over. He barks a command, unleashing his puppet Susie with murderous intent. Energy slicing the air like a feral wind. A low, ominous hum vibrates through the floor as the power surges. The attacker propels himself with a sudden explosive burst, closes the anchor, closes end. Collision. Corrosive death arcing straight for its target. Another vicious swoosh, and another as our boy weaves and counters with blistering speed. Explosions rip the room apart. Chaos and debris erupting in every direction. As outward as Do-hyuk unleashes his full counterstrike. His might erupts like a roaring furnace. No holding back anymore. The inferno surges to a crescendo, swallowing the green glow in righteous fury. Aims cut through the fire as allies spring into action. The puppet falters, its green aura flickering with a stuttering, dying hum. Another clean, precise strike slices through the smoke, spatter the puppet back with relentless, bone-jarring force. Our boy locks eyes with the puppeteer and mocks him straight to his face. Does he have any skills beyond telling his puppets what to do? He twists the knife, tonking out, "That is a way." Weak fire can't kill him, but his voice cracks with strain. A sickening crack splits the air as something deep inside his core gives way. The fracture widens, a deep echoing crack as his blue aura shatters like glass. There's one final time, his eyes burning with an intense, awakened light that promises no mercy. The air vibrates with the weight of what's coming, and this intruder is about to learn exactly why you don't break into the home of the Lone Spellcaster. Never kill him, but the words choke out, drenched in agony. A deep, sickening crack answers him, the sound of something inside his core finally giving way. That single fracture multiplies, booming across the battlefield, like a mountain. A crush multiplies, being blown. Which tears through his core. Air screaming around him while his power spirals out of control. A guttural roar of pure, unfiltered agony rips from his throat. The force of his own destruction lashes across the battlefield, like an open wound. Louder and more violent than the last. His entire blue aura shatters into a storm of jagged crystal fragments. Then nothing but a final wisp of energy scatters, dying embers lost to the wind. Lethal as ever, a grim smile tugging at his lips, but icy backlash whooshes past him. If Hayes' shield had been a second slower, he'd be a frozen corpse right now. A cold realization settles into her bones. As she acknowledges, the best working costume depends. Fatal moment sinks deep. But there's no time to freeze. The ground beneath Do-hyuk explodes, energy launching him forward like a cannon shot. Crystalline debris rains around him as the shattered aura fades into nothing. This time from Do-hyuk's own surging power. The enemy sputters in disbelief, still calling him a pathetic spellcaster even as reality crashes down. He screams that none of this makes any sense. sheer force of Do-hyuk's advance, cracking the very atmosphere and slamming into his opponent. Then our hero launches himself through the air, the ground cratering beneath his feet. Where the enemy stood. Scrambled, corrupted text flickers across the enemy's broken interface. Something is deeply wrong. A sharp crack rings out as yet another barrier shatters. Spiderwebbing across the enemy's last crumbling defense. He snarls that he made it clear. That kind of pathetic fire would never take him down. Do-hyuk's eyes flashed as he retorts. He didn't see a blazing fireball. It was open, and through it a torrent of flame pours out in an instant. A shimmering orb of energy forms mid-air, crackling with unstable power. It detonates, crack and shadow echoing as reality itself buckles under the blast. Vacuum left by the explosion's fury. Multiple dimensional doors flash open around the enemy. Flames roar through the portals with unstoppable, consuming fury. It's apocalyptic, a massive fireball devouring everything in its radius. Inferno engulfs the entire area, leaving no shadow to cower in. The last remnants of the enemy's defense, shattered like brittle glass. Heated air escapes the blast zone. Through the lingering dust, a voice cries out, "Wake up!" But the enemy's voice cuts through the haze. He screams that this is his final move. Boom shakes the earth as he channels everything into one desperate attack. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts him off cold. She cannot allow that. The ground rumbles beneath the weight of a new, terroristic presence. A deliberate step forward. A woman steps into view, and the assassin immediately freezes, stammering an apology to his master. Then a forceful command to kneel brings her to the ground, as she cries out, "I'm sorry, master." Through the onlookers like ice water. Shock and pure terror ripple through the crowd as they recognize the man, Rihong Wang, the SSS rank master of the Taewad Guild. Do-hyuk's voice hardens with fury as he demands to know what the man wants, and why he's being hunted. Casualness, admitting they're after his skills. Why else would they bother? An arrogant smirk twists his scarred face as he declares he's the kind of man who always gets what he wants. Do-hyuk launches himself backward, a desperate leap to create distance. Force of a sudden retreat, a blinding streak of energy shoots forth from Rihong Wang's position. Wind screams as the devastating attack tears through the air. Here, missing him by a hair's breadth. Another crack splits the sky as a second attack follows instantly. Rihong Wang lunges forward, closing the gap with terrifying inhuman speed. As the crushing force slams into him, the night sky splits wide open and a blinding flash of light erupts above them. The shattered afterglow rains down as the explosion's echo booms. Like rolling thunder. Shatter all around them. Falling like dying stars, a new voice cuts through the chaos. Someone got here quicker than expected. But their words are cut off, corrupted and scrambled. With their words are cut off, corrupted and scrambled, and they're not in the mood for games. He spells it out plainly. The Taewad Guild just attacked and awakened under KMAA protection, and they know exactly what that means, though someone clearly doesn't know is what its evidence. Back off for now. He admits all eyes are on him at the moment, and the risk simply isn't worth it. He barks at his followers, commanding the fools to leave, and light flares as they begin their retreat. First of them vanishes into nothing. Another crack follows, space folding around them as they slip away. Our boy's eyes blaze with icy blue light, an unyielding resolve burning behind them as he watches them. Fists clenched, already planning his next move. The hunt is far from over, and this time, he'll be the one doing the hunting. And our boy phases directly into a blue-tinged chamber with his ally at his side. The hunt hasn't just begun. It's been waiting for him. And standing right there in the eerie glow is Gazella herself, her expression flickering with genuine shock at how impossibly fast he closed the destiny. Assessing the speed of his arrival, it admits the fear that had been clawing at her chest. She honestly thought she was going to be too late, but Do-hyuk meets her eyes with that unshakable confidence of his voice cutting through her worry. No, her timing couldn't be more perfect. Brutal raw gash carved dangerously close to her eye. Rihong's attacks nearly stole her vision, and the wound still burns fresh. Relief washes over Do-hyuk's face, seeing her standing strong, but that relief hardens into steel in the next heartbeat. His focus narrows to a razor's edge. As he presses, for the truth about the dolls is wrong. Relief washes over Do-hyuk's face, seeing her standing strong, but that relief hardens into steel and the next heartbeat is frustrating over Do-hyuk's face. So it's narrow that makes the air itself feel wrong. Her answer drops like ice water down the spine. Those dolls are assassins, completely erased and reprogrammed. Taewa Guild's deadliest secret weapons. And now they're advancing. Their forms glowing with that same sickening green energy. Reality and memory, leaving nothing but obedient husks behind. These aren't just killers. They're hollowed-out hunters, broken and rebuilt into the bloody engine that launched Taewa all the way to China's #1 guild. The horror of it settled deep in the gut. Collapsing ceiling. If Rihong is unleashing these monsters, this war hasn't even begun to heat up, and there's no promise the next blade won't come from somewhere far beyond China's borders. Deep in the Blue Star Guild's basement, Do-hyuk trains with savage intensity, his slashes tearing through the air as he prepares for the storm ahead. The chaos that erupted when enemies swarmed from the shadows. Too many forces have already painted a target on Yulhee's back, and the list of people wanting to hurt his people keeps growing. The weight of that truth hangs heavy. This isn't paranoia. It surfaces. Needs them right now. A glowing blue construct whirs to life as Do-hyuk pushes forward, his mind racing through every possible angle to ensure both Yulhee and Hayes survive what's coming out. The hum of magical machinery fills the training hall as preparations kick in. Sweat pouring down his face as frustration bursts from his lungs. Why is this thing so impossibly hard? The instructor's sharp commands slice through the air, step, lift, as another glowing blue drone whirls to life and advances on the next nervous challenger. Watching these tests unfold is like getting a masterclass in combat dynamics. Do-hyuk observes silently from the sidelines, and deep down he knows the truth. Without Yulhee's veteran instincts, they'd all be scrambling blind. Her presence isn't just helpful, it's the glue holding their tackle foundation together. Painfully obvious, both of them are green when it comes to real party tactics. Scoring a veteran like Yulhee isn't just an advantage, it's make or break for their survival. Every single trial she touches transforms into a priceless lesson. Her insights lighting up the tests, like she's reaching a range. It's making no one's sense as making advantage, it's making transforming into a priceless lesson. Her insights lighting up the tests like she's reading from a playbook she wrote herself. Eyebrow watching Do-hyuk's personal drone getting absolutely slammed around the training floor. The question hangs unspoken. Isn't that expensive tech he's letting get wrecked? Do-hyuk waves it off without a second thought. All right. Seen these newcomers as future comrades worth anything off? Chief. Apparently a woman among the applicants is insisting she knows our boy personally. Do-hyuk's mind immediately snaps to the KMAA chief and her push for reform, but he never imagined an undercover plant would walk right up to his own front gate. The possibilities race through his head. Confessing she's simply sick of being trapped at B rank and decided to apply the honest way. She wanted total transparency, refusing to let even a whisper of bias taint her evaluation. Her directness catches everyone off guard. There's no deception in her voice, just rub. Him to trust actions over suspicions. If she's truly here for the test, then there's zero reason to waste another second on doubt. The time for talking is over. Let the trials speak for themselves. City through water. AB rank awakened, about to reveal her hidden arsenal. What kind of devastation is she about to unleash? The proctor's hand drops like a guillotine blade as the command echoes through the hall. Catches everyone off guard. Her fist drills a devastating physical strike straight into the drone's core, the impact reverberating through the training hall like thunder. For a heartbeat, stunned silence grips every onlooker. Proud, sharp, and challenging, high-ranked dungeons swarm with monsters that laugh off physical force. So what's her real counter? The question lands like a gauntlet thrown at her feet. Everyone leans in, waiting for her answer. Rings out steady and absolute. She wields both physical might and magical devastation. This isn't a specialist narrowing her path. This is a dual threat declaring war on every limitation that tried to hold her back. Self-crackle, she unleashes a single dazzling blast that annihilates the drone completely. She's the first applicant to wipe it out entirely. Not just damage it, not just disable it, but erase it from existence. The gathered hunters stare in stunned silence at the empty space. Without attention, and comes out. Steps forward with a pointed observation. Her bow screams long-range specialist, every curve of the weapon built for distance and precision. So what happens when the gap collapses and the enemy is right in her face? Fully atomizes a second drone at point-blank range, smoke curling off the wreckage as the entire crowd forgets how to breathe. Our party just gained a long-range killer who laughs at the idea of a blind spot, and she meets Dohyok's eyes with the calm of a warrior who's already bled 1,000 battles. Her fate to ours. A firm handshake sealing a lethal new edge into the roster. Genuine smiles lock around the table because everyone knows she's the kind of asset that rewrites the odds of survival. Guild. We've just added a game changer, the exact type of fighter who can erase threats before they get close enough to hurt the people Dohyok loves. There's like glass. Grim faces lean in, a dark cloud pressing down on the room as someone demands to know exactly how the White Lotus and Black Spirit guilds have been provoking us. Dohyok's commanders make it clear. Whoever swings first loses everything in this standoff. So the order is to wait, to let the enemy's arrogance become their own trap. Bring outside the Myeongdong Station dungeon. The joint licensed one plastered with keep out signs, stonewalling entry and bleeding our schedule dry. Complaints are useless. They're technically following procedure, so the KMAA just shrugs and tells us to file papers. Above the city. Ancient runes crackling with barely contained power. Back at our main base, the question lands like a hammer. What's the next move? Against these rabid dogs, head-on clash and cut our losses. Someone nods and rises to prepare, but a hand clamps down on their shoulder. One more unspoken order hangs in the air. Eyes flicker with guilt as they lower their voice, knowing exactly how cruel the demand is. Keep this entire mess hidden from Dohyok. Don't pile their problems onto his shoulders. The guild carries alone to shield our lone spellcaster from the political wolves circling closer. Meanwhile, Dohyok himself stands oblivious before the towering edifice. Mysteries crackling with energy as our hero reflects on yesterday's brutal dungeon grind. He pushed his alchemist level from 9 straight to 11 in one vicious session. Locations. Level 11 alchemist. Class 2 spell engraving unlocked. Reinforcement alchemy fully mastered. He channels a roaring blaze of power, declaring to himself that he's not the same person who entered that tower. The secret book of the royal family of Desmond. It slashes magic charge time, accelerates spell and aura blade speed, and grants the rare cross-spell casting skill. The cost is brutal, locking his luck stat at a miserable 5. But Hazy Trust is brutal, locking his luck stat at a miserable 5. Is intoxicating. No wonder the ancient Arcane's empire went to such insane lengths to resurrect this magic. Dohyok feels the weight of it, the temptation to crack the world open. Lunges, unleashing a devastating claw attack. But this is just prelude. Someone signals that preparations are complete, and Dohyok answers with a terse nod. Let's begin. Book shut, a dark gleam igniting in his eyes. Time to unleash this forbidden knowledge upon the world to see if the old empire's sins can become his salvation. Lips. Ready to crush a B-rank quest, a dimensional portal shudders into existence, raw energy crackling at its edges, and our boy steps forward, without a backward glance, thirsting for battle, against alien terrain as he's swallowed whole by a sprawling twisted forest. This is no ordinary dungeon. It's a proving ground where his new power will either forge him into legend or bury him in silence. So why don't you fill him in on what's happening? Inside the rift, the air itself feels hungry, and the only answer is the roar of something massive stirring in the darkness. Whatever's waiting for Dohyok in these depths isn't going to stay hidden for long. Our hero whole, but just as he takes another step, he freezes. Standing right there, staring back at him, is someone he never thought he'd cross paths with again. The robed figure's eyes drill into Dohei, sharp with recognition, demanding to know how he ended up in this nightmare. Through a dimension gate to land in this nightmare, plain and simple. The air between them crackles with unspoken questions as the stranger processes the impossible. A dimension gate. Actual space-rending power cracks through his composure for just a split second. His voice sharpens with raw curiosity as he demands to know if that rift still pulses nearby, and Dohyok nods, confirming its dangerous close. Waves as the stranger begins to unravel a tale. He speaks of a months-long journey across the sea to reach the Itamasi continent, a land once ruled solely by the mighty Kalan ogres. But now, that territory crawls with demons and spirits, monstrous red forms rising where ogres wanted. Down presses against Dohyok's chest. That's all the system granted him to survive this B-ranked nightmare. And every second grinds against his nerves. The stranger pieces together a theory. Some unknown entity used a dimensional rift to transform the image of this person. It's a steady hand, and points toward a jagged wound shimmering in the alien sky. Do-hyuk's eyes follow the gesture, and what he sees makes his stomach drop. A dimensional rift pulsating with raw understanding. Question burning in his chest. Did the stranger just say Ivernar? The name drops like a war drum between them. The stranger confirms it with deadly calm. That's right. The Ogre Lord Ivernar himself vanished from this world. Twisting the air itself, every single ogre vanished from that land. The stranger explains, his voice carrying the grief of a lost world. Demons and spirits crawled into the empty territory, but the wound never closed. His chest. Every last ogre, just gone, erased from their homeland. Then the pieces slammed together in his mind with brutal clarity. A certain entity used that rift to transport the entire ogre pack across dimensions. And the truth tastes like ashes. Random accident. Our boy's jaw tightens as the conspiracy deepens. This was calculated, intentional. The stranger's eyes narrow as he reveals something even more chilling. The entity trying to prevent catastrophe from this dimensional imbalance is building a system of awakened warriors on Earth. To make humanity stronger. It's impossible to call this a coincidence when a rift with the exact same wavelength opened in the Desmond Empire 50 years ago, and the mighty lord of the Kalan ogres, Ivernar, wouldn't vanish into another dimension without putting up a world-shaking fight. He asks again, did the stranger just say Ivernar? The confirmation comes like a blade pressed into his palm. Yes, the Ogre Lord Ivernar. Then a system window blazes across Do-hyuk's vision, locking his focus onto something impossible. Legendary reinforcement alchemy, a locked skill that lets him craft legendary-grade dimension stones. But the required material makes his blood run cold. He needs Ivanar's blood. The hunt just becomes inevitable. Let's connect. The system has mentioned that name before. A technique exists that fuses Ivanar's blood with dimension stones. That monster is undeniably linked to this stranger's crumbling world, and every heartbeat now drowns with new purpose. But now, finding Ivernar means unlocking a legendary breakthrough that could change everything. The stranger's voice drops, heavy with hard-won knowledge. The only place anyone could land a fatal blow on Ivanar's impenetrable skin was the battlefield. Anyone could land a fatal blow on Ivanar's impenetrable skin. Lord, he needs to aim right there. The tip lands like a blade pressed into his palm. Our boy locks the information away with a sharp nod as the two figures move through the twisted alien landscape together. Darker territory. The robed figure steadies himself, his voice growing cold as he reveals the truth. His world keeps spawning dimensional rifts identical to the ones that devastated the Desmond Empire and Ivanar's territory. One that chills the very air around them. He pieces together the fragments as Do-hyuk listens, every word landing like a hammer strike on stone. Unimaginable imbalance by tearing these dimensional rifts open across worlds, a crack of catastrophic intention echoing through reality itself. Then another rift shrieks into existence overhead, spilling chaotic energy that is pushing into existence overhead. Spilling chaotic energy moans under the strain as the stranger delivers his revelation. That entity trying to prevent the coming catastrophe is building a system of awakened warriors on planet Earth. He's making humanity stronger for a reason. That entity's name is Deus, the mantle he was always meant to wear. Deus brought him here through a dimensional rift, and the stranger's voice sharpens with certainty. There must be a reason our boy was pulled into this specific dimension. His chest. He needs to ask freely. Then a system window blazes across his vision, announcing the completion of his B-rank level-up quest. The offer hangs in the crackling air as the clock finally stops ticking. Why did Deus drag him into this dimension? But a violent surge of power rips his attention away, carving a forbidden spell called Magic Burn directly into his mind. It's a dark sorcerer's ultimate theft, hungry to rip mana straight from his enemies. The mysterious voice that spoke of Dimension Burn directly into his mind. It's a dark sorcerer's ultimate theft, hungry to rip mana straight from his enemies. The mysterious voice that spoke of Dimension Burn directly into his mind. It's a dark sorcerer's ultimate theft, hungry to rip mana straight from. Breathe, his body screaming for recovery, but his mind can't rest, so he dives straight into the ocean of stockpiled stat points, watching his power spike as he layers buff after buff onto his monstrous frame. Erhard, an artifact that supercharges his magic by 500 points in a single surge, but true to form, Do-hyuk's blessing of harmony kicks in. doubling that effect and turning an already broken mage into something utterly terrifying. Still, even as godlike strength floods his legs, why this dimension, and what hidden price is attached to this mountain of power? He shoves the existential dread into a dark corner of his mind, steeling his nerves with a cold, silent promise to grow strong enough to face any cosmic horror. A system-wide alarm shatters the silence, carrying a message that freezes the blood of every awakened on Earth. Onto Earth, and their lord, Ivernar, is coming with a world-ending army in exactly 48 hours. The chilling alert flashes before the eyes of the spellcaster back at a KMAA command post. She stares out, her expression grave, a heavy burden settled. Nightmare. The media's already branded this a mega outbreak, but the real firestorm is brewing closer to home, with Daeho's name and the fate of their star hunter Do-hyuk hanging in the air, like a loaded weapon. The leader's eyes narrow, snapping her deputy back in line with a sharp warning. If the top brass panics, the whole ship goes down. Straightens as the leader cuts to the real reason for her visit. She needs to know if they plan to bring Do-hyuk into the fold again, making him their secret weapon just like the Sadong Station bloodbath. But another voice cuts in, dripping with the fear that this outbreak could shatter, the tenant says. A cold stare at the man that feels like a blade pressed to his throat. She asks what rank and reputation even mean in a national crisis when the only thing that matters is crushing your enemies efficiently. The deputy's weak protest starts to form, but it does not happen when it does. Truth. Do-hyuk isn't a competitor. He's their rising star, a talent every faction on the planet would kill to own. That fearful, flawed way of thinking is a sickness, and she carves it out of him with a single sharp reprimand. The deputy apologizes, but she waves it off, almost out of the black. Do-hyuk and the Blue Star Guild, and it's going to detonate soon. Since White Lotus and Black Spirit know the KMAA's hands-off policy by heart, they'll see this apocalypse as a golden opportunity to strike the bitter tail. He clenched his fists as a golden opportunity to strike. The bitter tale of betrayal coached her own. This fist has betrayed her. In an epistic. Watch the spiderweb of guild politics and see whose influence rises and whose territory burns. The conversation ends, but the tension remains thick and suffocating as the meeting room empties. Elsewhere, Do-hyuk stumbles through his doorway. Every muscle crying out, his body is complete. Elsewhere, Do-hyuk stumbles through his doorway. Every muscle crying out, his body is complete. Elsewhere, Do-hyuk stumbles through his doorway. Every muscle crying out, his body is complete. Elsewhere, Do-hyuk stumbles through his doorway. Every muscle crying out his state and whispers that he looks absolutely terrible, like a man who clawed his way through hell and left half his soul behind. But in an instant, a sound in the shadows snaps him to full alert. His voice slashes through the darkness, like a blade demanding to know who the hell is lurking there. It's a mix of apology and the promise of trouble. They begged forgiveness for the scare, but they had to slip past every watchful eye to deliver something vital. Do-hyuk's patience frays, and he demands to know what's so important it couldn't wait for sunrise. A full intelligence sweep on the White Lotus and Black Spirit guilds, and declares it's time to seize total victory. Do-hyuk's eyes sharpen, his voice a low demand to know exactly how much intel they have, and what kind of victory they're talking about. The air grows heavy with the promise of a coming war, kept hidden until the last possible moment. But now, with every guild locked in a state of emergency for the mega outbreak, something has shifted wildly in their favor. Confusion flashes across Do-hyuk's face. How can a world-ending disaster possibly be a stroke of luck? While everyone else fights for humanity's survival, White Lotus and Black Spirit will absolutely exploit the chaos to hunt them down. The realization hits Do-hyuk like a freight train. Both guilds are throwing their full might at him in a coordinated pincer attack. Entire organizations bearing down on them settles in his stomach like a block of ice. A drop of his hard-won power screaming to be unleashed in a cataclysm. But a cold, unhinged smirk tugs at the corner of his lips. Our man has never once run from a suicide mission. A predator's grin spreads across his face as he calculates the kill order, realizing the KMAA's resolve is nothing but a farce. The KMAA will turn a blind eye while their old enemies try to bury them. But annihilation mode is already fully engaged in Do-hyuk's mind. He's not planning to survive, he's planning to win. He glances at Hayes and Songs in disdain. This war before the Ogre Lord can even take his first step onto Earth. Just then, a secure message pings through, the rival guilds demanding a meeting under the cover of this very night. Songmi's voice practically drips with disbelief. As she reached the comment, thick with the promise of a trap and the sharp scent of rusted metal, Do-hyuk strides forward alone, the darkness clinging to him like a cloak, every cell in his body a walking arsenal waiting to detonate. Inside, White Lotus and Black Spirit Envoys wait with smug blade, her knuckles going white because she trusts these vultures about as far as she can throw them. The hostile silence stretches to its absolute breaking point. Then Do-hyuk opens his mouth to dictate terms that are about to shatter their entire world. Thick enough to choke on, as the next move feels utterly inevitable, all the scheming and bloodlust funnels down into this single frozen moment of tension. The silence holds for a breath, heavy with the promise that everything changes right here. Calm as death, as he declares he's not there to force anyone into anything. He's simply making a request. But the glint in his eye and the power radiating from his body make it perfectly clear. This isn't a negotiation, it's a sentencing. Finally snaps as Do-hyuk Park lays down the law, his voice slicing through the tension like a blade. He reminds them that the Blue Star Guild is bleeding from a war on two fronts. Again, the guild leader in this room has been summoned. He's asking for their complete cooperation. One of them fires back, scoffing at the demand, but Do-hyuk's gaze turns ice cold as he takes a deliberate step forward. If they'd rather sleep through the coming storm, he warns them that they could be scratching. Voice tight with nerves as the tension spikes through the room. Because these fools still refuse to understand, the White Lotus and Black Spirit aren't just coming for the Blue Star Guild. They'll swallow everything in their path. Do-hyuk feels a wave of disappointment, but no surprise was ever going to melt that stubborn pride. He's going to keep this brutally simple. His eyes sweep across the gathered leaders as he asks the question that cuts straight through every defense. Is there anyone here who actually believes their guild is doing better than the Blue Star Guild right now? The silence is deafening. It's heavy in the air. If you sit on the sidelines and watch another guild be destroyed, you'll suffer the exact same fate. Uneasy murmurs ripple through the crowd until a desperate voice cuts through the tension. There's no way to keep in no more fish. Desperate hope, convinced the authorities will eventually step in and sort this mess out. But Do-hyuk counters with cold, surgical precision. Even if the KMAA reestablishes order under a new banner controlled by two united guilds, do any of you truly believe they'll guarantee your lives while you wait? The question lands like a hammer. They'd be completely safe. Even if the Blue Star Guild disappears, they could just sit back and let annihilation happen without lifting a single finger. Do-hyuk lets out a humorless laugh, his eyes flickering with dark amusement. Do-hyuk lets out a humorless laugh, his eyes flickering with dark amusement. With dangerous intelligence, and asks them to consider a brand new possibility. Hyungsoo Jang reports that the KMAA is completely tied up. Forces have been diverted to the Deus Tower and their hands are cramped full. With the mega outbreak, the room shifts, as the guild leader realizes they've just been handed it every time I asked I will. The rival guilds are stretched insanely thin. Fully distracted by the mega outbreak this time, intercepted messages reveal they believe the Blue Star Guild is equally occupied, preparing for the same chaos. The enemy thinks this is their perfect window of opportunities in generating their roam from landing on gold. A traitorous figure, blade gripped tight, declares their intention to wipe the Blue Star Guild off the map. Their leader barks orders it's time to mop up those pesky Blue Star morons once and for all, with only 10 minutes and 25 seconds remaining until hell breaks loose. Steps ahead, having twisted the traitorous guild's own trap into the perfect hunting ground. Every ticking second tightens the noose around the enemy's neck as the mega outbreak counts-out races towards zero. The air itself feels ready to snap. Everything possible to prepare, his voice steady with absolute focus. His party members are on standby nearby, including Hayes herself, her eyes burning with the raw hunger for vengeance. The boss monster spawn point will be the key to control this entire battlefield, and reality itself seems to shudder under the pressure. The ground trembles violently while dimensional rips slash open the heavens overhead, monsters pouring out in a relentless screaming flood. Screams tear through the city. The ground trembles violently while dimensions rips slash open the heavens overhead. Monsters pouring out in a relentless screaming flood. Screams tear through the cities began. Monsters pouring out in a relentless screaming flood. Screams tear through the cities began. Their expressions sharp with singular, lethal determination. Through the smoke and pandemonium, a massive silhouette begins to take form in the distance, just as the ground shatters with a powerful purple shockwave, leveling everything in its path. Flesh and fury, its scream drowning out the chaos while hunters scramble to hold their crumbling formation. Dohyok roars for everyone to get their act together as his mind races calculating the creature's attack patterns and tracking the enemy guilds. Dohyok roars for everyone to get their act together as his mind races calculating the creature's attack patterns. Oh, it's a moment. There, watching from the shadows, waiting for his guild to show vulnerability before they drive a knife into their backs. And then a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes flashes across the battlefield, cutting through the carnage with terrifying, unnatural speed toward Dells. It's something far more dangerous heading straight for the heart of the city. Here, and the magic squad unleashes hell without a second's hesitation. The night sky ignites as a volley of blazing spells slams into the speeding shadow. The entire squad pours every ounce of power into the barrage, reporting a massive energy signature, detected right near Dell's tower, the readings completely off the charts. Over there immediately, then confirms he's on his way, his body already moving before the words leave his mouth. A breathless hunter stares into the churning smoke and asks the fatal question. Is it dead? The smoke clears and the shadowy figure stands completely untouched, mocking them as foolish humans whose magic is nothing but a gentle breeze. It becomes a battle cry as she steps forward, the fire of pure vengeance blazing in her eyes like a dying star. 3 charges remain, and the air begins to scream around her, raw mana thickening until it feels impossible to breathe. Her lips part as she starts to deathly, until it feels impossible to breathe. Her lips part as she starts to deathly, in all the way that begins to scream around her. Raw mana thickening until it feels impossible to breathe. Her lips part as she starts to deathly begins to be impossible to breathe this period of pure as it senses the overwhelming cataclysmic force gathering before it. Hayes' final charge completes, and a blinding divine light erupts from her entire form, consuming everything in its radiancy tarries through reality itself. It connects, and the world washes out into absolute silent white. A powerful explosion erupts, and the shockwave rips across the battlefield with such fury that the chaotic invasion falls instantly. For a single heartbeat, there is no way of blinding emptiness. Raw divine power. The fate of the battlefield, the city, and everyone our hero cares about hangs suspended in that cataclysmic flash, and what emerges from the blinding light will change absolutely everything. Silence grips the battlefield, but the silence shatters almost instantly into guttural, hungry snarls. Through the swirling ash, crimson eyes ignite, refusing to be extinguished. Their burning gazes locked onto our heroes with pure feral hunger. Dohyok doesn't hesitate for a single second. He launches forward with a blazing punch that engulfs everything in its path. A massive dome of pure annihilation, vaporizing earth and steel alike. A blinding flash of light erupts, consuming the monstrous front line in searing white fury. And right beside him, Hayes channels every last drop of divine power she has left. Sharp energy spikes swirling around her form. Her entire body glows with intense, divine radiance as she unleashes everything she has. A cataclysmic beam of screaming energy tears through the invading ogres with surgical precision. And scythe, scattering armored bodies like ragdolls in a hurricane. Monster after monster disintegrates as the holy light carves a path of absolute destruction. The survivors can only stand frozen in horror, watching their comrades turn to ash before their eyes. Dohyok's position on the front line, heat washing over his silhouette. But our hero doesn't even flinch. His posture remains utterly unshaken as the light screams past him. He knows Hazy's aim is flawless, even in the heart of that divine firestorm. Against the beam's proximity to Dohyok spells disaster for the humans. He roars new orders, his confidence swelling as he declares the battle is about to explode, back into full swing. This fool genuinely believes he has the upper hand. What's more, a lone spellcaster stands motionless before the entire army. His silhouette is impossibly small against the tidal wave of muscle and rage bearing down on him. Yet Dohyok radiates the pressure of a coming storm. Their frenzied stampede as the horde descends upon our solitary mage. It's a nightmare made flesh, hundreds of armored monsters charging with one goal in mind. But Dohyok simply rolls his shoulders and plants his feet, deep into the crowded earth. Step forward, the ground splintering from the sheer impact. A bone-chilling shriek splits the air, freezing every charging ogre mid-stride. Their primal instincts scream a warning as their blood runs cold. In their flood, cuts through the chaos, demanding to know Ivernar's location. He roars the Ogre Lord's name with such casual defiance that the nearest monsters freeze in disbelief. How dare this insect speak their almighty leader's name? Mere human dares utter their leader's name so casually. One howls that he'll crush this impudent pest with his bare fists, his face contorted with rage, but a cold smirk twists across Doyok's lips as he tilts his head and repeats their own words. That explains the ogre's bellow with fury, outraged that this mere human dares utter their leader's name so casually. One howls that he'll crush this impudent pest with his bare fists, his face contorted with rage, but a cold smirk twists across Doyok's lips as he tilts his head and repeats their own words back at them. Voice, a mere mage trying to stop them all by himself. Then his voice thunders across the battlefield, demanding to know who said he was alone. A confused grunt escapes the ogres before the dust cloud behind him, explodes it. Thunderous impact, the ground cratering beneath her fists as she whirls on Do-hyuk. She snarls that she's the forward attacker, and he better remember his place in the formation. More shadows burst through the smoke, familiar silhouettes landing. Surrounded by levitating debris and shimmering power, Haze descends gracefully, her expression serene despite the faint tremble of exhaustion in her fingers. The entire party has arrived, and the battlefield's momentum just shifted. Her sharp eyes scanning him with fierce protective urgency. Her gaze flicks across every inch of him, and only then do her shoulders relax with a flood of relief. She squares her stance, announces she'll handle ranged support, and tells the others to cut loose. The ogres hesitate, their earlier confidence crumbling into dust. A voice cuts through the tension, shouting in alarm as Gunyong charges off alone toward the enemy back line. He doesn't slow down, yelling that he needs to neutralize that ogre mage personally. He raises their weapon and promises to blast those clumsy morons to dust. The weight of the oncoming assault presses down like a physical force across the entire battlefield. Do-hyuk's gaze hardens. His voice shook him, and he went on. A blur of motion streaking toward his target. Another ally snarls their promise to turn the enemy into scattered ash. The tension ratchets to a breaking point as every party member locks into their role. He ranks in Do-hyuk's tactical vision. His command slices through the chaos like a thunderclap, setting the entire formation into motion. And just like that, our party launches forward, a perfect storm of fury and steel, ready to break the horde apart. Across the battlefield, as every blade freezes for a breath, then carves the enemy line into 4 clean paths. A massive ogre with burning red eyes stomps forward, but our hero's strategy is already in motion. Her energy spinning like a buzzsaw through the ranks. Another roars a promise to supercharge the entire squad, and the air crackles with raw anticipation. The team answers with a unified bellow, their blood boiling to crush anything in their way. Rapid fire strikes land with surgery and obstacles. The team answers with a unified bellow, artificially coming up. The team answers with a unified bellow, their blood boiling to crush anything in their way. Rapid fire strikes land with surgery cressing, causes of violent amounts of health, and is one of random past as one fighter blasts forward, a blur too fast to track. Steel meets steel with a ringing clang that vibrates through every bone on the field. Then Envoy's scythe swings in devastating arcs, each impact booming like a thunderclap that scatters enemies like chaff. A relentless whirlwind of death clearing everything in its path. Enemy bodies hit the dirt in waves, their formation collapsing under the relentless hammering. Through the smoke, behind that glowing mask, a gaze of pure unbreakable focus cuts like a blade. Ears across the field, the enemy commander screaming about his slaughtered troops. But our boy doesn't flinch. The ogre commanders scramble for a desperate huddle, but it's far too late. A guttural roar re-ups from the ranks, raw panic bleeding through his formation. Fire and debris consuming him in a blinding flash. But Do-hyuk brings up the chaos shield, raw dimensional energy flaring into a shimmering barrier that locks tight around him. The Lone Spellcaster stands unshaken at the heart of destruction, searing tide of annihilation that reduces everything before him to nothing. Acid, arrow, web, sting, a brutal chain of debuffs and piercing strikes hammers the ogre from every angle. The ogre mage thrashes against his bindings, roaring that these pathetic tricks will never hold him down. He refuses to be underestimated, and every enemy feels the weight of his fury. A low, guttural growl rolls from the beast's throat, molten fury building behind his burning eyes. Another explosion shatters the air, shockwaves and fire ripping the broken ground further apart. A cry rings out as the spell only manages to halt the beast for a fleeting moment. Then a surge of digital energy crackles and explodes. High above the carnage, Do-hyuk drops like a thunderbolt, a living beacon of destruction descending to descending. A shock from heavenly blow. With terrifying speed. Nothing can halt his descent. A breathless gasp ripples through the onlookers as our man comes in scorching hot. Air screams past him while he accelerates, both fists crackling with an entire building. Heartbeat. A twin cataclysm blasting the ogre. The impact detonates with a world-shaking kaboom, shockwaves blasting outward in rings of pure destruction. The ground shudders violently as a figure plants thereof. Do-hyuk needs to dash before the counterattack crashes down, but he stays calm, raising a hand and ordering them to block it, his voice steady with absolute trust. A worried voice asks if he's lost his mind, getting closer to the chest. The ogre's pre-attack spell, a buff granting total fire immunity. Flames won't even scratch him. Then a voice chimes in, brimming with unwavering faith. If it's Do-hyuk open, there's no fireway for us. If it's Do-hyuk open, there's no speed. Mage has fallen, his colossal body crumbling to ash. From the defeated enemy, Do-hyuk receives two-dimensional fragments. Do-hyuk receives two-dimensional fragments to drop dimensional fragments. The discovery sends a ripple of satisfaction through him. Every fragment brings him closer to unlocking even greater power. Last echoes of combat fade away. Smoke drifts across the broken ground, and the weight of victory settles over our hero's shoulders. Another enemy vanquished, another step forward in his relentless ascent. The battle gives way to a new scene, the chaos replaced by gleaming marble and polished stone. Our heroes return from the dungeon, their presence commanding attention as they stride through familiar territory. Power stretches before them, its imposing architecture a testament to the guild's power. Familiar faces turn to greet the returning warriors. But something in the air feels different today, a tension simmering beneath the surface. As information begins to surface, a trap. Someone orchestrated the chaos they just fought through. The pieces start clicking together in Do-hyuk's mind, each revolution tightened to the knot of cold fury in his chest. A certain someone who's been a thorn in his side for a while came up with this trap. The name hangs unspoken but understood an old enemy reaching from the shadows, testing his limits once again. When our boy Do-hyuk sinks into a chair, his face a mask that gives absolutely nothing away. Someone waits beside him, hanging on his every word, and he silently lays out the full arsenal he promised. Bomb types. I don't like everything I know now. The enhancement compound he just ripped from the battlefield. The enhancement compound floods a user's system with a 7% boost to every single stat for a solid 2 hours, and the guild rep's jaw tightens instantly. Voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know if our hero is seriously threatening them right now. Do-hyuk leans forward, letting the weight of the moment press down like a physical force, and makes it crystal clear. This isn't a threat, it's a survival strategy, a golden opportunity that only comes out and simple. He's offering them a perfectly legal way to utterly destroy 2 guilds that have been breaking every rule in the book, and the question hangs in the air like a drawn blade. He needs their full cooperation in this war. He's already predicting exactly how the enemy guilds will try to manipulate the chaos of this mega outbreak. A stunned ally processes the chilling declaration, whispering that this guy is actually going to destroy them, and the rest of the guild members finally exhale. Their tension shifted. In the ground shift, and with the plan locked in, their forces sweep through the scattered enemy with brutal efficiency. But a sharp frustration cuts through the victory. 2 slippery targets, Son Yao-min and Han Kim, have slipped right through the net and vanished into the wind. And as he orders the others to move on while he hunts the cowards down himself. But every remaining fighter now pivots to the true nightmare unfolding. The mega outbreak is tearing through Gwanghwamun Square, and towering above the destruction stands the S-rank boss monster. Kalin Ogre Maid Kasten pegged the beast as a brute force warrior class, not a magic specialist ogre wielding devastating giganto magic. And the name lives up to every terrifying syllable, because the grim assessment sinks in. This monster is the real deal. They confirm the obvious. No backup is coming, because this mega outbreak isn't just swallowing Korea. It's swallowing the entire world. The reality hits like a punch to the gut. Every nation is drowning in its own monsters right now, and they are completely alone. Nights as the frontline mages unleash everything they have with a thunderous roar. Snoozy's squad pours raw mana into the coordinated barrage, spells screaming across the battlefield. But when the smoke clears, the ogre mage barely registers the impact. Its hulking silhouette just keeps going forward. In the beast's throat, shaking the bones of every hunter in the square. The retaliatory strike detonates with a concussive boom, sending debris and bodies flying through the air. And one hunter stumbles back, his voice cracking with raw disbelief. This thing can pull moves like that. Area as an armored warrior unleashes a powerful glowing attack, but the ground beneath them groans, deep fissures spiderwebbing outward with a sickening crack, and the entire square trembles, the structural rumble building toward total collapse. Or slices through the noise, ordering Kasdan to annihilate every last pest. A massive plume of flames erupts in response, superheated air rushing over the battlefield, and the impact detonates with skull-rattling force, blooming into an enormous fireball that threatens to consume everything. Tusks, revealing 6-layered magical circles channeling simultaneously. A sharp hiss cuts through the inferno, and the next spell begins charging with a deep apocalyptic hum that promises nothing but annihilation. And the ogre, glowing red eyes burning above a fanged grin. One hunter fighting near the front lines suddenly feels his heart leap. The boss monster's power is finally beginning to weaken, and he sees the sliver of an opening launching himself forward. Wow! Was his desperate charge as he closes the distance. A brutal wet impact rings out when his weapon connects with the ogre's hide, but the energy from the strike crackles and dissipates. With nothing but a hollow fizz, it does absolutely nothing. Light, something streaking across the battlefield with terrifying, untraceable speed, and Do-hyuk's voice rips through the roar of combat, a furious shout demanding to know what this reckless fool thinks he's doing, because the blur of motion cuts the air with lethal intent. The trajectory, and the ogre's response builds into a deep, vibrating mechanical groan that rattles the teeth. The ground shudders again, a thunderous crunch echoing as the crushing spell clamps down on the reckless hunter, and a sharp swish signals the monster's attention shifting to its next target. Voice calls out a spell's name, and an arctic gale of pure ice energy erupts across the battlefield. The blizzard screams forward, engulfing the entire area in a frozen hellscape, because the summoning princess herself has finally arrived. His eyes widening as a spark of recognition ignites. That spell pattern, it can't be. 2 bright, clear chimes pierce the howling wind, and his breath catches him like a freight train. Ice, her voice cutting through the din as she apologizes for her lateness and orders everyone to clear a path. She tosses a recovery item to Do-hyuk, but her tone sharpens with urgency. Even her most powerful holding spell can only free this monstrosity. Even her most powerful holding spell can only free this monstrosity. This was it, the moment that would change everything in the swirling ice. Her voice cutting through the din as she apologizes for her lateness and orders everyone to clear at this. Monstrosity, for a short window, sets up the close and orders everyone to clear it through his limbs, and locks eyes with her, asking if she can stall the beast for every possible second. Hayes meets his gaze with a fierce grin, rolling her shoulders as she declares she'll give it everything she's got, and a jagged crimson slash of energy, terrified from its crack. Heavier, the tension coiling like a spring about to snap. Everyone knows the next move is inevitable. The final clash between our heroes and this S-rank nightmare is about to begin. Battlefield, as crimson energy tears through the air. Our boy Do-hyuk is charged up, Hayes is freezing the field, and the Kalon ogre mage Kasdan is about to learn exactly what happens when you push a spellcaster too far. And slash still rips through the frozen battlefield, and our boy Do-hyuk's eyes ignite with a fierce, bloody light. That breathless pause shatters as the princess steels herself, charging forward without a shred of hesitation. Attack tearing deeper like a collapsing glacier, the Kalon ogre lord Ivanar is completely engulfed in the raw power, its crimson eyes burning through the chaos with a deep guttural rumble. Impressed. That low, menacing growl is a declaration of war, yet the memory of his mother's sacrifice floods Do-hyuk with a surge of raw, unbreakable defiance. Air like a wounded beast, but the recoil hits her like a freight train, nearly ripping her off her feet. Just as she stumbles, Do-hyuk unleashes a blazing energy-charged punch with a fierce gaze, holding her ground against the powerful blast, but her heart sinks. The damage number flashes above the ogre's head, a measly 7 points, and Hayes' voice trembles with frustration as her attack bears down. And something feels horribly wrong. Her eyes widen in terror as Ivanar begins charging that same devastating swirling orb of dark energy. The overwhelming dread forces a grimace onto Do-hyuk's face, and our hero's instincts scream a single truth. A direct hit means instant death, The clock ticks relentlessly, only 5 minutes until they reach Kwamhamun, and the fight is spiraling out of control. The boy slices through the chaos inside his mind. She reveals that this system's Ivernar is absolutely identical to the Kalon Ogre Lord she knows from her own world, and she has vital information. Corrects herself. She knows something crucial about this monster's weakness. She explains that Ivernar was gravely wounded on the back of his neck during a desperate battle with Lord Gaprin. Spectral form, as her hand stretches toward Dohyok, and she warns him of a terrifying ability. No matter the distance, the ogre can instantly pull his target right to him, so he must remember the neck wound and that deadly pull. Magic, then he needs to know now. He asks if it's a spell, and Seonmi confirms it instantly. A grim, knowing smile tugs at Dohyok's lips, because that's all the intel he needs. To turn the tide, softens as she calls his name, pleading with him to be careful, and Dohyok's eyes harden with unshakable determination. He will finish this. Mand, unleashing a nullifying anti-magic field that sweeps across the battlefield. I will, he declares. And just like that, the eerie, suffocating pulling force vanishes in an instant. As the ogre's magic is completely sealed, that strange force completely stopped. But even with the anti-magic field blazing, the situation remains desperate. 4. Its red eyes burning with absolute rage as a purple aura flares around its massive form. Losing his magic only enrages the beast further, and Dohyok moves, his powerful blade glowing purple as a lightning bolt, illuminating the ogre's snarling face, closing his eyes outside its massive form. Losing his magic only enrages the beast further, and Dohyok moves. His power flares around its massive form. Losing his magic only enrages the beast's snarling face, closing his massive form. When the dust finally enrages as he bares his fangs in a fierce expression, snarling an insult directly at the beast, using that moment of distraction, Hayes closes the distance and unleashes a massive powerful swing. An arc and finally bites deep into the ogre's thick hide. The air shrieks as her weapon cleaves through, the impact jarring through her arms as she grunts with the effort. Finally landing, all thanks to Dohyok's buff, and Hayes shouts out with fierce triumph. Their blows are connecting, and she yells that she'll push the ogre back. Steady as he urges her on, his command slicing through the chaos. With a surge of raw power, he unleashes a devastating energy-charged punch that detonates against Ivernar's chest like a collapsing building. Even flinch. The Lord absorbs the full force without staggering, a mountain unmoved by the tide, and then a powerful force slams down from above, scattering debris like deadly shrapnel. Shockwave tears the street apart, and Dohyok's heart hammers against his ribs. This thing is in a completely different league, but with a defiant roar, he refuses to back down. And corrosive arrows of acid materialize in the air, sizzling with deadly green energy. They streak toward Ivernar like furious vipers, the air hissing violently. In their wake, chest, acid eating into its flesh with a terrible satisfying sizzle. But then Dohyok's eyes widen in shock. A trickle of blood escapes his lips as his body finally betrays the accumulated damage, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. And to buckle, but sheer willpower locks his knees, refusing to let him fall. Hayes glances over, and panic flickers behind her fierce facade as a powerful force slams down, sending debris scattering everywhere. He needs to finish them both forever. The pressure becomes suffocating as the next move from either side will decide everything, and time itself seems to freeze, every heartbeat echoing in the silence before the storm. And our boy slides back, engulfed in a raging inferno of crimson energy. A thunderous shockwave flattens the landscape, the very earth heaving like a dying beast, as searing light erupts from his straining form. Round him, shattering the stone beneath his feet, but Dohyok is still standing. In the breathless silence, the only sound is the defiant pounding of his own heart, a stubborn rhythm screaming that he's still alive. Caster materializes in his grip, arcane energy coiling with desperate vengeance, but a guttural groan rips from his throat as the ogre's follow-up strike drives him into the dirt. The beast snarls, promising that this time it will make absolutely certain our hero never rises again. Across Dohyok's chest, spraying a nauseating arc of crimson into the air. Pain and steely resolve flicker in his narrowed eye as blood fountains from the gaping wound, forcing him to stagger backward while the ogre lunges forward, tasting different. Blur, aiming to crush his skull into paste. Dohyok barely ducks the second swing, the wind slapping his face with hurricane force. But a dangerous flicker shines behind his battered expression, and an idea has sparked, forcing the beast to recoil for a precious heartbeat and buying our guy a breath of space. The ogre growls that Do-hyuk is one annoyingly stubborn bastard, a deep resonant boom building as it begins to change, a devastating spell of annihilation. He shakes the air, but a low whirring builds in response. Something desperate is gathering power in Do-hyuk's palm. A brilliant, unholy purple light erupts from his outstretched hand, bathing the entire battlefield in an eerie glow that halts the monster's charge. He moves forward to snatch him, gigantic fingers clamping around Do-hyuk and hoisting him into the air like a broken trophy. The ogre sneers, tightening its grip and taunting him. What if it simply crushes his skull? Even that vaunted regeneration cannot fix a pulped brain. Squeezing tighter and relishing the agony contorting our hero's face. But this absolute menace slashes back with a sudden magical blade, forcing the iron grip to loosen just enough for him to crash. Breath, ragged, but eyes blazing with fire. Physical strength has plummeted to a single point of power. But right on its heels, a divine blessing descends. The special spell Immortality activating as golden radiance washes over his battered body, making him shine with angelic light. It begins to shatter unnaturally, splintering from a sudden impossible imbalance. Another system window blinks open, coldly confirming the catastrophic internal damage as Do-hyuk fully recovers all his physical strength. Another system window blinks open, sealing his complete rejuvenation as the divine light fades and he takes a decisive step forward. The ogre stares in shaken disbelief, muttering through its shock, "Is this overwhelming reversal true?" The ogre stares in shaken disbelief, muttering through its shock, "Is this overwhelming reversal true?" Feels shut like a nightmare being erased, the beast's arrogant confidence crumbling into dust. His lips curl into a grim smile. The ogre just lost its trump card, and now it's finished. But the monster snarls back, daring to ask if he's truly so certain, declaring that no matter how perfect a clone is, it can never attack its original. He doesn't need to worry about that. A dimension door swishes open behind him as he promises to flatten the ogre. Meanwhile, demanding to know who dares to steal its magic. But the question is met with only silence, a void of pure, terrifying quiet that answers nothing and promises everything. And an acid arrow shoots through the portal, screaming toward its target with lethal precision. The silent battlefield now becomes a stage for a completely new brand of calculated assault. The form struggling to track the relentless teleporting assault as Do-hyuk flickers in and out of reality. Every silent panel is a hammer blow, a rhythmic execution of a flawless strategy that leaves the beast no room to counter. Assessing the monster's faltering movements, he stopped moving. Now's my chance. The killing intent in the air sharpens to a razor's edge as our hero prepares the final breaking point, an unbearable silence hanging in the air before the storm. Do-hyuk's focus narrows to a single point, every ounce of his being dedicated to the finishing blow he's about to unleash. Lunges forward with blind, desperate fury, all its remaining power thrown into one last savage gamble. It's a wild-cornered animal strike that relies entirely on crushing our hero before his plan can land. Completely in control, his trap already fully baited and set, the beast's final feral charge plays directly into the palm of his hand, exactly as he predicted, and exactly as he wanted. It's through the chaos, a question hanging in the air like a blade at the monster's throat. Are you sure about that? The fatal miscalculation dawns on the ogre just a second too late. A cold wave of dread washing over its monstrous features. There is no escape, no counter, no last-second reversal. Only the grim absolute certainty of its own annihilation. A cataclysmic geyser of energy that consumes the ogre's roar and scorches the very sky. When the light fades, nothing but a smoking crater remains where the Kallen Ogre Lord once stood. A victory carved into the earth. Isn't finished yet. His fury erupts in volcanic shockwaves, power radiating outward as he shrieks the same desperate question. Who stole his magic? A deafening roar tears across the battlefield, and behind it, the grinding rumble of stone begins to collapse. That rattles every bone in the area. Ivernar's massive body slams into the earth. A breathless voice breaks the silence, half convinced the nightmare isn't over. But Do-hyuk is already calming them with a quiet smile. The danger has passed, and the warmth of relief floods into repressed. The Ogre Lord lies motionless, His reign of destruction ends right here. As the victory rush fades, urgency takes hold. Daeho's wounds are severe, and someone needs to call for a healer now. Do-hyuk hands off the aftermath to Yo-hyo, trying to handle the chaos while he catches his breath. Someone spits Do-hyuk's name like a curse, boiling with helpless rage, but a notification chimes in his vision, officially declaring his triumph over the Kalon ogre Lord Ivernor. 2 more alerts follow in rapid succession, 4-dimensioned, into his palm, a prize that promises to reshape his destiny. Meanwhile, hunters fan out with frantic urgency, their shouts echoing through the wreckage as they scour every corner for the fleeing traders. The search party's rage boils over into frustrated roars. Their praise boils over into frustrated roars. Their praise boils over into frustrated roars. Their praise is slipped through the wreckages as they scour every corner for the fleeing traders. Their sweeps echoing through the wreckages as they scour every corner for the fleeing traders. The praise is slipped through the trembling as she asks what their next move should be. She lays out the cold truth: the Black Spirit Guild won't protect them anymore if they stay. So they need to vanish completely. A desperate suggestion cuts through the panic. They should turn themselves at the mercy of a Chinese guild. Stings her pride, and disbelief flashes across her face, but she swallows her defiance and names their only lifeline. Rihong Wang, the guildmaster of Taehwa Guild, is powerful enough to shield them. The 2 desperate schemers choke down in a single name, praying it will be enough to shield them from me. To life, his body heavy and his mind foggy from who knows how long in darkness. His eyes adjust slowly to an unfamiliar ceiling. This definitely isn't a standard hospital room. The pristine walls and advanced equipment around him feel more like a luxury suite than any medical ward he's ever seen. On him, this has to be the Blue Star Medical Center, the elite facility run by the Blue Star Corporation. Then Do-hyuk's eyes snapped wide open, shock jolting through him like lightning their ship, reminding him that she hasn't left his side once through the entire ordeal. A familiar face greets him warmly, acknowledging just how long it's been since they last crossed paths. His visitor hands over a get-well gift and asks how he's holding up. Our boy admits the premium treatment is working wonderfully. What exactly happened after he blacked out? His ally understands the flood of confusion swirling in his mind and promises to walk him through every detail. One step at a time, the first fact lands clean and decisive. Ivernest is dead, people. Corpse, locking it down under their tightest protocols. Daeho fought like a demon alongside Yule, and he's alive, being treated right now and expected to pull through. The chaos hasn't stopped at their borders. China and Japan are still tearing each other apart in large-scale battles raging across the region. Hits, with multiple monster outbreaks erupting simultaneously across their territory. Their own forces managed to crush the offensive from the White Lotus and Black Spirit Guilds, sending both guildmasters and their battered remnants scattering in retreat. Spirit Guilds repelled. Our heroes plant their feet and hold the line with unshakable resolve. Tails between their legs and vengeance burning in their chests. The White Lotus Guild, meanwhile, appears to have slipped across the border and vanished into the depths of China. That's the full picture, the reality of everything that went down during the 3 days he spent unconsciousness. Disbelief rippling through him as he processes just how long he's been out. A frustrated grumble escapes him. It stings to know the leaders slipped through their fingers, but at least the immediate threat is neutralized. Then a soft stir beside him makes his heart clench. Did he accidentally wake her? Voice breaks through the quiet, fragile and disbelieving as she whispers his name. Her face crumbles the instant their eyes meet, every hour of terror and desperate hope she's been holding back now flooding out all at once. A sharp click of her tongue betrays her. The dam is seconds from breaking. She was so utterly terrified of losing him. Do-hyuk pulls her into his arms without a word, letting her tears soak into his hospital gown as the chaos of the outside world finally falls silent. He means it with every fiber of his being. He's grateful beyond words that she stayed by his side through all of it. Moment, making both of them freeze. Do-hyuk nearly jumps out of his skin. His master asks what he'd like to do, offering to buy him some time if he's busy. He tells her to send the official in, and he'll be ready in moments. The scene cuts across borders to a secret hideout deep in China, where fugitives think they've found sanctuary. A FUOOM echoes through the vast, dust-laden hall, where fugitives think they've found sanctuary. Casual wave, as if delivering parcels rather than prisoners. A sharp realization hits them. Something about this place feels terrifyingly wrong. Heavy footsteps echo through the space. Each one tightens the noose. Of shot figures of In Han Kong, and beside him, Min Son Yul, the trap has already sprung shut. The captor's voice cuts through the silence like a cold blade, asking if they have any idea who stands before them. Fusion only makes the predator's smile grow sharper. A firm no is the response. The captor's smirk cuts deeper than any sword could. These fools have absolutely no clue that the ground beneath them has already finished. And picked this very hideout as their base and personally requested an investigation into the two of them. The name hits them like a physical blow. Rihong Wang. Their faces twist with disbelief as the horrifying truth begins to surface. The captor delivers the killing stroke with casual cruise. The captor delivers the killing stroke with casual cruise. The captor delivers the killing stroke with casual cruise. The captor delivers the killing stroke with casual cruise. It passes out. Cruel declaration, and the next move feels inevitable. The moment stretches on as the same tension continues to build. Their fate now hangs by a single fraying thread. Action. Spitting silent defiance through clenched teeth as the dread pulses deeper into their bones. Our protagonist's footsteps drag heavy and hollow across the stone floor. Duty the only change still holding him upright as he marches toward an unknown fate. A strike slams against their head before they can even brace for impact. The blow connects with brutal intent, sending shockwaves of pain rattling through their skull. Rolls through the darkness before a fist rockets forward and connects with sickening precision. Blood splatters across the floor as the interrogator cracks a cruel smile and mutters that this one is clearly a bust. He rips from his throat, raw and utterly broken, every nerve ending searing with unbearable fire. The sound echoes through the chamber, bouncing off cold walls that offer no comfort and no escape. His voice dripping with cruel amusement as he probes for any flicker of memory about Do Hyuk's true nature. A twisted grin cracks across his face as he delivers the question like a cheap showman, absolutely reveling in his sick power trip. There's the heavy air as the helpless prisoner realizes the torment is nowhere near finished. Hope drains from his face, replaced by the cold understanding that no one is coming to save him. And his chilling question lands on a new victim with devastating weight. The name drops like a bomb and a heavy silence swallows the room. The lone spellcaster, the ghost who defies every rule, and the man these captives know absolutely nothing about. Park absorbs the crackling energy from Ivernar's heart. A system message confirming the successful transfer. 12-dimensional fragments now grant an extra 60% damage to Kalen Ogres, and 3 dungeons stand on standby waiting for his arrival. Pressure to extract Ivernar's colossal corpse from the KMAA's iron grip. Fury still simmers behind his eyes as he spits a curse under his breath, the memory of that hellish battle still burning fresh in his veins. His chest at the memory of finally seizing the Ogre Lord's blood, the key ingredient to his ascension. His status window flares open, revealing the terrifying trifecta of wizard, mechanic, and alchemist with monstrous boosts. To physically drink it astound, his status window flares open, in process of forging a legendary grade dimensional stone from the spoils of war. His body was still knitting itself back together, every muscle screaming in protest, but his mind flatly refused to rest. Every single spellbook that the sly fox Taepung had hoarded over a lifetime, our guy was literally piecing his body back together while simultaneously cramming forbidden knowledge into his already familiar texts, his mind sharpening into a lethal weapon even as his flesh slowly heals. Thanks to Berhard's insights and the transcendental dimension stone ripped from Ivernar, he started reconstructing weapons, with knowledge that transcended its normal crafting limits. Nearby, its tiny eyes reflecting the shimmering data from his latest creation. The system flashes an eye-watering number across the screen, 90 billion won, and that's just the starting point. Soul as the system confirms the absorption of Ivernar's heart energy into his very core. Raw numeric power surges through his frame as both his physical and magical defenses skyrocket by a solid 200 points each. On him like a mantle of absolute authority, unlocking the Ogre Lord's signature breath attack and the ability to fortify his spells beyond their normal limits. Our boy isn't just growing anymore. He's evolving into something the awakened world has never seen before. Into his consciousness, transcendence, a wisdom-scaling skill that amplifies his passive abilities on a mere 10-second cooldown. Jillian's lips curl into a confident grin as the numbers confirm what everyone suspects. Da Hyuk Park has skyrocketed through the ranks in an impossible short time. now sitting on a contract of death, open for all to see, revealing the terrifying trinity of classes with monstrous stat distributions that shouldn't even be possible. The sheer weight of his presence fills the space around him, a silent declaration that this man plays by rules no one else can even comprehend. Through his body, rewriting his very limits in real time as he feels his soul surging past the ceiling of what a B rank should be. A can opens with a soft click in the background as the auction hall suddenly erupts. A booming voice cuts the root. The room leans forward, the air crackling with hungry electricity that practically ignites the atmosphere. This is the moment they have all been waiting for, and the tension is so thick. You could cut it with a blade. Levitate on the display. Do-hyuk Park's creations shimmering under the spotlight as the bidding war erupts. A collective gasp ripples through the room, followed by a deafening roar. The opening bid alone sits at a staggering 80 billion won, and someone in the crowd whispers about Guildmaster In-hen Kang being found dead. The opening bid alone sits at a staggering 80 billion won, and someone in the crowd whispers about Guildmaster In-hen Kang being found dead. Just a deafening roar. Through the chaos, and Do-hyuk turns to find an old acquaintance sliding into view through the crowd. Recognition flickers across his features as she settles in beside him with the easy confidence of someone who has watched his rise from the beginning. Noting that even with the recent chaos consuming the awakened world, he still found time to craft an entire mountain of legendary items. A hint of genuine awe creeps into her professional tone, as she admits his abilities seem to be ballooning. Without going into her profession, as she senses the monstrous mana radiating from him, a pressure far beyond what she felt during their last meeting. She can feel it in her bones. This man standing before her is no longer the same hunter she once was. The feat thanks to Berhard's magic circle theory combined with the transcendental grade stone ripped from Ivernar's corpse. She lowers her voice, her eyes glinting with intrigue as she reveals that a massive player tried to secure his items before the auction even started. Someone with deep pockets and dangerous intentions. Fills the space around him, and Do-hyuk's eyes snap wide open in shock. Something just shifted in the atmosphere, and whatever information just reached him has completely frozen our hero in his tracks. As a massive player is in the room, an overwhelming force slams into our hero and sets his eyes ablaze with pure fury. A sharp collective gasp rips through the auction house. The air warps with a deafening roar as the ambush erupts in a single violent heartbeat. No way to dodge, the attackers all lunge at once, sensing a fatal opening, but the sickening crack that follows comes not from his body. It tears through the space around him. Our boy doesn't even flinch. His form blurs and slips straight through their kill zone. Dust, lunging forward with a strike meant to end him in one blow. Do-hyuk's vision shifts to infrared, every heat signature in the chaos lighting up like beacons. 13 targets total, counting the cowards still skulking in the shadows, but only 4 are dumb enough to show themselves. A swirling stone portal that swallows him whole just as the blades close in. The enemy freezes, their leader screaming in disbelief that he's simply vanished. Pure confusion twists their faces. This is absolutely not how the ambush was supposed to go. Do-hyuk rematerializes in a blinding flash of binary light. Moving so fast the air cracks around him. He lands a lightning-quick strike, and the first assassin crumples before he even registers the hit. A torrent of displace. Scale of the spell he just unleashed. Their composure shatters into pieces. His enemies stand frozen in utter shock, desperately trying to process what kind of power just bulldozed them. And then a voice cuts through the chaos, hitting Do-hyuk like a jolt of lightning straight to the spine. Hard, the traitor spits his name with pure venom, his face twisted by years of festering hatred. He snarls that Do-hyuk could have lived if he just stayed in hiding, but now he's signed his own death warrant. Hard, a coward hiding at the very back of the ambush pack, raving about the hell his life became, forced into the shadows as the most wanted man, while Do-hyuk enjoys the auction like a king. His voice cracks with rage as he vows to kill our hero for ruin. A cold command to get lost, he reminds the traitor that this is on him, that he chose to stab the entire world in the back while they were fighting a mega outbreak. The weight of the accusation hangs in the air like a guillotine blade. You brought this on yourself. Special skill Transcendence activates, the flames blazing with an unnatural white-hot intensity. A low, building hum vibrates through the battlefield as the spell compresses. Gathering pressure is officially run out. Launches himself forward, a mirror image splitting from his body and leaving after images to confound their aim. The traitor screams in frustration, blinded by the thick smoke, unable to track a single movement. A heavy, dead-weight thud shakes the ground as another body drops itself off the ground. The bettor screams in frustration plus fested. Just a heartbeat of clarity. A cold glint of steel flashes in the darkness, a hidden blade lunging straight for his throat. A sharp pivot, a sudden directional shift, and the attack whiffs completely. His jump, realizing the impossible truth. When he launched into the air, he somehow mapped out every single long-range awakened position in that instant. Panic spreads like wildfire. He knows where they all are, and they scramble. This is the battlefield. He knows where they all are, and they scramble into desperate dispensing. And Do-hyuk reads it like an open book. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He snaps his hand forward, and a binding spell lances out, snatching the air with ruthless precision. Unleashes the Bind Person spell, a Class 3 magic that seizes anything within a 16.4-foot radius for 20 brutal seconds. A strangled choke is all they can manage as the spell locks their limbs completely. He's coming. The terror in that realization is absolute and paralyzing. Of power, as the two armed figures below brace for impact. The air crackles with gathering mana, a low buzz that signals something massive is about to erupt. A pillar of concentrated magic ignites, a blazing inferno. A deafening roar that shakes the foundations. A DX Class 4 flame wall surges from the ground, a towering sheet of fire that forms an impassable blazing barrier. The enemy mages throw up a desperate shield, screaming in panic, a guttural cry to hold the line. Others groaning under the relentless heat as magic scrapes against magic. The hexagonal shield glows brightly, absorbing powerful impacts while energy particles scatter like dying sparks. Then it shatters with a thunderous boom that echoes through the entire auction house. Her body radiating an immense godlike energy that silences the battlefield. He calls upon Reverse, a DX Class 7 spell that catches their attack and prepares to twist it back against them. The magic bends to his will, their own power reflected and redirected with surgical precision. Rocks the arena, the redirected force slamming home with devastating finality. He counts down what remains with cold finality. 3. The traitor's body begins to destabilize, his form glitching. As his body begins to destabilize, his form glitching is cracked. A cold, irreversible deletion. The dying man's form fades, but his hatred burns white-hot, refusing to give our hero even the satisfaction of a broken spirit. His last rasping curse promises this is only the beginning, that he'll be waiting in hell. Finishes with a hollow, sucking sound. Do-hyuk's expression doesn't even flicker. His only reply is a cold statement that he looks forward to it. But the killing pressure doesn't release. It only replies a cold statement that he looks forward to it. But the killing pressure doesn't release. It only replies a cold statement that he looks forward to it. But the killing pressure doesn't release. It only replies a cold statement that he looks forward to it. But the killing pressure doesn't release. It only replies a cold statement that he looks forward to it. Promises a reckoning no one can walk away from. He growls at the last man standing to turn around, face him like a man. The question slices through the tense air. Do they want this slaughter to continue? Or is someone finally smart enough to drop their weapon? Pathetic spark of defiance still flickering in his eyes. But then a blur of motion rips through the air and the man's power fizzles out like a snuffed candle. Terror cracks every voice as what's left of the raiding party finally screams their surrender. Through the chaos, an ogre is charging straight toward them. Our boy doesn't even bother to turn around. He just tells Yuli to clean up the rest. And just like that, the Lone Spellcaster moves on, his reputation already far outpacing any threat. The air inside the KMAA Seoul headquarters. A senior official leans in, voice dropping low, and confirms the cold truth. HLN Kim and his entire crew are corpses now. An agent confirms the arrest of the two who begged for mercy. Then remains footage that chills the room. The A-rank HLN Kim was obliterated before he could even mount a defense. Absorbing every brutal frame of the massacre, one analyst mutters in disbelief, tracing how Do-hyuk redirected LN Kim's own sword blast straight back at him. The timing was absolutely flawless. The attack warped at the very instant it seemed to land. He slammed directly into ALLM Kim's own body. Do-hyuk's name hangs in the room like a thunderclap warning. The director immediately issues a silence order, demanding every single detail of his magic stay. Do-hyuk's name hangs in the room. like a thunderclap, warning every single detail of his magic stay buried. Do-hyuk's name hangs in the room, like a thunderclap warning. The director immediately issues a silence order, demanding every single detail of his magic stay buried. Do-hyuk's name hangs in the room. Like the right call. He argues that if Do-hyuk ever leaves the country, all their efforts to shield him become utterly meaningless. A man then addresses the seated woman, his voice tense with deference. Asks if there's anything he's still hiding from her. Her gaze sharpens into a blade. She asks if he trusts her, then orders him to turn around, and then she redirects them entirely, commanding Do-hyuk. But her sharp gaze holds a deeper, unreadable intensity. A sudden, piercing focus radiates from her. This woman is playing a much longer game. The pieces are moving, and she holds them all in her iron grip. Lee, a force of nature in her own right. A gust of wind sweeps through the empty corridor as if even the air itself respects her authority. Meanwhile, the sound of his own footsteps echoes as Do-hyuk walks away. His mind already sets up his own. Something that genuinely caught him off guard. The memory of her shy invitation sends a quiet, unfamiliar warmth rushing through his chest. She had fidgeted there, chewing her lip before finally asking if he was free, over the weekend. Genuinely curious what she was getting at. She'd stammered, her usual confidence crumbling into a nervous heap right in front of him. Then she finally managed to whisper the full, terrifying request. It was the bravest thing she'd ever done. And our boy said yes. A warm blush spreads across her cheeks, a gentle smile playing on her lips as her emotions visibly stir. She greets him at the door, face already flushed, telling him he's early and to step inside. And for one breathless moment, the entire outside world simply fades into nothing. She takes a step forward, a subtle sparkle around her, her hand resting on her chest with pure anticipation. Time itself seems to pause, holding this fragile moment between them. She looks amazing. He admits that if he knew she was going to look that pretty, he would have dressed up too. But she reassures him he already looks great. And just like that, they step through the gates into a chaotic symphony of flashing lights. Hey, with this, the worry flickers across her face. He reaches out and holds her hand, pulling her forward into the beautiful chaos without a word of hesitation. His grip is firm, warm, and full of unspoken reassurance. Busier, so they might as well take their time and enjoy every single second today. She practically glows, a real smile finally breaking through every last trace of worry. Her delighted scream echoes from the ride, pure joy bursting out of her brain. Promise's fists rose up into the air, protesting the books and unsealing germs. Bear with a rare, easy grin. He asks her how it was. Is she actually having fun? She confesses she's never been happier, that just relaxing like this feels incredible. But she suddenly realizes they've only done her picks and asks what he wants to try. Round, letting the moment guide them. Her eyes lock onto the massive, slowly turning Ferris wheel, and she practically bounces with excitement. He follows her pointing finger toward its glowing silhouette cutting against the darkening sky. A quiet decision to steal a moment of peace high above all the noise. The gondola door closes with a soft thud, muffling the park's clamor into a distant, gentle hum. Then a deep, resonant F-woom rumbles through the cabin as they begin their slow ascent into the night. The entire world drops beneath them. Seong-mi asks him if he likes the view from up here, her voice soft with pure wonder. He watches her, fingers twitching restlessly. A rare sliver of genuine peace. Sank great. Started. Time to go. Just as he speaks, a loud metallic clunk shatters the fragile quiet, jolting the cabin violently. Seong-mi's gaze snaps toward the sound, her peaceful expression instantly replaced by sharp alertness. Sudden and violent arrival transforming their serene escape into the opening move of a brutal new game. Flames roar and crackle, swallowing the silence whole as the gondola rocks from the impact. Her breath catches in her throat, the warmth of their private moment, swallowing every whisper of warmth as something violent awakens in the darkness. Black, casting twisted shadows across terrified faces before the void swallows them whole. Then every single light in the park dies at once, plunging the crowd into absolute suffocating darkness. Pleading for everyone to wait until the power returns. But our hero's attention snaps elsewhere. Seong-mi's eyes begin to glow with that soft, sorrowful light, and Do-hyuk catches the hidden tremble in her shoulders. Seong-mi's eyes begin to glow with that soft, sorrowful light, and Do-hyuk catches the hidden tremble in her shoulders. Seong-mi's eyes begin to glow with that soft, sorrowful light, and Do-hyuk catches the hidden tremble in her shoulders. Seonmi's eyes begin to glow with that soft, sorrowful light, and Doheo catches the hidden tremble in her shoulders. Seonmi's eyes begin boiling under her breath. Of all the cursed times for the park to go completely dark, it had to be right now. A heavy sigh escapes her as the searing disappointment of a ruined once-in-a-lifetime moment presses down his chest. Sorrowful glow, the disappointment sinking deep into her bones. But then a blinding flash of memory rips through Do-hyuk's mind. The stench of blood and the sting of betrayal, burning behind his eyes. Of that assassin's ambush crashes over him like a wave of ice water. Every detail, surging back with brutal clarity, the terror, the chaos, the helplessness he felt that day. Days, asking if she has finally steadied her racing heart, she offers him a hollow nod, brushing off his worry with a fragile lie that never quite reaches her eyes. But he sees right through it, pushing her to confess what dark thought has her so completely imprisoned inside her own head. He needs to know what's haunting her, and then another name cuts through his mind. Hayes. Bringing him back to the brutal lesson those Chinese assassins carved into his flesh. The memory detonates outward, flames of violent recollection roaring to life inside his mind's eye. Each scar screaming with phantom pain. Sound tearing through the air and yanking Seong-mi back from the edge of her own spiraling terror. Her eyes widen as she snaps back to reality. Oh. He says her name like a question, waiting for the truth she refuses to speak. But she shakes her head, shoving the terror deep down, and insists it is nothing he needs to worry about. The fear still pulses beneath her skin. Armored figures crash to their knees. The command echoes with absolute authority, and every single one of them obeys without hesitation. The digital realm, his powers manifesting as grids of glowing energy. A system message confirms what he already feels surging through the circuits. The golem's rank has been upgraded to combat golem. A massive training hall now humming with protective wards. Another alert flashes. His drone rank has been upgraded to combat drone. Blue energy. Our hero plunges through the vast shimmering interior of the facility. Even at this brutal hour, the muffled rhythm of fists pounding a target echoes from deep inside. Hayes refuses to stop training. Room with a rush of displaced air. Her movements screech to a violent halt, the high-pitched whir of fading energy filling the space as she turns toward him. Existence between them. Hayes freezes mid-breath, her eyes blowing wide as Do-hyuk pulls a sleek pulsing black core from his dimensional inventory. The item humming with a dense and dangerously compressed energy. A quiet gasp of pure unfiltered awe escapes her lips, her mind already racing with the staggering possibilities. He can tell she's been training hard, that she's definitely got more magic than she used to. A phantom blade of light traces through the air, carving a shimmering path toward what comes next. It's through the dim light of the room. Sharp and decisive, our boy explains that his mechanic level has finally peaked high enough to perform critical upgrades and deep structural repairs. His palm like a heartbeat waiting to be born. And deep within that compressed energy, the combat golem Irene stirs, ready to awaken. Satisfied grin, handing the final call over to Hayes like it's nothing. A phantom blade of light shimmers in the space between them, heavy with possibility and consequence. She hesitates, the sheer magnitude of this upgrade pressing down on her chest like a physical weight. Breaking through her paralysis, she promises to give him an answer once her mind is truly made up. But before that tension can settle, a new question comes to the right. Would she like to come along for something else entirely? Genuine concern flickering across her features as she asks if everything's okay between the two of them. Our hero doesn't flinch, doesn't deflect. He simply shares that the KMAA just dropped a fresh dungeon request in his lap. Cool as ever. Blank if she wants in on this one. But this isn't just any standard dungeon crawl. The entry conditions are brutally specific. 5 participants maximum, and every single one of them must rank below SS. If Yulhee's already locked in for this operation, then she's all in. No questions asked. The mention of that name lands with sobering weight, though. If they need someone that's skilled, this doesn't mean anything. Solidifies into cold fact. Do-hyuk confirms it's an unbalanced dungeon waiting for them out on Jeju Island like a predator in the dark. The kind of place where the rules don't play fair and survival isn't guaranteed. Like ice water straight to the face. An unbalanced dungeon. The very phrase raises the hair on their necks and sends a chill racing down their spines. Do-hyuk lays out the grim conditions without sugarcoating. Practical focus, already mapping out the preparation timeline like a seasoned veteran. They've got 1 week to sharpen their blades, tighten their teamwork, and transform into a single killing machine. The clock starts now. Pure determination blazing in her eyes like wildfire. She swears to drill their coordination until it's absolutely flawless, until every movement flows like instinct. But just then, Songmi's face flushes crimson as she calls out to our hero with that familiar warmth. He answers her phone, her voice carrying that warmth our boy always leans into like gravity. The connection bridges continents in an instant, pulling them together despite the impossible distance. Her tone shifts, with surprise and gentle curiosity. So early, and he admits with a tired sigh that sleep never came for him last night. A look of pure wonder crosses her face as she reads between the lines instantly. She guesses the truth without him saying it. The date crashed and burned, and he doesn't get in a single thing. Higher continents, her voice a fragile thread reaching out from a quiet hotel room in London. Miles of ocean and land separate them, but right now, none of that matters. She's right there with him, in this moment hanging on every word. Sky as it descends toward its destination. She listens carefully as our hero begins offering advice, sensing the gentle nudge hidden beneath his measured tone. Down below, Do Hyuk and Hayes arrive at the Jeju Island branch, ready to face whatever comes out. It's that one shaky attempt doesn't mean the story's already over. Failure isn't the end. It's just the first chapter of something better. They arrive early, 30 whole minutes before the appointed meeting time, and the relief washing through them is palpable. Urgent intensity. He's about to join the assault and this call has to end right now. Songmi quietly processes the implications of those words, her mind spinning through every possible scenario. Meanwhile, Hayes watches her with a knowing smirk, reading every thought flickering behind those eyes. Then lays out the cold truth about the unbalanced dungeon's difficulty. The warning is severe but practical. They need to be in peak condition, no exceptions. If she's not feeling well, they can always push the departure to tomorrow instead. Head like a lifeline, pulling her steadily back toward stable ground. She takes a deep breath, centering herself and locks onto a single undeniable truth. Keep it simple. Let her truth size shine through. That's the only strategy that matters now. Cuts through the ocean breeze as she calls out to our boy in sheer unfiltered wonder. Something has stopped her dead in her tracks, her entire body frozen in place. The world around her just expanded beyond anything she ever dared to imagine. Edge of the overlook, mouth slightly agape as the endless blue horizon swallows her senses completely. The sea stretches out before her, impossibly vast, impossibly real. She can barely be 4 words of this exist. Air with a simple greeting, carrying the weight of an introduction that changes everything. New faces emerge at this critical junction, and the next chapter of our hero's journey is already taking shape. Whatever awaits inside that unbalanced dungeon just got a whole lot more complicated. Hangs in the ocean breeze as our man Do Hyuk Park turns toward a curious new face with that steady, reassuring presence of his. He extends his hand with a simple introduction, and even without a word, his towering frame radiates a calm confidence that makes the entire team stop and stare. Not at the sea, but at him. I'm dropping vital intel. The enemy they're hunting is Ixon, a 39-year-old brute who swings dual battle axes and rains down both physical and magical devastation. A senior hunter nudges Do Hyuk to drop the formal talk, and our guy just grins, accepting the camaraderie with an easy nod. A Lone Spellcaster, and his boots crunch against gravel in perfect unison with the squad. Each step a drumbeat of approaching danger. An unnatural wind howls from the dungeon entrance, whipping hair across the depths of rush. Freezes mid-stride as Do Hyuk locks eyes on something ahead and mutters under his breath. The unbalanced dungeon yawns open before them, a vast wasteland of jagged rock and suffocating endless gray that swallows the horizon whole. Any of them has ever witnessed, and Hayes realizes with growing dread that its sheer scale warps depending on its terrifying rank. A stunned silence hangs heavy in the air as the team struggles to grasp the death trap stretching out ahead, until a veteran hunter lets out a weary snort. A recon drone at his age, but a younger hunter quickly shuts it down, insisting horrifying scan results back to the team. Do Hyuk scans the map and makes the call. No rest stops in the gorge, so they gear up right here before plunging straight into hell. Ripples through Hayes' body, and it hits her like a thunderbolt. This is what Do-hyuk's buff truly feels like. She feels herself jump an entire rank as our hero instructs his new summoner to guard the rear and keep her eyes locked on him. With a final nod, the squad pushes forward, their footsteps swallowed by the ominous gorge arrested. Here, they march deeper into the abyss, the air thickening with a rotting stench that coats the back of their throats. Do-hyuk assigns Yunso to scan the sky and cover the backline alongside Haze. Surveillance is their only lifeline now. Then a guttural growl rumbles from the darkness, stopping the interview of the Display. One hunter shouts a warning, her sharp nose picking up a scent so foul it turns her stomach inside out. The smell triggers a dark memory, and cold dread washes over her face. She's crossed paths with this horror before. She screams her warning just as the monsters explode. Pure shock jolts through Do-hyuk's veins the instant he registers the ambush, their bodies twisted beyond recognition. Charging is a mindless wave of teeth and claws driven by a single murder of purpose. There's no negotiation, no warning, just a wall of death bearing straight at them. A panicked cry for Do-hyuk slices through the chaos. As the monsters close in from every direction, more abominations swarm the rear, trapping them in a perfect pincer, with no escape route in sight. Erupts as Yang unleashes everything he's got, the heat scorching the air raw as the monsters lunge forward towards Songmi. Her weapon suddenly pulses with a blinding righteous light, and with a fierce battle cry, she lunges straight into the horde, her blade hungry for corrupted flesh. Teammate, as Seongmi's strike connects with devastating force, pure energy blasting outward and shoving the monsters back hard. But desperation quickly creeps back into the squad's shouts. There are just too many bodies piling in, an endless tide of snarling death, pressing forward inch by bloody in. A warrior's gaze hardens as a heavy blow smashes into a monster's skull, the impact echoing off the rock walls like thunder. The corrupted tide pushes forward in a relentless march, but then a collective gasp of awe ripples through the team. They're whispers for you. Energy slashes across the battlefield, momentarily lighting up the darkness. Pure, unfiltered terror grips a hunter as he points a shaking finger at something rising behind the horde, his voice cracking into a horrified stutter. Words fail him, completely as the ground begins to tremble. Eyes stretch wide, every ounce of courage drains from the squad in an instant. A single deafening heartbeat of dread pounds through Do-hyuk's chest. An enormous shadow swallows the gorge as a monstrous silhouette shambles. Question chokes the air. How the hell does anyone even begin to kill a thing like that? A seismic thud rattles their bones as the colossal entity plants its foot, shaking the very ground beneath them. A deep, threatening rumble rolls through the earth, promising an imminent catastrophic attack. Its claws into every heart, but in Do-hyuk's outstretched hand, a defiant spark of fire ignites. Magic blazes into a roaring inferno in his palm, a beacon of pure will against the suffocating darkness. Intense magical energy glows from his hand, casting sharp shadows across his unyielding face. The creature's armored face stares forward, eyes glowing with intense blue light, but Haze watches the sky split open. The forgotten image of Jeju Island's ocean crashes back into her mind. It's actually real. That endless blue she once appeared. That head was blowing over her, a moment of pure beauty holding its head down. It's actually real. That endless blue she once only knew from faded photographs. Profound wonder washes over her, a moment of pure beauty holding its head. A violent surge of wind buffets the party as the beam reaches critical velocity, the air itself cracking apart with a deafening roar. The impact obliterates everything in its path, and through the chaos of rush the battlefield falls. Silence for everything is blowing up all. A blinding flash, then silence. Dust and debris hang suspended in the air like ghosts as the echoes of destruction begin to fade. A powerful explosion rocks the entire gorge, and when the light finally clears, nothing on that battlefield will ever be the same again. Of alien energy, its blue systems blazing to life. Our hero descends like a meteor, and a shockwave from his impact splits the very air with a deafening crack. The ground beneath the party erupts instantly, hurling debris and dust. High journey, piling impossible pressure onto the enemy. A blinding flash of light swallows the entire landscape, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from its fury. And then, silence reclaims the world. Wipe out an entire army. A terrifying truth settles in. Squinting through the smoke, a wave of disbelief slams into our party. Somehow, impossibly, the monstrosity endures the full brunt of their combined assault. Or shimmers inside the smoke, knitting flesh and bone back together at horrifying speed. Do-hyuk's mind races as he realizes that crimson object is the beast's heart, yet his magic slides right off it. Without missing a beat, our boy snaps into command, sending his golems charged to prove. Plated arm dominates the blood-red terrain, flexing with unspeakable power. Akron and Irene immediately move to shield Sengni from the incoming counterswing. Like a freight train, its shadow swallowing the entire battleground, but a sudden brilliant flash of light cuts across the chaos as a defensive barrier shimmers to life. The arm slams into their protection and bursts into formless smoke, phasing completely through the attack. Shaking bellow that vibrates deep in their bones. And that's when Do-hyuk sees it. A single devastating opening presents itself, and he doesn't hesitate for a heartbeat. A deafening crack splits the air as the creature's shifting form destabilizes. Its rejecting power explodes from the clash, pushing the large monster back while the word turn glows brightly. Songmi shouts the signal, and in that exact instant, Do-hyuk launches himself forward like a loaded missile. His foot drives into the ground with such force that the earth buckles in sadder, loose rocks from the cliffs as the rumble intensifies. Without warning, grasping limbs of pure dark energy erupt from the soil, snatching at his ankles and holding him in place. Panic flashes through him for a split second, as the rotten hands tightens their grip and refuse to let him move. Bursts from the dirt, seizing his shoulder and dragging him down with a sickening pull. But a devastating explosion radiates from his body, blasting the grasping limbs to smithereens. He immediately roars for his party to launch him skyward, turning his own body into the sickening pull. And in a single synchronized motion, a blast of force propels him upward. The armored figure streaks through the air, its blue glow a beacon of pure speed. Reaching the peak of his arc, his hand latches onto the monster's bony protrusion with an iron grip around his fist as he channels everything he has into a single decisive point. With a primal scream of pure unfiltered rage, he drives his attack into the core. A sickening crunch ripples outward as the hardened shell fractures. Spiderwebbing cracks racing across its surface. Impact, whipping across the battlefield and forcing everyone to brace against the gale. The core implodes and detonates in a fiery shockwave, shredding the monster's regenerating form into nothingness. Our hero stands alone amidst the settling ash, chest heaving, victorious. A raw, exhausted claim of absolute victory. But deep within the ceremonial chamber, a foul green energy hisses to life. Slithering off the ornate altar with a sentient, malevolent hunger, a violent tremor rocks the entire dungeon as the dark energy detonates outward in response to the rich world's failure. As within the ancient basin, its corrupted fumes rising, then comes a furious, inhuman scream of frustration echoing through the halls. The master realizing his precious plaything is gone. Odium's cold, calculating voice cuts through the shadows, laced with nothing but irritation at his broken. About the disaster unfolding right outside their doorstep. Messy, bloody chaos is ripping through the gorge as a squad of unknown intruders butchers the defectors without breaking a sweat. Our own party watches from the shadows, realizing another faction is already here cleaning out. Gear steps forward, silencing another who tries to report. Already knowing what they're about to say, the shivering subordinate admits he's no match, his voice cracking as he prepares to beg for reinforcements. A suffocating chill of murderous intent freezes the defector bid. The shivering subordinate admits he's no match, his voice cracking as he prepares to beg for reinforcements. A suffocating chill of murderous intent as Odium's eyes narrow. The man's trembling resolve, making it clear cowardice is a death sentence here. But before the terrified fool can retract his words, Odium decides to repurpose him on the spot. A violent wet blast of organic matter erupts as the corrupt priest forces his will to represent the shutdown. Odium commands a monstrous new abomination to rise and obey. The twisted new horror launches itself out of the chamber. A gust of death ripping through the corridor, the entire mountain groans under the pressure of the dark magic. A deep mountain groans under the pressure of the dark magic. A deep mechanical rumble. One death cracked surges through the tunnels. A silent speeding horde moving to encircle our team completely. Odium's chilling order rings out to lock down every single exit and erase the intruders from existence. A chorus of guttural affirmations answers him, and the horde spreads out to tighten the noose around the entire area. The judges scan made out of their green. The horde spreads out to tighten the noose around the entire area. Rain dripping down inside the dungeon, and suggests they hightail it out of this death trap. But as she quickly checks their supplies, a grim realization hits her. They'll starve long before they ever find a way out. A sudden crackle of static energy cuts through the tense silence, making everyone flinch in surprise. And Do-hyuk's voice cuts through the noise, calm and steady. He asks if she has a moment to talk. The pressure only grows heavier, and the next move feels absolutely inevitable. But even through the noise, Seongmi's voice finds a teasing rhythm. Why is he still awake when he told her to sleep? Our boy Do-hyuk answers, bone-weary and raw, that his body gave out hours ago, but something much darker won't let him close his eyes. He orders her to rest, but she can feel the weight pressing through every word. Exhaustion keeping him awake, but a dread so deep it pins his eyes open like hooks. Every muscle screams for relief, yet his mind is a cage. And against the cold rock, Seongmi's heart pounds as she gathers every scrap of courage she's been burying for this exact moment. Lee bursts free. Oppa! A trembling silence stretches between them, thick enough to choke on, and then the dam inside her shatters completely. With her pulse hammering, she tells him outright that she wants him to be her boyfriend. No more hiding. She asks him to go out with her, his name catching in her throat like a prayer, but just as the confession leaves her lips, a violent screech of static rips through the communicator and swallows the final syllable whole. The line goes dead. Yulhee's cheerful voice cuts through the void, calling for Do-hyuk Oppa and announcing the shift change like nothing just happened. She's completely oblivious to the emotional bomb she stepped on. And somewhere in the dark, a choked curse. Focus. Dawn breaks and the rain evaporates like a ghost, the world resetting under a pale sky, and with their teamwork now razor-sharp, the party tears through the dungeon at devastating speed. Every movement of seamless kill. Of hunters who came before lurch upright, attacking with dead hands and empty eyes. They dispatch the undead without breaking formation, and plunge deeper into the mountain's heart. Blood and bone, crunch underfoot, and at last they reach the summit. Entrance to the altar crowning the peak. A glowing green substance sizzles before the distant gates, and a cold, unnatural wind rushes through the open maw. Something ancient and foul awaits inside, feeling that they'll never reach Master Odium. But this beast is different. It speaks with an intelligence that chills the blood. Do-hyuk's voice drops grim as he reveals the truth. Odium was once a high priest, corrupted, the very same monster he crossed. Our boy never imagined that bastard would be the master of this twisted dungeon. The realization hits like a punch, and beside him, Seongmi's voice wavers with worry as she calls his name. Speak their language, but Do-hyuk sees no reason to let it keep talking. He gives the order, "Let's take them out," and the trio steps forward, powers flaring. But a distorted voice suddenly grates through the air, a mechanical screech that freezes them and places them. With dark energy, the atmosphere snaps with static as the pressure spikes and something mechanical clicks into place. A trap or a spell locking onto them. Every instinct screams that they've just stepped into something far worse than a guardian. Darkness and resolves into a towering figure wreathed in malice. Blue energy crackles around Do-hyuk as he braces himself, but Odium is already moving. With a roar, the corrupted priest unleashes a devastating slash that shreds the air itself, aiming to cleave them in two. In a flash of light, Do-hyuk conjures a barrier. The shield shatters with a sharp crack, but their bodies remain whole. This monster is on a whole different level. Odium steps forward, mocking that his guards couldn't even buy him a moment's peace. He fixes them with a hollow gaze and asks if beings of another world had come to kill him. Ended up sent to hell, beyond any hope of saving. But Do-hyuk fires back that this time won't be the same. Odium's eyes narrow with sinister curiosity. He recognizes the slayer of Izark standing before him. Nothing but pawns on a chessboard, and a lone figure stands on the checkered floor. Do-hyuk answers without hesitation. Deus wants to shatter Vendella's plans, and they are the pieces of undeniable. Feed them to their enemies without a shred of mercy. Odium's body erupts with dark flames. He's already made peace with his damnation after falling into this world alone. He declares this is the trial he must overcome, for not believing in Vendella from the very start. 8. He vows to annihilate every false creature like Do-hyuk with a roar that shakes the altar. Everything he does is to claw his way back to his home world, no matter the cost. His face into a mask of feral obsession. Suddenly, a tears of despair debuff activates with a floosh. a weakening curse that drains physical strength and threatens to consume them. The battlefield ignites with despair itself, takes hold. But Do-hyuk signals the team to move exactly as they discussed, and the world smears into a violent motion blur. As they launch their assault, they're not breaking, they're executing. Swishes above the altar, and Odium stands ready, enveloped in a crackling aura. He sneers that he doesn't know what they're planning, but he can taste their desperation bleeding into the air. And power as she makes a sudden lunge, and Odium's voice drops to a deadly promise. He won't let them leave this place. The clash erupts, and everything is on the line. A searing green blast erupts from the hooded figure's hands. The bolt screams across the altar, carving a perfect line through the heavy stillness, and the entire chamber detonates with bone-rattling force. Her eyes glassy and distant as if some unseen force has swallowed her whole. Someone shouts her name through the smoke, desperately trying to pull her back from whatever trance has taken hold. A cold shiver races down every spine as something dark stirs in the shadows. Behind them, lunge forward, scrambling to dodge the unseen danger closing in from behind. The green spell slams into the stone floor like a hammer dropped from the heavens, and a raw groan escapes as someone crashes to the ground with pain flashing through every nerve. Scream rips through the dust the moment she sees him down, her heart lurching into her throat. Through gritted teeth, he pushes out the words, begging them to save themselves and leave him behind. His battered body slams against the rubble. Pinned and utterly helpless, sneers that he never planned to let a single soul escape this altar. Dark magic coils through the chamber like a living thing, a violent gust whipping through the darkness. Then a powerful suction grips everything, dragging the chaos to an abrupt and terrifying pause. Very walls, guttural and ancient, dripping with pure malice. The party freezes mid-step, confusion twisting their faces as their eyes dart toward the source. A deep bone-shaking hum vibrates through the floorboards as something massive and hungry, still at touch, fighters as the vortex begins dragging them in. Our boy snarls through the chaos, fury blazing in his chest because this wretched priest keeps standing in his way. He plants himself squarely between the monster and his friends, refusing to let Odium lay a single finger. Approaching darkness, his silhouette cuts stark against the swirling green light. The inner passage of the altar stretches before them, cold and waiting. As blades whisper through the air, the party pushes deeper into the temple's heart. Determined, ancient, etched into every movement. Barely flinches, and a grim realization settles into our hero's pounding heart. Brute force alone won't crack this monster. He raises a steady hand and tells everyone to hold, because there's something crucial they all need to hear before the real fight begins. The weight of the moment pressing down on them all. With a voice steady despite the chaos roaring around them, he lays out the mechanics of Odium's attacks. Questions start flooding in, but Do-hyuk waves them off, knowing answers will have to wait because survival comes first. Each one a deadly piece of the puzzle they must solve. 3 separate magic stones need to be destroyed completely independent from the boss itself, and every wasted second counts as another moment the boss's magic stone drinks in more power, pushing them closer to catastrophe. Tension crackling in his voice betrays just how high the stakes truly are. Hayes and Yunso step forward, their expressions hardening with unshakable resolve. They're each taking on distinct roles, splitting the crushing burden across the team. Spots the first objective glinting through the haze. The full weight of the plan settles over the group like a shroud because one mistake means every soul in this altar gets erased from existence. With a powerful dash, she launches herself along the path, toward her designator. A unique puzzle carved into unyielding granite that must be deciphered and destroyed. For Yonso and Hayes, the strategy hinges on pure division, splitting the enemy's focus clean in two. Songmi's strength lies in raw, blinding speed in a red shoe. Fence. The shield their very survival depends on. Then Do-hyuk reaches the final piece of this nightmare, the boss's magic stone and what happens when it finishes charging. A cold, creeping dread slithers down every spine as the ultimate consequence hangs in the air. Unspoken but absolutely deafening, they vanish, wiped from existence without leaving a single trace. Zero chance of survival, zero hope of escape, and the clock is ticking with absolutely no room for error. The intricate glowing structure pulls up with fiery energy, a ticking bomb counting down. To this, the signal that ignites their desperate white-knuckled race against time. The chamber erupts into pure chaos as spells and steel collide in a thundering symphony of destruction. The party scatters into formation, each member locking onto their assigned role, with desperate life or death pressing on one of their abilities. Missiles scream across the battlefield, streaking toward their targets with lethal intent. Impact after impact shakes the chamber to its foundations, shattering stone and testing the very limits of their resolve. The assault is relentless, but no one dares to slow down, sneering at their desperate struggle and insisting the brand can never be cleansed. A weary breath escapes, but exhaustion is a luxury they simply cannot afford right now. Dohyok drops low as shimmering blue energy wraps around his body, the air crackling with raw dimensional power. The mark of Death Hill burns into Dohyok's face. Odium lunges forward with a shriek, screaming that our hero is wide open and utterly vulnerable. But the blade slices through nothing but empty air, as Dohyok twists aside, narrowly escaping the killing stroke. Hungry for blood, blades and spells clash in a violent, desperate dance as our boy ducks and weaves through the onslaught, buying every precious second he can for his team. Then a searing, crackling agony burns through his shoulder, twisting his face into his mask. Then a searing, crackling agony burns through his team. Body can only endure so much before it finally shatters, but stone skin activates with a grinding rumble, ancient magic hardening living flesh into armor. Across the chamber, the first statue's defenses finally crack and splinter as Ixan's relented. A series of devastating explosive impacts. A desperate plea cuts through the chaos as someone begs the team to hurry and smash those stones before the clock runs out. Then the sharp, promising sound of fracturing stone echoes through the chamber. Odium shatters and crumbles, leaving the priest frozen in stunned disbelief. He demands to know how his supposedly impenetrable protection was broken, his cold composure cracking for the very first time. The certainty in his twisted mind crumbles because his statues were never meant to be easy prey. Weeks of pent-up fury, because he's been studying these attacks since the 8th floor and knows every single weakness. He's endured all that suffering, all that pain, waiting for this exact moment. And now, his vengeance has finally arrived. Hero's eyes blaze with fierce, unrestrained satisfaction. The final seal ruptures in a cascade of blinding light and rolling thunder, victory roaring through the altar like an unstoppable storm. Sunfire ignites around him as the tide of battle turns it off, leaving Haze and Songmi unconscious, but cradled safely in the arms of a massive spectral guardian. Emerald orbs float around them like silent sentinels. But our hero doesn't pause. He rips a stone guardian arm clean off with raw explosive force and charges into battle with a furious war cry. Ends with precision, and the whole chamber shudders. A shockwave thunders outward, shaking the dungeon to its ancient bones. The ground heaves violently, but our protagonist feels violently, but our protagonist's gaze stays locked. Nothing can break his focus. Remains steady as steel. Another stone sentinel lunges with a piercing scream, but he throws up a barrier in the blink of an eye. The monster's fist crashes against it in a blinding shower of crackling sparks and rips through the battlefield as another statue crumbles to rubble. His relentless barrage hammers forward, without mercy, driving the enemy back. Then his voice cuts through the chaos. This fight ends right now. A brilliant golden energy beam blasts forward, splitting the stone guardian's torso wide open like a shattered tree trunk. Its body bursts into 1,000 useless fragments. A searing white flash vaporizes every last piece of debris in a cataclysmic detonation. Across the final guardian's chest, splitting the stone like parched earth. His allies stare in breathless awe at the lone spellcaster standing unshaken. Amid the destruction, swirling and gathering at his command, suddenly, Songmi bursts. Interruption. Her target is blindingly fast but brittle as glass. She closes the distance in a heartbeat, her body slicing through the air with blade-like precision. The enemy's attack whooshes harmlessly, past its fixed movements, far too slow to connect. Every whoosh of air with calm precision. Then her blade detonates the statue from the inside out with a thunderous kaboom. The stone shell fractures and crumbles under the overwhelming force. Just then, a brilliant beam of energy erupts from his glowing eye. The battle's final, climactic stage. Ixan staggers backward, a sharp grunt of pain escaping through clenched teeth. But the enemy grits her teeth and lunges forward, her resolve burning hotter than ever. Rocks the entire dungeon as their powers collide in a blinding surge. A lone figure still clutching a glowing device, is swallowed whole by the surging golden energy. The explosion consumes the enemy entirely, leaving nothing behind but crackling static. Vice, radiating intense golden light, his voice dissolves into garbled static, words fracturing into meaningless noise. His speech glitches and fragments further, twisting into broken ground. Its resistance is off the charts. A mighty crack echoes as Ixan's deadly fusion of magic and physical force can punch through anything. Force, asserting absolute dominance over the crumbling foe. A brutal crash follows as his heel drives deep into the fractured guardian's body. His magic-enhanced stomp sends cracks, spidering through the stone. The stone defenses are finally giving way. A fierce concussive boom erupts as his empowered strike breaches the core. Flames whoosh and stone screams as Ixan's combined assault rips the guardian apart from within. It's reducing the towering statue to a pile of smoldering rubble. Do-hyuk's weapons glow with intense, crackling energy as the enemy sneers with contempt, demanding to know what pathetic purpose this resistance serves. Our hero's lips curl into a desk prowl. Upward in an instant, a wave of support magic radiates from his body, flooding his entire party with renewed power. Energy rushes back into his paralyzed arm, like fire through dead nerves. Finally, he can move it again. As his strength floods back in full. Wide support pulses through Do-hyuk's limb, and raw power he unleashes a raging fireball blaze that scorches the very air into shimmering heat. An unstoppable tide of liquid flame swallowing everything in its path. The firestorm slams against the enemy's last crumbling line of defense. A deeply satisfying crack rings out. The barrier is moments from total collapse, shoving the enemy to the very brink of annihilation. Do-hyuk's entire body crackles with untamed energy, warping and distorting the air around him. The enemy shrieks in raw outrage, howling that he dares to do this to him. One figure, rise and face judgment. The enemy forces himself upright, with a guttural throat-tearing scream of pure defiance. A quiet, resigned sigh slips from our hero's lips as he accepts the grim necessity of what comes next. Monster now, before the man attempts something truly desperate. He fires a force missile and a fireball in unison, both detonating with a deafening kaboom. The twin projectiles swoosh through the air. Spiraling forward is a double helix of pure destruction. Ups in a cataclysmic blast that seems to shake the very fabric of reality. A strangled, agonized scream rips from the enemy's throat as the damage tears through him. The villain spits venom through his pain, admitting he wants to savor torturing our hero. Slowly, he snarls that he'll just use whatever power he has left to blast our hero straight to hell. Green energy pulses around the enemy as his face twists into a menacing grin, his red eyes blazing with murdering attack. Shakes the very foundations of the boss chamber. Morse channels every fragment of his twisted existence into a single, hellbound blast, meant to erase our hero from reality, death, and for one terrible heartbeat the cold grip of oblivion tightens around his throat. A horrifying recognition slams into him. This power mirrors the defector he faced before, but twisted into something infinitely more monstrous. Realizing this is no mere echo of the past, but a nightmare resurrected and made far, far worse. Each one blazing with sickly green lightning that cackles with hunger. Morse's power manifests as a horrifying sea of undead, shrieking into existence with an insatiable appetite for life. This demonic legion stands on a completely different level, pushing our hero beyond any nightmare he has ever walked through. As the energy reaches its critical mass, a scorching shockwave blasts outward, incinerating ancient stone and transforming the arena into a roaring furnace. Morse shrieks with unholy glee, commanding his legion of skulls to crush our boy into dust, without mercy. Pressure cracking like brittle glass beneath Do-hyuk's boots. A long-charged spellcaster bolt rips from the maelstrom, screaming toward our hero with a ravenous hunger for his soul. The boss holds nothing back, pouring every ounce of his power into this system. As shockwaves from that monstrous magic tear through even the outer chambers. Seongmi's voice rings with desperation. Only a boss could unleash such a cataclysm from the center. A monstrous ogre's roar answers her fear, a chorus of dungeon fury echoing through the crumbling tunnels. And from the choking smoke tears a guttural, enraged roar. Impact after impact shudders through the stone floor, throwing lesser monsters off their feet like helpless rag dolls. Morse simply cackles, his crimson eyes slicing through the smoke with predator resolves. More simply cackles, his crimson eyes slicing through the smoke with predator resolves. More simply cackles, his crimson eyes slicing through the smoke with predator resolves. More simply cackles, his crimson eyes slicing through the smoke with predator resolves. More simply cackles, his crimson eyes slicing through the smoke with predator resolve. Energy surges forward, its fanged maw flanked by multiple blazing red eyes. Shadowy spikes lash out from the skulls, hunting our boy down like a cornered animal. Morse vows to carve out a pitiful and agonizing death as punishment for defiance, savoring every scream he plans to express. Fear splinters under the relentless assault, fracturing like thin ice beneath a hammer. A strangled cry of pure agony tears from his throat as magical feedback rips through every nerve in his body. The first spike tears through fabric and flesh like wet paper, painting a bright red streak across his battered form. Inside himself, grasping for the dragon forest's ancient blessing buried within his soul, the world fades to blinding white as he finds that one last trick hidden in his core. A subtle blue aura flickers to life. Around his broken body, the final gambit of a warrior pushed past his limits, focusing every fiber of his being on the energy blooming deep inside his core. But the enemy's attack hasn't even fully charged yet, and it is already shredding his defenses like rotten silk. Morse scoffs with absolute arrogance, dismissing that flimsy aura as incapable of even scratching his barrier. Insect wriggling in the jaws of a dragon, he brings his fists down with crushing finality, and a tidal wave of emerald power roars forward to swallow Dohyok whole. The bleed effect ravages his body without mercy, draining his strength down to a desperate temperature. A well-aimed blade, demanding the villain get his filthy hands off our boy. Two blurs slam into Morse from the flanks. Songmi and Hayes have returned, fury blazing in their eyes with protective rage. The villain simply roars back and mourns than threatened, ordering them to die against their precious companion. As their combined strike momentarily staggers his monstrous form. Their furious shield bash creates a bright explosive opening in the suffocating darkness. The dark energy disperses just enough for Dohyok to drop to the ground, free but utterly broken, gasping desperately for life. Through the chamber, as Morse's deflected attack slams harmlessly into the rubble, Xiaomi's voice cracks with heartbreak and desperation as she screams for Dohyok to strike now. While the window remains open, his eyes burn with renewed resolve, as his mana flares, a single desperate thought igniting in his racing mind. Of mana into a desperate counterstrike, his heart screaming for just one more second of time. But he is a breath too slow. A jagged spear of dark energy impales his shoulder, pinning him against the cold stone wall like a mounted trophy. Even wounded, he surges forward with a powerful dash. Blue energy impales his shoulder. Green energy erupts above with catastrophic force. Pillars collapse one by one, the entire arena ripping apart at the seams under the relentless assault. Dohyok's pain-glazed eyes flick towards Songmi, and a silent, heart-wrenching apology passes between them. A powerful aura blazing around them with defiant courage. The emerald sphere descends with crushing weight, squeezing the very air from the room and stealing every breath. A sharp, digital chime rings out from Dohyok's system, one final cryptic notification from the entity Deos. Absolutely certain that nothing could ever break through his impenetrable barrier, Xiangmi's horrified scream vanishes into the blinding green cataclysm, swallowed whole by the merciless light. A sickening groan escapes Dohyok's life. A sickening groan escapes Dohyok's life. And the mana tightens into a vortex of pure annihilation. The very air screams in protest, bending and twisting to the villain's deranged, merciless will. The shock wave hits like a god's hammer, and for a split second, there is only terrible, absolute silence. Position, vaporizing the stone platform in a single blinding instant. Morse throws his head back and roars in soulless triumph, his victory cry deafening through the shattered arena. A blinding green shockwave tears through stone and steel like paper, and our hero's silhouette vanishes a blinding strike. A single spark of transcendent blue fire suddenly ignites against the darkness. Dohyok's eyes snap open, fierce and utterly unbroken, as waves of sapphire flame erupt from his battered body. A cold, unwavering voice cuts through the roaring inferno, and it belongs to our hero declaring the end. Itself, but the light is no longer that sickly, venomous green. It burns bright and defiant in blazing sapphire blue. Our hero's power surging forward to meet his enemy's final, desperate strike. Fades, and our hero's body buckles. Every nerve screams as his physical strength plummets to a lethal 5%. He forces himself to take a staggering step forward just as his allies close in, a familiar voice cutting through the ringing in his ears, shouting for his insane face. Palpable as Ixan admits he demolished the statue before sprinting over, genuinely shocked they made it back so fast. An armored ally looks at Do-hyuk with pure curiosity and reminds him of a promise. He still owes them an explanation of how exactly they pulled off that miracle. Group showers him and Seongmi with well-earned praise, calling her performance absolutely incredible. Hence his flawless timing with the sword, though honestly that blade was practically in pieces by the time they got it back. Do-hyuk just shrugs it off, claiming he simply remembered the monster from the gorge packed some serious magic. Nothing special. The easy laughter can settle. A sharp, tense voice slices through the celebration, calling his name with an edge that freezes the mood solid. It snaps toward him as the question drops like a stone. Why is that cursed brand still burning on his face? Do-hyuk's gaze falls to the persistent glowing mark, carved into his cheek. A chilling drag coins into his face. Do-hyuk's gaze falls to the persistent glowing mark, carved into his cheek, materializes with merciless clarity, revealing the truth. This brand of death won't vanish until Odium breathes his last, and any desperate attempt to restore his strength will just drain him twice as fast. With a horrifying sound no one wanted to hear. A warning shout rips from someone's throat, but it's already too late. A shattering impact tears right through the space where Do-hyuk stands, brutal and sudden, leaving no time to react. A sound like an ambulance wail echoes across the fractured battlefield. As sickly green energy erupts from the shadows, sharp, corrupt power tears toward our hero's crumpled form. Seongmi braces herself, the vile energy ripping past her as the blast zeroes in on its target battlefield. As sickly green energy erupts from the shadows, sharp, corrupt power tears toward our hero's crumpled form. Seongmi braces herself, the vile energy ripping past her as the blast zeroes in on its target battlefield. When the dust finally settles in on its target, her name rips from someone's throat in pure agony as another explosion detonates right on top of them. She chokes, her voice breaking into fragments as she struggles to even form a scream. Then the scream that follows shadows whatever hope remained. A sound of utter devastation. Wind howls through the wasteland left behind by the barrage, a final shockwave sending debris flying in every direction. As the dust slowly settles, a shadowy figure cloaked in pure malice stands over the carnage. The Lone Spellcaster has arrived, motionless on the scorched earth, smoke curling off his broken body, while Seongmi screams his name again and again, each fresh blast threatening to destroy what little remains. The unseen caster steps forward, sickly green energy still dripping from his fingertips. The unseen caster steps forward. The world fractures and spirals into absolute suffocating blackness. A single eye opens. His lips barely move as he rasps out a weak, confused question, wondering if this sterile white ceiling means he's in a hospital. Seongmi and Yul lean over the bed, dark circles carved deep beneath their exhausted eyes. The heart monitor steadied beep into an eternity. Faces crack with disbelief as they stammer his name, words failing them completely as tears threaten to spill over. A jolt of alarm shoots through his recovering body as the dungeon's fate flashes in his mind. But they immediately tell him to cool it. He's only just regained consciousness. Explains that the final attack on him was the monster's last gasp. The thing vanished right after it threw everything it had into that desperate strike. She urges him not to worry about the dungeon and just focus on his recovery. Do-hyuk's voice comes out hoarse but is heavy with genuine gratitude. As he thanks her, Seongmi eats quietly beside his bed, the simple, mundane act grounding them both in the reality that he's still alive, still breathing. The crushing weight of the last time he passed out and wound up hospitalized presses down on his chest. Like a stone broken into a tidy crag, he threw himself between her and a dungeon monster. Seongmi's voice wavers, barely holding together under the strain of almost losing him again. Next here. Hayes storms into the room, her face contorting with desperate, raw frustration as she confronts Do-hyuk, guilt burning hot behind her eyes. She confesses it seems like all she ever does is caused by Do-break, getting around, clenches the thin hospital sheet, a flash of guilt passing through his tired eyes because he knows this deep-seated pain of hers has been festering long before the dungeon ever collapsed around them. A single deliberate gesture from Seongmi draws everyone's attention, silencing the heavy air in the room. Her voice drops to something trembling and vulnerable as she calls out to him softly, with her heart hammering in her chest. She asks him to finally give her an answer to what they talked about, back at the end. Confusion flickers across Do-hyuk's battered face at the vague question, his exhausted mind scrambling to catch up. Then realization hits him like a bolt of lightning, the memory snapping into sharp focus. He meets her desperate and hopeful gaze. She starts to call out to him again, but he cuts through the thick tension with a single word, saying her name with absolute clarity. Then, the words that follow are heavy and direct. He says he saw she had feelings for him, the confession landing like a gut punch in the dead silence. Then, before the agony of those words can fully sink in, he shatters it completely by telling her he likes her and asking her to be his girlfriend. Her brain short-circuits entirely, unable to process the emotional whiplash. Away from that tender moment, something gleams on the horizon, catching the dying light. Salt-tinged air swirls around the creaking docks of Mokpo Port, a place thick with secrets and shadows. A familiar voice cuts through the coastal wind, muttering with dry annoyance that it's been a while since he had to sneak into Korea like this. And planks as a figure pivots sharply, a dark cloak billowing in the cold sea breeze. Our man scowls, muttering under his breath with pure irritation. He grumbles that if a wanted criminal hadn't tagged along for the ride, he could have actually enjoyed a nice, comfortable journey. Home. Prods at him, asking how it feels to finally come back home after such a long, long time. Then a name is spoken, hanging heavy in the air like a thunderclap, a connection to Son Yol-min. From Seongmi's blood that the stranger dropped on the docks, but our hero's fingers are already hammering the keyboard, hunting for something else that will shatter him. The cost list scrolls down like hammer blows. 9 million, 8 million, a staggering $146 million in raw materials alone. Reeling at the sheer, soul-crushing scale a Deus-class artifact demands. And slices through the dread. A transcendental-grade dimension stone. His reward from the Odium dungeon flashes into his inventory. Drone blueprints materialize a moment later, but his brain barely registers the loot. The legendary Odium ring manifests next, its presence humming with holy vengeance. Healing for allies and a detection radius that sniffs out Vendela's dark forces, even twisting an enemy's healing into self-destruction. But a sly smirk tugs at our guy's lips. This isn't even the best part. Suddenly a boom rattles the interfaces as such a sudden beauty, with a roar of devastating begins to merge. Single token, his 20-dimensional fragments just fused into one unknown rank DX dimensional token. His mind snaps back to Seongmi's collapse. In that chaos, he'd totally ignored the fusion notification. Now a soft glow pulses from the token, a promise of power he hasn't yet tasted. The alert to the back of his mind. Now the cold text confirms it. 20 fragments, 1 token, and a shattered dark portal that finally liberates the Ordo dimension. A wave of disbelief hits him as he realizes he can now craft Deus-class equipment. A single soul-crushing wall stands between him and the ultimate artifact. He clicks deeper into the recipe, and his stomach drops like a stone. There it is, Ikazella's heart, the core material, and the only way to harvest it is to personally deliver the killing blow to the SS rank. 9 as means until everything is fallen. To go to the dungeon in Alaska, owned by the Freedom Guild. No alternative, no shortcuts, so our protagonist pulls up the contact of the only people who survived that meat grinder, and lead spellcaster Gaff Lome's name flashes as the line connects. The heart of the USA. The guild leadership weighs his insane proposition. The guildmaster grimaces, memory flickering to their best hunters torn apart. Even he barely crawled out of that hell. So what drives this Korean mage to chase certain death? Unfold. A lethal asset for a brawler, but Do-hyuk is a magic damage dealer, so the math doesn't add up. If he were sane, he'd be hunting the Asura dungeon in China, not volunteering for a slaughterhouse. But the man gave nothing away. Just that he needed the help. A glint of genuine curiosity breaking through his battle-hardened wariness. This is the perfect chance to witness the infamous Do-hyuk Park in action. Close enough to taste the lightning. Recruitment's off the table, but the master's pride as a warrior aches to measure this rising monster. So he makes a decision. On 2 ironclad conditions that no amount of charm can bend. First, he passes a full team evaluation. If a single squad member vetoes him, the deal disintegrates on the spot. Deep breath, the staggering price and the gauntlet of judgment pressing down on him like a collapsing dungeon. But if he agrees, the master swears on his name to personally guarantee that heart, with a flat warning, if Do-hyuk crumbles under the weight, there will be no rescue crew. Charging into the efforts of Do-hyuk crumbles under the weight. There will be no rescue crew charging and declining on the mess. The subordinate bows and relays the brutal terms without softening a single edge. The master's cold dismissal lingers in the air like frost, and a heavy silence fills the command room, the unspoken weight of the gamble thickening every shadow. It's going to be very, very interesting. Our man resolves to rest while the guild prepares its final answer, but the bed offers no comfort, only a ticking clock. A sudden notification chimes, a payment received, a small buffer against the monstrous fee, looming over him. Calculation has finally completed, wondering if it's a divine jackpot or another dud. His finger trembles over the confirm button, a desperate spark of hope flaring in his chest. As the screen shot up, it unfolds. Ancient symbols burning with forbidden dimensional knowledge. The dimensional amplifier, a sacred book that channels unimaginable energy to a chosen tower. This is the key to preparing for the catastrophic dimensional fractures that are about to tear his world apart. Once placed, all dungeon rewards multiplied and every awakened under the system will undergo rapid explosive growth. A dire warning scrolls next to the tower's peak before the dimensional cracks rich brilliant. A war between dimensions is barreling toward them, and this amplifier is humanity's one lifeline. Do-hyuk's mind flashes to the Ogre Lord Ivarnar, and the horrors that spilled through the last rift. The dimensional war is already bleeding into his reality. Only mean the KMAA's Deus Tower in Seoul, the beating heart of awakened power in Korea. A Seoul office looms, a fortress of secrets where our hero must now plead his desperate case. An ally scoffs in disbelief. The top of the Deus Tower isn't a tourist spot, but Do-hyuk's business there is personal enough. Remains locked behind the iron approval of the IMAA Korea branch director, a hurdle that feels more like a wall of spears. The heavy doors of the director's office loomed, and a cold knot of dread coils in his stomach. This meeting is less an interview and more an interrogation chamber with a polite smile, dragging him closer to a reckoning he can't afford to fail. The assistant halts at the door. The director waits inside, his presence pressing through the wood like a weight. A low growl slips from behind him, its haze, her eyes burning with protective fury, warning him to be kissed at the reckoning weight. A low growl slips from behind him, its haze, her eyes burning with protective fury. With a roar that shook its head, said, "Operate. Give them just enough, but guard your true secrets with your life." Do-hyuk's gaze shifts to the one they call Your Highness. Haze, the otherworldly princess, her posture radiating royal defiance. He answers with a calm nod. His face promises, "Nothing else is that about me." That face promises nothing less than absolute caution. Soul in there, only to play the part where necessary. The assistant practically shoves him inside, urgency trembling in her voice as she announces Mr. Park's arrival. The director acknowledges his assistant with a smooth gesture. Then his gaze pins down to glass. His voice steady as he confirms the director's title without a flicker of submission. The director offers a thin, calculating smile. He's done his homework on the young awakened who's been turning the world upside down. Jane Lee, the IAA Korea branch director, extends a hand, but every polished gesture feels like a trap being set. Eyes, and the real interrogation begins. As Do-hyuk takes his seat, the pressure only grows, and the director's next move feels inevitable. A deadly game of secrets. "Is it done?" His smooth question, a velvet blade aimed straight at our boy's throat. But Do-hyuk doesn't blink. He fires back that this isn't about his own ascension. It's about pouring gasoline on every hunter stuck on the front lines, and lighting the match. Gut. Jane Lee tilts his head, his voice slipping into something silky and dangerous, demanding to know why the universe itself seems to bend around a single man. A genuine envy cracks the director's polished mask, as he mutters how easy it is to be, with a skill that could just dissect reality itself. Face staring back wears the same shade of covetous calculation. The director snaps the reins, dragging the focus back to the true matter at hand. He drops the brutal math, "Only 5 can enter from all of Korea." And Jane snaps the reins, dragging the focus back to the true matter at hand. He drops the brutal math, "Only 5 can enter from all of Korea." But our boy just absorbs the hit and replies with a flat "I see." That polished smile finally sharpens into a blade. Dressed up as national concern, the demand lands hard: hand the book over this instant, or risk losing an irreplaceable treasure the nation can't afford to lose. Through Do-hyuk. It's a velvet-gloved cage meant to smother every future spark before it can ignite, a shakedown he's never seen dressed up as security. The director offers only a dry, humorless shrug. No precedent. Since a transcendent-grade dimension stone shattered every old rule, the director is just a man desperately reaching for a wheel that no longer steers anything. Curiosity flickering in his eyes, he states if the dimensional amplifier truly increases rewards for all awakened, he'll allow it to remain conscious. The director agrees to follow Do-hyuk straight into the heart of Dae's tower. Footsteps echo through the cavernous entrance, the cold silence swallowing them whole. The group halts, the sheer enormity of the inner chamber pulling every thousand fangs. Do-hyuk's skin with dormant power. Yul claps a hand on his shoulder, a solid anchor of loyalty telling him to go on in while she and Jang-mi lock down the perimeter. Gratitude floods through him. Yul has his back and that's all he needs. Do-hyuk steps into the light. A loud creak tears through the starry vastness. Then a cryptic system prompt sears into his vision. 3 letters, F, U, D. Sight bleaches into a white void of pure agony. He cannot see a thing. Adrenaline crackles, his heart hammering a raw rhythm of shock as he staggers through the blinding emptiness. Scouring the darkness into nothing, Do-hyuk stands locked in place, enveloped in crackling energy. A swirling datascape bleeds the very code of the universe straight into his veins. His lungs. Something deep and fundamental clicks into place inside his soul. The system voice chimes with cold finality. The dimensional amplifier has been unsealed, its true form now fully awake and rousing from a deep slumber. Warning that the full transfer will take 5 minutes. But in the void, another presence stirs, a vast, distant awareness that just noticed a mortal has pried open one of its lost secrets. The question rips from Do-hyuk's chest. Who is there? Depth resonates in his core. It names itself as Deus, the legend whispered among the awakened. Because he sees the hidden key, the being grants him a single, absolute question. The weight of infinity presses down. As the ancient voice asks without, is he doing the right thing? The question hangs, stopping time itself. A tremor of pure validation courses through him as the cosmic voice confirms his path is more remarkable. And just that, between them, a silent benediction sealing the sacred exchange. A majestic vision of a dragon shimmers through the data streams, revealing the true cosmic scale of this great game. A wild laugh tears from his chest. Tension snapped as he embraces the electric fuel of being judged and found right. Road stretches impossibly long, but he swears to claw his way to even greater heights. The synthetic voice cuts back in, confirming the complete transfer of the colossal power. A shockwave erupts from the tower's peak, the amplifier's energy detonating outward like a superstar. Every continent, shaking foundations as a new order takes hold, vibrations stack and roll like a seismic wave of pure magic. The world is suddenly a much larger and much smaller place. A chamber, but the air is thick with consequence. The surge fades into a low, constant hum that now lives in the bones of every awakened on the planet. Nothing will ever be the same. Pathfinder's enlightenment and the Pathfinder's blessing. He stands motionless, absorbing the sheer weight of a divine reward that marks him as a true pioneer. Stabilizes, the blinding glare replaced by a calm blue glow. Do-hyuk simply breathes, the feeling of a billion eyes watching him finally fading. He is already thinking about his next move. The director's expression is unreadable, his calculations now proven wildly inadequate. Outside those stone walls, guilds are already scrambling to understand why their detection equipment just screamed. Office air. His mind already miles ahead. He remembers the pile of books his affiliate Taepung discovered. It's time to get back to work. Track down those mysterious tomes that might hold the next key. The hallway is quiet. The only sound is the soft tap of his shoes on the floor as he approaches the storage room and peers inside. Shockwave. A stunned voice cuts through the chaos. Our boy stands face to face with someone who should have already fled to China like a coward, but instead a crumpled figure lies before him, eyes flaring with a malevolent crimson glow and a chilling smirk twisting their lips. Air. The enemy struggling to process how Do-hyuk is still breathing after everything thrown at him. But his question gets swallowed by a guttural roar as a colossal beast lurches into view. Its thunderous steps, shaking the rubble, a cataclysmic blast, erupts her, hurling flames in her. But his question gets swallowed by a guttural roar as a colossal beast lurches into view. It's finally blasted up, hurling flames and razor-edged debris skyward in a deadly fountain. Life, bullets drumming against it in a relentless staccato as each round shatters into brilliant sparks. The shield rumbles but holds firm while our boy stands his ground, completely unshaken. Sanyol Min, the S-rank gunner of White Lotus, steps forward with a cannon that bellows a deafening boom. Across the battlefield of deafening boom, the sky itself screaming with each shot aimed at Dohyuk. Then a double-barreled shockwave convulses the entire street, seismic punches ripping the pavement apart like wet paper. The ground rumbles deep beneath their feet, every aftershock still rolling from the amplifiers. Sizing continues from the amplifiers, world removing the fierce crimson light, his entire form engulfed in a crackling red aura that radiates immense power. The sheer pressure of his presence fills the battlefield, causing one of the attackers to stammer a dumbstruck sound. Their carefully laid plan unravels right before his eyes, and the terror in their expression says everything words cannot, sending him crashing backward like a rag doll with a choked cry of pure agony. The beast roars its fury as Dohyuk's dimensional energy surges forward, crackling with murderous intent. His eyes blaze with raw power while his face contorts in a grimace of intense effort, every fiber of his being channeling destruction. Mirror the immense force now crackling through every fiber of his being. The monster answers with a deafening roar, its breath reeking of sulfur and mindless, bottomless rage. Terror as they realize this ballistic magic is infused with the fundamental laws of physics. A completely insane weapon, capable of ending everything. Our boy rips open a dimensional gate, the rift swallowing him whole just as the devastating shot screams past. The space where he stood cracks apart, reality itself groaning in protest. As the gate seals with a deafening snap, detonates harmlessly against a distant rooftop, the massive boom echoing through the ravaged city like dying thunder. Is its full wrath, detonating in a blinding, world-shaking explosion that splits the very ground open with a violent crack. The title crackles with digital energy as tectonic rumbles roll out from the catastrophe impact. Everything trembles under the weight of this new reality taking hold. Simply crashes down, its skeleton crumbling into dry, choking sand. A secondary explosion booms from a ruptured gas line, fire belching into the ruined streets. As the inferno spreads with hungry fury, the flames roar higher, feeding on the chaos while the monsters flee of stars traveling into the ruined streets as they bounced into the ruined streets. As the inferno spreads with hungry fury, the flames roar higher, feeding on the chaos while the monster's furious bellow shakes the entire hellscape. Roar, dimensional energy propelling him like a vengeful missile toward his enemies. Lightning arcs from his eyes with crackling fury as he gathers a devastating new attack in his open palms. The air becomes a maelstrom of sound. Rumbles in gunner in a brutal sky duel, fists meeting bullets in a frantic symphony of impact after devastating impact. The sky itself rumbles as clouds get blasted apart by the shockwave of their cataclysmic clash. Dohyuk's barrier takes a colossal dragon impact. The sky itself rumbles as clouds get blasted apart by the shockwave of their cataclysmic clash. Dohyuk's barrier takes a colossal dragon impact after devastating impact. The sky itself rumbles as clouds get blasted apart by the shockwave of their cataclysmic clash. Dohyuk's barrier takes a colossal and meets the shield squarely, the impact sending a deep rumble through his bones. Yet he doesn't budge a single inch. His eyes blaze with crimson power as a low thrum builds around him, channeling more energy into the barrier. The air vibrates with murderous electric tension. Every monitor strokes and rabbits at the battlefield. Boom that tears a smoking trench straight through the battlefield. Without hesitation, he follows up with a volley of force missiles, each one screaming through the air with a sharp, deadly crack. The missiles find their targets, detonating against Sanyol's armor and blinding concussive flashes. From Dohyuk's hand, streaking toward the gunner like a swarm of vengeful comets. The swarm tears through the air with a furious roar, homing in with lethal, unerring precision. His eyes gleam with fierce resolve as another surge of power erupts. Around him, her body crumples to the ground. An ice-cold dread instantly floods Dohyuk's chest. He realizes she's lost consciousness, just like the others before, his worst nightmare repeating itself in slow, agonizing motion. His only option now is to immobilize her, so he clicked his fink. Storm, a spiraling vortex of frost that freezes everything it touches. The frozen hellscape erupts from his palm as jagged spires of ice crystallize across the battlefield, locking the enemy in place. The ice howls with a deep, mournful wail as the temperature plummets up. Monster's fury as it strains against its icy prison with mindless desperation. The ice fissures with a sharp crack, but the beast remains hopelessly trapped in Daoyok's unbreakable spell. He seals the incantation with a final boom of energy, reinforcing the frozen tomb around his foes with absolute finality. Absolute. He has no intention of harming a non-human like this beast. He declares that karma will decide its fate, and with a warrior's cry he releases a burst of sealing energy. Someone watches from the rubble-strewn shadows, murmuring with uneasy awe at this truly tremendous display, grudgingly acknowledging the beast's raw ferocity and admitting that's a tremendous amount of power. But then that same voice scoffs with contempt, calling our boy far too soft for holding back in the heat of battle, asking if Do-hyuk really thought that paltry ice could stop an S-rank monster specially redesigned for this very fight. Violently, the remodeled S-rank monster bursting free with a world-shaking roar of triumph. The beast charges, the ground thundering as it barrels toward Doorhouse like an unstoppable avalanche of muscle, and raises the ground thundering as it barrels toward Doorhouse. The beast charges, the ground thundering as it barrels toward Doorhouse. The beast charges, the ground thundering as it barrels toward Doorhouse. The beast charges, the ground thundering as it barrels toward Doorhouse. And the monster crashes through a wall, blood spraying as debris buries its massive body while the air grows thick with ozone in desperation. Certainty of being stronger than your opponent now floods our boy's veins with ice-cold fire. Do-hyuk walks through the settling dust, his crimson gaze locking onto the gunner with chilling absolute finality. He says nothing, but the verdict burning in those crimson eyes screams louder than any word could ever manage it. Last, his voice ringing with the weight of unshakable authority as he pronounces the hunter's downfall. The words hang in the shattered air like a death sentence. This ends here, and nothing in any dimension will save them from what comes next. His absolute judgment over his enemy, fate delivers a cold, hard gut check. A glowing strike slams into Do-hyuk's chest with humiliating force, cutting his declaration clean in half. Across the field, the enemy hunter clicks his tongue in mockery, mentally carving our hero's name. Across the field, the enemy hunter clicks his tongue in mockery, mentally carving our hero's name onto a tombstone. A blow has already sealed Do-hyuk's complete and utter downfall, his form breaking apart like glass as displaced air explodes outward. He's hurled backward, nothing more than a rag doll caught in the shockwave. His body crashes into the dirt, carving a trench through the rubble. Until that person. A thunderclap swallowing the entire battlefield in smoke and blinding debris. For a moment, there's nothing but chaos and destruction. Then a bandaged figure wreathed in crimson aura lands with crushing force, kicking up a violent shockwave of debris. A strangled gasp escapes the enemy's lips as sheer disbelief from us. Silence pressing down like a funeral shroud over the battlefield. Everyone expects this to be the end, but then a single deliberate footstep crunches through the settling dust. From the smoke, Do-hyuk's silhouette rises slowly, impossibly a dead man, fortunately. A dead man, fortunately, but dead man. Crimson energy that pulses like a living heartbeat. The ground rumbles with a deep guttural roar as power gathers around his clenched fists. A voice from the shadows utters the title that will haunt this battlefield, the name that sends chills down the enemy's spine. The Lone Spellcaster. Pressed into the rubble, his arms trembling violently as he forces his shattered body to obey his will. Every muscle screams in protest, but he doesn't stop. His neck stiffens, his head lifts slowly, and behind the sweat and blood, a terrible louder of discomfort spine. That step carrying the weight of absolute annihilation. Had he overestimated this so-called rising mage far too much? The doubt creeps in like poison. He never imagined Seongmi would actually be the one to deliver the killing blow and finish the job. And Do-hyuk's own thoughts echoed the same question, his intense gaze framed by a surging crimson aura. Body as the transformation accelerates, raw power rippling outward in visible waves. Flames of crimson energy lick at his shoulders and dissipate into the charged atmosphere. Iron skin seals his flesh into an unbreakable fortress. Iron skin seals his flesh into an unbreakable fortress. Iron skin seals his flesh into an unbreakable fortress. Iron skin seals his flesh into an unbreakable fortress. Iron skin seals his flesh into an unbreakable fortress. Iron skin seals his flesh into an unbreakable fortress. Iron skin seals his flesh into an unbreakable fortress. It vanishes, leaving him a living statue unable to cast anything else while the spell holds. Actually used that forbidden spell just to block Seongmi's final attack? The grim truth settles over the battlefield like a cold fog. Iron skin is absolute defense, but it's also a self-imposed prison of immobility and silence. A sharp, unfamiliar voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know who this intruder is. In legend, the ant spirit. Our boy locks eyes with him, his gaze piercing as he asks the obvious question. Do-hyuk's eyes narrow with deep suspicion, as he demands to know what business this man would discuss to you. The air crackles with unspoken challenge, like an afterthought, insisting they relocate immediately. Too many curious eyes are watching them, and this conversation requires privacy. Our boy scoffs at the demand, his pride flaring hot in his chest. Does this stranger actually think he'd just follow him, without question? Do-hyuk's throat as he plants his feet, refusing to yield an inch. Murmur. Our boy's opinion simply doesn't matter right now, and the bored authority in his tone suggests he's swatting away an insect. He tells Do-hyuk to get lost, but a glowing red orb of power already forms at our hero's hand. The unspoken threat hangs heavy between them, engulfing both figures as the ground cracks beneath their feet. Do-hyuk blinks hard against sudden vertigo, his voice barely a whisper as he asks where the hell he's been dragged to. Shadows stretch into infinity around him, a pocket dimension carved from pure will where neither time nor space behaves as it should be. Every instinct screaming to stay on guard as the enigmatic figure watches him with unreadable eyes. The assurance. There's no need for such a startled expression. He only came here for a simple chat, nothing more threatening than that. And then he speaks our protagonist's name with the weight of someone who's been watching from the shadows for a very long time. The name Do-hyuk Park lands like a verdict, thawed like a hammer to glass. How much does our boy really know about the power Deus gave him? The question lands like a grenade in Do-hyuk's chest, vulnerability flickering across his face as the weight of secrets he's guarded for so long. Searching for battle, as he admits he's never heard anyone speak about Deus so openly before. Without hesitation, he knows Deus chose Do-hyuk and awakened his powers, that every spell cast on Seong-mi flowed directly from Deus himself. But he insists that can't be the whole story. Beyond those abilities, he certainly does know what happened. Gift is, and his patience is wearing thin. Do-hyuk's answer comes immediate and absolute. He can't reveal it no matter what. The silence between them stretches razor thin, a tightrope of unspoken tension as Do-hyuk's jaw clenches. His mind races through every possible escape route, calculating odds and finding nothing promising. His spine as horrifying realization hits like ice water. When the hell did this guy get behind him? A choked gasp escapes his throat as unseen pressure clamps around him. The ant spirit studies Do-hyuk's expression with a knowing, almost pitying gaze, declaring that our boy's face proves he's nowhere near ready for this conversation. The timing not yet right for what must eventually be discussed. But he offers a parting gesture. He'll take care of one of those troublesome pests who's been watching Do-hyuk from the shadows. Our boy's mind reels, demanding to know who this mysterious watcher could possibly be. Ant spirit answers with only a cryptic smile, telling him to check the awakened news tomorrow. Around him, he's nothing more than one component among countless others that make up this vast, intricate world. Our boy fires back with raw defiance burning in his voice. He's never once believed the world revolved around him, and the accusation stings worse than any wound, deeper than any blade. No, Do-hyuk really does think that, and he needs to drop the conceited act immediately. He warns him bluntly that he's not the only chosen one walking this world, and he better get that through his skull before it's too late. Until they meet again, the ant spirit's response cuts deeper than any blade. No, Do-hyuk really does think that, and he needs to drop the conceited act immediately. He warns him bluntly that he's not the only chosen walking this world, and he better get that through his skull before it's too late. Until they meet again, the ant spirit's fraction of a second, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. He finishes the thought. What kind of awakened has Do-hyuk truly become? The ant spirit's form wavers, his parting words hanging in the air like a curse of destiny. Do-hyuk's heart pounds with something far more volatile than fear. Leaving our boy alone in the endless void, with nothing but the echo of those unbearable truths. The silence presses in from all sides, and then the dam inside him shatters completely. From his body in a furious ground-splitting cascade, his dimensional power cracking the very earth with a deafening roar as his scream merges with the storm, a declaration of war against his own assigned fate. It tears through the fabric of reality itself and detonates right in the heart of Dongjak. An entire building explodes just before 10 at night, yet by some impossible miracle the place stands completely empty, leaving investigators staring at a colossal pillar of nose. Absolutely certain that only an awakened could birth something this unnatural. Like the final exhale of whatever cataclysm struck that spot. Officials breathed shaky sighs of relief, calling the 0 civilian casualties an absolute miracle, though the dread lingers in their eyes. Gut punch of a story that stops the city cold. The mighty SS rank Julian has been murdered, and the fact that he fell without a whisper of a struggle makes every awakened's blood run ice cold. Investigators pore over every frame of CCTV footage, but there's no forced entry, no shadow, no shiftstone. The case slams straight into a brick wall. Operations room. Nobody can wrap their head around an execution so impossibly clean that it defies every law of combat. That's when our boy Do-hyuk's voice cuts through the thick tension like a knife, flatly announcing he will personally swat that little pest. Whose battle? The statement sends a chill through the entire room. Because SS ranks are living legends, and Do-hyuk just talked about erasing one like a bothersome fly. Sheer casual mention of murder. Her wide eyes fix on Do-hyuk as a trembling finger rises to point at him, a single word of shock catching right in her throat. She gestures quickly to the two stoic figures looming behind her, explaining that her father dispatched them as bodyguards the very moment he saw that explosion, flashing around at the stage in his mouth. Does an S rank like her even need babysitters breathing down her neck? Hayes herself sits there quietly wrestling with the same question, wondering if an S rank awakened truly warrants a protection detail. Anxiety gnaws at her like a relentless beast, because the real terror is whether she can pass the Ikazella dungeon test her party members are demanding. He looks at her, swearing she'll blow their expectations out of the water without a shred of doubt. Before the reassurance can fully land, an older authority tone cuts through the chatter and pulls Do-hyuk's sharp attention back to the matter at hand. A woman turns and addresses him, directly under the tail. A woman turns and addresses him. 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 That's what the reassurance can fully land. An older authority tone cuts through the chatter and pulls Do-hyuk's sharp attention back to the matter at hand. Deep, ominous growl that rattles bones. A vicious gale whips through the space, cracking the air like a celestial lash and kicking up a blinding frenzy of dust and debris. Do-hyuk clenches his fists tight, his jaw locking as a single burning crest of dust and debris. Do-hyuk clenches his fists tight, his jaw locking as a single burning crest of dust and debris. Do-hyuk clenches his fists tight, his jaw locking as a single burning crest of dust and debris. Do-hyuk clenches his fists tight, his jaw locking as a single burning crest of dust and debris. Golden light mirroring the raw, uncontainable power now surging through his entire body. A cheery voice rings out, genuinely surprised to find the others already arrived and warming up long before he even made it to the grounds. An SS rank extending a personal invite to a B rank is simply too juicy of a spectacle to be late for, confessing he's dying to test that rumored confidence face to face. Sheer magnetic power. This is Arseni, an SS rank warrior whose presence alone commands absolute attention. He strides toward Do-hyuk with heavy, deliberate footsteps, already casting his personal vote of approval before a single word is spoken. His features as he declares his sharp interest in the unusual pairing of an SS rank and a B rank nobody. Thanking Do-hyuk sincerely for making the long trip while roughly shoving away an overly clingy teammate with a disgusted grunt, an eager voice trails off, already daydreaming about the sheer destruction they could pull off. The moment Do-hyuk's buff kicks into high gear, reminding everyone that the barrier is just a measuring stick and breaking it is probably impossible. It is what it is. Master with the giddy reminder that with his shiny new B rank, his buffs are finally going to live up to the unstoppable hype. A fresh voice cuts in from the entrance, announcing that the final two guests have arrived and are being delivered straight to Do-hyuk's doorstep. Magical energy hums in the air so thick you can practically taste it settling on your tongue. Patient. Every single figure straining forward for what comes next in this gathering of titans. An older mentor gazes over at our boy with unmistakable pride warming his weathered features, murmuring under his breath that Do-hui has really grown up now. Asking if her master actually knows these strangers, and Do-hyuk explains he crossed paths with them as a kid in the States, staying connected across all those years. Proud. Pai greets the whole assembled group with a laid-back grin and an easy wave. 6 powerful warriors now stand fully assembled, their eyes locking across the chamber with an electric crackle of rivalry and deep, mutual respect. Thing settles deep behind their gazes, that unspoken bond shared only by warriors who recognize true strength in one another. First, announcing he's seen Do-hyuk's skills firsthand already, so his seal of approval is a foregone conclusion. Another hunter, still feeling humbled from the last dungeon raid where rigid rankings crumbled to worthless dust, has his wholehearted and immediate approval systems toward the two remaining evaluators, the final verdict hanging heavy and unresolved in the charged air. Step forward together, their faces cold and unreadable masks as their piercing gazes measure Do-hyuk from head to toe. A sharp breath catches in someone's throat, the tension ratcheting upward to an almost unbearable breaking point. Devastating shockwave tears through the air as a lethal attack rockets straight toward Do-hyuk with nothing but killing intent behind it. Undiluted S-rank menace, but our boy doesn't even blink an eyelash. A strike that could end a Calamity-class raid boss dissolves into harmless drifting mist against Do-hyuk's shimmering barrier. Settling calm, asking ever so politely if the challenger would like to take another go, his barrier humming there completely unfazed. Something carved from grim resolve as he unleashes his most brutal spell, a technique called Lassa that distorts the very air around it. The entire chamber erupts into a blinding white flash of colliding powers. Chunks of debris rains down the steps through the roar of destruction. The defensive barrier splinters under the unrelenting and savage onslaught. With a thunderous boom, rattling every single skeleton standing in that chamber down to the marrow. A second, far deeper explosion swallows the entire battlefield in suffocating smoke and absolute silence, wide with disbelief, because this spell wasn't even in the arsenal before. Just how monstrously has Do-hyuk grown in that impossibly short time? Cling energy, sparks screaming from the brutal, grinding impact. One brother's eyes gleam with utter and complete satisfaction as he gives Do-hyuk the official green light to join his personal legion of elites. Arseni finally introduces himself with a relaxed, easy grin, offering a warm and genuine friendship to the whole crew standing out of it. Final figure looming in the background, the real titan of this entire fearsome gathering. A commanding voice booms across the chamber like a physical force, summoning our boy Do-hyuk to step forward and face the ultimate test of worth. Silence extending an invitation for Do-hyuk to step into a completely new world. And terrifyingly still, like the calm eye of a hurricane. The moment stretches into suffocating silence, nothing but the unbearable pressure of judgment pressing down on every soul watching. His breathing stops with the entire room as that single commanding hang hangs in the air. Do-hyuk passes their little appetizer of a test. But before relief can settle in, panicked shouts erupt from every corner. They scream for him to stop, to step back, because what they're really ordering is an execution. Throwing a B rank against an S+ monster isn't a trial for a previousor. Throwing a B rank against an S+ monster isn't a trial for a previousor of a test. But before relief can settle in, panicked shouts erupt from every terrified voice. Clear, until a sly voice cuts through the chaos with a different proposition. Someone wants to test Do-hyuk's buff skills instead, curiosity disguised as tactical genius. The commanding figure surrenders with a single word, and a man with crossed arms steps forward, ready to issue a new command. Volunteer mid-stride before a hand extends to stop the advance entirely. Someone else volunteers to go first, and Ian pushes forward, his body engulfed in a massive surge of flames. The energy erupts with a violent whoosh that tears through the tension, and her protectiveness would takes up the battlefield for her first day. Drawing stunned murmurs from the assembled officials as Ian's blaze roars with everything he has. But that impressive inferno is nothing more than a candle flickering before an endless abyss. A colossal purple crystal surges forth with devastating force. A silent declaration that rises in a blinding display of small purple crystals. A colossal purple crystal surges forth with devastating force. A colossal purple crystal surges forth with devastating force. A colossal purple crystal surges forth with devastating force. A colossal purple crystal surges forth with devastating. Whether Ian truly believed he could break through their ultimate defense. Then permission crackles across the comms. Do-hyuk can apply the buffs now, and Ian roars his readiness with desperate intensity. Haste surges through his veins as wide support amplifies every fiber of his being. And the real test begins. Violent, exhilarating rush that feels like dumping jet fuel on a wildfire. Pure, uncontrollable amplification. His eyes snap wide, drunk on the sudden surge. His body screamed with the intoxicating illusion of invincibility, fatal lie wrapped in ecstasy. But our guy channels it all into one catastrophic blast anyway. A flare of fire erupts, and the suffocating silence finally shatters under the weight of destruction. The impact is apocalyptic, a supernova of flame and force shaking the arena's very foundation. But in truth, his friend just tried to kill a god with a spark. Smoke and debris rained down as everyone struggled to comprehend. A razor-sharp arc of energy right behind the flames. A silent killer's follow-up riding the chaos of the initial blast. A blinding flash erupts across the testing chamber, and for a heartbeat, even the officials lose sight of what's happening inside the inferno. Our man just turned a simple buff test into an artifact. A powerful detonation obliterates the solid structure like wet paper, and smoke clears to reveal utter annihilation. Jaws hang open, faces drain white, and sheer shock paralyzes every official staring at the smoldering ruin before them. The silence that follows is absolutely deafening. They just wants to finish out of the smoldering ruin before them. The silence that follows is absolutely deafening. They just wants to take over. They just wants to separate the smoldering ruin before them. The silence that follows is absolutely deafening. They just lips, followed by stuttered apologies as genuine shock colors his voice. He didn't expect to pierce the power stone along with the reinforced wall, but the damage is done and there's no taking it back now. The response comes sharp and dismissive. There's no need to apologize when it's that moron's fault. Joel's still processing what their eyes just witnessed, their minds struggling to accept the impossible. Meanwhile, a wild and electrified energy crackles through the party as this pointless test transforms into the most terrifying flex of the century. A commander's voice snaps everyone back to attention, with brutal efficiency, lingering chaos, and it lands like a thunderbolt. Dohyuk must be the one to land the last hit on Ikazela. The order echoes through the ranks, and our hero's team surges forward. With renewed purpose, they descend into a primeval forest. Ill composure locked in desperate combat with the primal fear crawling up her spine. This isn't a hunt anymore. It's a march straight into a monster's open jaws, and thick fog blinds them completely as the trees loom like silent executioners. But she forces herself to stay sharp, refusing to let her guard drop for a single heartbeat. What they don't realize is the monster already watches from the darkness, a patient executioner welcoming them into its bloody parlor with an amused smile. A furious voice erupts from nowhere, demanding to know how these intruders dare trample through this sacred sanctuary. What is this creature even talking about? Stammering words stumble out, half-formed and terrified, before the air itself crystallizes around them. A creeping soul-crushing pressure slithers down their spines, snuffing out their voices before a scream can even form in their throats. Since right beside them, its presence a suffocating void that slips straight through their perception like a nightmare made flesh. Darkness lashes out and binds our hero in invisible chains. He's paralyzed, a fly tangled in webs of pure malice and ancient hunger. A cry of shock tears through the group, as they realize just how outmatched they truly are. A capture skill flashes with desperate light, barely snatching their comrade back from the abyss with seconds to spare. A powerful burst of energy erupts, and the monster freezes for a single precious heartbeat. One breath, where death itself hesitates. Tears through the party as they realize they just dodged total annihilation by the thinnest of margins. And a taunting voice breaks the uneasy stillness like a blade drawn across silk. The Guardian cracks a mocking grin, his words dripping with contempt as he asks whether our hero plans to just stand there frozen forever. The condescension hits Dohyuk harder than any physical blow ever could. And he doesn't waste breath on an answer. He launches his body at the towering hooded figure like a comet of unstoppable rage. He rips through the silence, confronting the SS rank monster enveloped in crackling energy, his attacks fueled by raw adrenaline and wounded pride. Those abyssal eyes pierce the void, and his skill is simply erased, negated as if it never existed. Snap of its fingers that echoes through the forest like a death knell. Reality bends around Dohyuk as a hand stops just short of crushing our man's entire existence. The SS rank is playing with horrified awe, whispers that this is what the truly powerful awakened are capable of. And the silence shatters as a fiery burst meets a surge of arcane energy and desperate defiance. The party moves in their leader's wake, shaken, terrified, their resolve hanging by threads, but refusing to shatter as they followed him. Straightened, every step forward is an act of pure courage against overwhelming despair. Monster's lair, with retreat now nothing but a distant, impossible fantasy. A reckoning waits in the dark, and the pressure mounts with every trembling step. And a reckoning waits in the dark, and pressure mounts with every trembling step. And an invisible weight crushing their resolve as the final confrontation looms enough to be their final mark. Once more, cutting through the suffocating atmosphere with defiant determination. The pressure only grows heavier, and every soul in that forest knows the next move feels as inevitable as death. Because the only thing waiting behind them is regret, and ahead lies the monster who's about to learn exactly what happens when you corner a man with nothing left to lose. The hunt continues next time. It explodes. Two reptilian monsters lunge forward, jaws gaping wide, ready to tear our hero apart. But Do-hyuk has been waiting for this. His fist crashes into the first creature's skull, with brutal precision. Before the echo even fades, he pivots and drives the second one into the stone floor, shadowing it beneath his heel. With primal hunger, Do-hyuk pivots on his heel, refusing to give an inch. He counters with a vicious strike to the creature's exposed temple, timing it perfectly. The reptile crumples instantly, its body going limp as dust. Billow's right hand sink, cuts through the air, cleaving through the remaining monsters in a single devastating arc. Do-hyuk's breath catches in his throat. The sheer scale of that attack was far beyond what he anticipated. But there's no time to process it. More shadowy heads are bright than a dozen atoms as far as I anticipated. But there's no time to process it. More shadowy heads are bright than a dozen atoms as far as I anticipated. But there's no time to process it. More shadowy heads are bright than a dozen atoms as far as I anticipated. But there's no time to process it. Massive shockwave hurls debris in every direction. The entire cavern trembles from the impact. But as the echoes fade, one chilling realization settles in. When did all these things gather here? The shadows writhe with dozens of approaching figures, and the danger is far from over. Following his frustration, he needs to fall back for now, but as he scans desperately for an escape route, something impossible catches his eye. The first monster he put down, its flesh began to sink. It still did not dead. It's his name with desperate urgency. Someone declares they're coming, but Do-hyuk has no room to respond. He dodges a claw swipe by a hair's breadth, the wind stinging his cheek. Another strike grazes his shoulder, forcing him to roll backwards as the assault intensifies. Growl erupts from behind as the creature tears through space and reappears at his flank. The sheer absurdity of the teleportation leaves Do-hyuk shaken for a split second. But our guy adapts fast. He hurls a blinding orb of light directly into the creature's face, turning its own trick against it. Swallowing the monster whole, it thrashes wildly, completely disoriented, its own attack rebounding on itself. The creature stumbles backward, clawing at its blinded eyes, and finally, and an opening to escape, reveals its self-effect. A hotel in China sits quiet under the night sky. Inside one of those rooms, a whisper cuts through the silence like a blade. Leah swears she'll never forgive him. Her scream shakes the walls. Raw and completely unhinged, she'll never forgive Do-hyuk for what he did. Once proud face. She traces the mangled flesh with a trembling finger, humiliation boiling through every vein in her body. Nearby, her disciple's voice wavers with disbelief, unable to comprehend what their master is suggesting. No healer will be called, no treatment will be offered, just orders to let Leah suffer in her ruined state. The master turns away without a shred of sympathy, leaving the horrifying command hanging in the air. As she adds the final piece of this cruel plan, until Leah draws out every last drop of her inner strength. They need her to hold on to that resentment. They need her hatred for Do-hyuk to burn hotter than ever. Behind her, a mirror reflecting nothing but pain and fury. A powerful rumble forces Leah to her knees, her body trembling with rage. She whirls on her allies, venom dripping from every word as the betrayal sinks deeper into her bones. She screams that this is all their fault for not protecting her. But the answer that comes back is cold steel. They were on the battlefield. Did she think they could fight Do-hyuk while shielding her? Then the truth hits her like a physical blow. The reason she's in this state is because she was weak. They suggest it might not be a bad idea for her to just give up and run away, if she can even stand living with that hideous face. Her own reflection twists into a nightmare before her eyes. But Leah's denial rips through the room, her shadow refusing to accept defeat. Words fail her completely, yet something shifts behind her eyes. A renewed and terrifying resolve ignites. She will not give up. Not now. Not ever. The party presses forward into the unknown darkness. Kiss's sharp command freezes everyone mid-motion. Her veteran instincts scream danger. They've entered a dangerous area, and her unease spreads through the group, like wildfire. The answer only deepens the dread. It'll be quicker to see for themselves, since it's their first time here. Uneasy glances pass between them as the pressure in the air intensifies. A distant screaming sound echoes from the darkness. A heavenly glances pass between them as the pressure in the air intensifies. Arm, hinting at some suppressed power coiled beneath the wrappings. Then the identification lands like a punch to the gut. A rank katana. The creature's outline shimmers into murk, far too close for comfort. This many katana gathered here. The safe play would be to turn back and go around even if it takes a long time. But Do-hyuk's voice slices through the hesitation. He's not turning back. They'll cut straight through. He wants to kill them all. A tense question cuts through the group. Are they all sure they won't scream or make a sound near the monsters? They stammered that of course they won't, but the confidence clearly isn't there. Absolute confidence. He has a plan. 2 spell names drop like a hammer on the tense silence. Invisibility and permanence. The DX Class 5 spell makes a single spell effect last permanent. The DX Class 5 makes a single spell effect last permanent. Spell settles over them, a fragile veil of blue against the crushing dark. But that single chilling caveat remains. What happens when a monster can sense what it cannot see? The weight of that warning presses down with every silent step through the corrupted temple. Yet a companion breaks the tension, admitting that Do-hyuk's magic far exceeds anything they ever imagined. Satisfied smile. Finally, his hard-won spellcraft earns the recognition it deserves, now past the difficult stretch. He urges the party to pick up the pace and pushes back. Jagged structures loom beyond dense black trees. Do-hyuk rests by a crackling campfire on a broken pillar, his power radiating even in the quiet, and from the shadows a grim realization takes hold. Snatching this man from Do-hyuk's grip will be nearly impossible now. In calculation, making an enemy of someone with those skills would be a colossal waste, a move only a fool would make. But turning that talent into a rival, that's even stupider. Only after the Blue Star Guild makes their pitch. But deep in the dark, a powerful blue energy surges from a hidden figure, a signal that other forces are already closing in. His power fully restored and his senses sharper than a blade. Thanks to the limitless ring, not a trace of fatigue clings to his body. Hunger, sleep, and impulsive desires all locked away. His mind is a crystal-clear weapon, honed for the slaughter that looms ahead. Bella, an SS-rank boss monster whose very name stains the air with dread. The attack comes tomorrow, but tonight Do-hyuk wants one last look around. His gaze snacks on something that should not exist. This place truly is a temple to the monsters. A dry laugh almost escapes his lips, but then the dimensional token in his grip begins to pulse with a violent alien light. It's from the temple walls, the token answering a call he never sent. The system chimes with cold finality. Transport to the resonance area has begun. Before he can shout a warning, reality itself twists and tears him. Leaps open beneath his feet, dropping him into the unknown. His mind races through a split second of panic as he falls. But far away, the resonance freezes the fake Ikazela's transcendental body in its tracks. The true Ikazela, the monster straight out of legend, tears its way into reality as a blinding blue energy coalesces into a vengeful, radiant form. The air pressure inside the chamber is so immense it feels like the entire sky is collapsing onto his shoulders. And floods the room, the raw presence of an apex predator that once roamed dimensions unchallenged. The stone floor splinters beneath his boots. This beast has waited for eons. A voice rumbles through his skull, asking us to its throat in a roar that shakes the temple's very foundations. Ikazela declares its divine purpose, roaming dimensions reborn by the god's blessing to guard this sacred ground. Our hero's limbs lock up, frozen solid by sheer existential. Sweep the chamber, and a desperate thought cuts through the panic. As long as the invisibility holds, he can still slip away. His breath freezes in his chest, a single frozen drumbeat of prayer. But then Ikazela's voice thunders once more. It now possesses the abyssal eyes that see far beyond mere sight. Stop hiding and reveal himself. It claims he has been awaited. Do-hyuk drops the invisibility with a grim smirk, stepping forward into the open. Ikazela's tone shifts to something darkly satisfied, as it names the Transcendent One. If Do-hyuk wins, he can claim everything the beast owns. A wild, reckless grin tugs at our hero's mouth. This is the final gamble where he either walks out a legend or doesn't walk out at all. Ikazela's hunger sharpens into a feral growl, admitting it can use his power to escape. This is the final gamble where he either walks out a legend or doesn't walk out at all. It is the final gamble where he either walks out at all. It is the final gamble where he either walks out at all. I can do this pretty well. Odds whispered that little prophecy. The monster simply confirms it has waited far too long for this day, but enough of this tedious chatter. Ikazella's massive form blurs into motion. A claw swipe slicing through the air, where his head was a heart broken in. Closing the distance in the span of a single blink, Dohyok warps aside by a hair's breadth, the razor wind shredding the temple wall behind him into dust. He shouts into the void, commanding dimensional energy to obey, with a desperate cry of Jaffe. Magic erupts, a desperate counterattack meant to cage the blind monster's rampage. But first, he needs to decipher its attack patterns. He hurls his heaviest flame, Stray Ember, calling the attack a joke. Its ancient hide barely shows a single scorch mark. Our boy's best shot, the spell that has demolished bosses before, was nothing but a fleeting spark. Against that nightmare, Dohyok's lips as the crushing weight of the fight finally crashes down upon him. Fireball. It meant nothing. The gulf in power between them stretches out like an abyss. Terrible intensity. Ikazella's voice booms one final time, daring him with an almost eager rumble. Give it your best shot, transcendental one. And the silence that follows promises that the next move will be cataclysmic. And Dohyok hurls every last ember of will into a raw, defiant roar that tears from his throat. A deep, dreadful pulse pounds through the void like a war drum promising total annihilation. And the air itself buckles and warps under the crushing weight of this essay wraps the powers of the war drum, promising totally not all. And our hero, twisting the very fabric of reality around his battered frame, a deafening blast erupts, the shockwave threatening to shatter every bone in his body, and Ikazella's blind face contorts with monstrous fury, as a guttural growl rumbles from deep within her throat. The iron skin spell locking into place just in the nick of time. The monstrous energy crashes against him but splinters apart with a sharp, piercing crack, a furious gust of force sweeping past. As his defense barely holds up, the fastest forces the death. Realizing that holding back even an inch against an SS-rank boss was sheer, suicidal folly. He should have unleashed his full devastating might from the very first second, and with that brutal realization, a colossal ice storm rumbles into existence, freezing the very air around him. But cannot help but acknowledge his spirit, her voice dripping with a warrior's twisted admiration. She declares him a truly worthy opponent, the first genuine thrill she has felt in eons of endless dull slaughter. Deep and menacing rumble signaling her next move will be absolutely cataclysmic. A cold countdown echoes through the void, each number hanging in the air as time itself holds its breath. And then her voice explodes. With savage joy, a beastly cry announcing she has waited for our second to rhyme. Field, mending Dohyok's torn flesh just as she lunges again. He triggers Transcendence, pushing his passive abilities past their mortal limits in a single desperate gamble, supercharging all his wizard passes with power that surges in direct proportion to his monumental wisdom stat. A molten streak of vengeance aimed straight at her core. Explosive impacts riddle her monstrous form, each spell biting deep with devastating precision. But then a sudden sharp gust signals her counterattack, as her massive form vanishes in a blur of motion, announcing the true and terrible awakening of her abyssal eyes. A sweeping strike rips across the battlefield, the very atmosphere screaming as it splits before him, and a low primal hum builds in the air, a chilling vibration that heralds a catastrophic shift in fate. Heavy as Dohyok stares down the approaching end, his expression carved from stone, a catastrophic boom shakes the very realm as their powers collide, light and darkness swallows. His eyes blazing with a ferocious resolve that defies the abyss itself. That fiery glare cuts through the settling chaos, burning with a determination that screams he will not fall here, and a shaky, ragged breath escapes him, carrying the crushing weight of this brutal energy of the devil. He contorts, and something deep within her shifts. A strained groan escapes our hero's lips while he braces himself, sweat and blood streaking down his battered face, and he pants heavily, a low growl of defiance rumbling deep in his chest, as he refused to drop to his knees. A mounting pressure that even she can feel in her bones. It is something that defies all explanation, a miracle unfolding right before her blind, disbelieving eyes, and combined with an endless variety of magic, his assault becomes a chaotic symphony, a miracle unfolding right before her blind, disbelieving eyes. And combined with an endless variety of magic, his assault becomes a chaotic symphony of destruction. That his assault becomes a chaotic symphony of destruction. That his assault becomes a chaotic symphony of destruction. That his assault becomes a chaotic symphony of destruction. Relentlessly pushing back against the encroaching abyss. Do-hyuk's voice rings out sharp and clear, a declaration of unwavering resolve that cuts through the chaos, and a brilliant blinding glow erupts from his body. A radiant aura signaling he is far from finished. Spirit ignites as he forces out the words of his ultimate truth. "I possess the eyes of the abyss," he roars, hurling her own claim back at her in a shocking reversal that freezes her in place. This is it, the final decisive moment. Christoffel Leck, the battlefield had to. Almost as if the fire worked, manage as the tables turn and her ancient composure finally cracks. A massive roaring torrent of magic explodes outward, consuming the air in a single devastating rush. And a heavy, weary exhale follows as Do-hyuk steadies itself, his body aching but his mouth is dyed, dangerously around his clenched fists. A cataclysmic, earth-shattering impact splits the sky as Ikazella makes her desperate move, striking with overwhelming force, and blinding electrical energy surges from Do-hyuk's hands, his gaze sharpened with unwavering resolves. It's the atmosphere as Do-hyuk's counterspell intercepts her lightning at the last possible moment. A violent crackle of raw energy erupts, and another devastating explosion shakes him to his core, but his feet remains planted, unwavering as forged iron, steadily closing the distance towards the faltering monster. She watches him approach, marveling that she has never witnessed such swift and utterly unique magic before. And each step he takes echoes with grim finality, a death march for a monster who once believed herself a god. Tensity, as a choked, gurgling rattle escapes her, her ancient power beginning to slip from her failing grasp. "Knowing you," she rasps with her dying breath, "I am sure you can handle the power I have gathered here." The sheer magnitude of her magic swirling into him like a vortex of raw, untamed power. He pulls in all the magic that was blanketing the sky, dragging the catastrophe directly into his own body, and a tense, crackling silence fills the void as the transfer reaches its critical. Everything is perfectly still, the calm in the eye of an impossible storm. All the magic that once threatened to erase existence funnels down, draining completely into our hero. And with a resounding thunk, a colossal energy-infused formatus. Booming surge of transcendent energy heralding Do-hyuk's terrifying new form. The power of an SS-rank monster now courses through his veins, and whatever emerges from this transformation will shake the very foundations of this world. Energy detonates around Do-hyuk's new form, fire and light cascading off his armored frame in waves. The sheer pressure flattens everything in the chamber, but then his armor flickers, rippling like a heat mirage about to shatter. Our hero's skin tears and melts away in real time while Ikazella shrieks in blind fury, exploding into the second stage of his rage. The colossal dark plates blaze with searing transcendent power, a god of destruction barely held together by sheer will. The colossal blazing sword flares into existence. A blinding flash erupts as Do-hyuk swings with everything left in his molten body, the searing blade tearing a jagged wound across the monster's flank, like paper. Then rapid, powerful blows rain down, each one landing with devastating precision. His empowered form a blur of dark armor and burning light. The massive blade whistles through the air like a falling star as he shifts his stance, never giving the beast a moment to recover. Ikazessence to dis. Inside that molten shell, every beat screaming to push forward to end this. The transcendent blade arcs upward in a two-handed grip, a crimson strike igniting the darkness above with a shriek of pure destructive power. Every wild, blind swing leaves a gap in his guard, and Do-hyuk's burning eyes lock onto that fatal blind spot with lethal precision. A piercing wail tears from the monster's throat as he finally senses death rushing toward him. The armored fist plunges straight into his neck. The weak point shatters over toward him. The armored fist plunges straight into his neck. The weak point shatters over toward him. The armored fist plunges straight into his neck. The weak point shatters over toward him. The armored fist plunges straight into his neck. When the dust finally settles, in dust in every direction across the ruined temple, brilliant surging energy engulfs Do-hyuk completely, a searing nova swallowing him whole at the threshold where flesh ends and something beyond human begins. The temple walls tremble as his transcended ship. From the shadows, ancient eyes narrowing at the surge of impossible magic saturating the air. A powerful rumble echoes through the night sky as that raw primal force crashes through the dimensional barrier. Like a hammer through glass, the shockwave echoes across realms, announcing something that should not exist. Shockwaves roll over them. Something is seriously wrong. They spin around desperately searching, but the words drop like stones into a pit of dread. No one can find Do-hyuk anywhere, and a hooded figure stands watching in the dim light. They argue. Surely he didn't go ahead alone to face an SS-rank boss monster. Her voice cracks with fear, the question hanging in the air like a blade about to fall. But the summon's voice lands flat and utterly certain. His master has already entered. The devastating blow hangs on the other side. Not even a flicker of doubt, as the summon declares he will obey his master's orders and protect Yul. But then his voice drops colder, carrying a warning that settles over the group like a funeral shroud. No matter how confident they are in their abilities, they never seem to be replaced by the dead. Pretense. Are they willing to risk their very lives? Desperate shouts demand to know where Do-hyuk is. But the summon stands firm. His sole duty is protecting the party from danger, and his master's location has been deemed far too dangerous for any of them to approach. Nothing will stop her from going to him. The summon insists it's simply too dangerous, but she's already moving. The colossal armored form of Do-hyuk lurches forward, its massive glowing hands sweeping down with a thunderous rush of display. Obey the master's orders and protect the party members even from themselves. Raw, desperate words spill out as they sprint toward the temple gates, terrified he's going to die for nothing. Another cataclysmic impact shakes the earth. The earth, he'd still be holding back even now, but if he's holding back at this stage, that means his power has a hard limit, so she commands all-out support with desperate urgency. Red energy blasts streak forward with immense force, and the air itself detonates around. The monsters hide, each blast driving it closer to the edge. A thunderous flash engulfs the entire battlefield, bleaching every shadow from the temple walls in an instant of pure white. Then an unseen pulse ripples through the dimensional fabric, pulling taut like a thread about to snap. Battlefield, its sickly hue twisting into something unmistakably dark. Irene's footsteps echo rapid and light, racing across rubble as she closes the distance. Steam and debris erupt in a violent plume as a terrifying new form rumbles into being above Do-hyuk. The ground splitting from sheer force through the carnage, deeper than thunder itself. The dimensional gate trembles, its edges flickering with dangerously unstable energy. A desperate raw cry cuts through the chaos. Hurry! Every second threatens to be their last. It's open, reality itself shrieking as it rips apart under forced hands. A dragon emerges, scales gleaming with otherworldly light, and jaws agape with killing intent. Then Do-hyuk's new power erupts, a brilliant green energy pushing back against the shadowy red-tinged force. As the ground shudders begin to get up into first worldly light and jaws agape with killing intent. Then Do-hyuk's new power erupts, a brilliant green energy pushing back against the shadowy red-tinged force. As the ground shudders erupts, approaching around a forced hand like a death knell as dark energy lashes across the battlefield. Every seasoned eye goes wide with recognition and horror, knowing exactly what comes next. Another body crumples, another life snuffed out by the relentless curse. As the skill claims its victim, iron and unyielding, dragging another victim toward the abyss. Hayes' voice trembles with grief but burns with absolute resolve as she swears to avenge them. Guttural incantations rip from a mage's throat. Ancient world, thou hast nothing to breathe, and silence for battle. Guttural incantations rip from a mage's throat. Ancient worlds never meant for mortal tongues. His body straining to contain the overwhelming power as a detonation splits the sky. The second impact drives straight through the monster's guard, shattering its stance completely. A command crackles with raw authority. Don't waste time, as healing light begins shimmering around the beast. Radiant, washing over the monster's wounds to knit flesh and restore its strength. Panic laces the shout as they realize the healing is working, the beast regenerating right before their eyes. But then Deathbrand's dark sigil flickers to life on its body, and the restorative effect twists, draking the strange Finnegan. Healing magic turns traitor, ripping vitality straight from its bones. The cursed brand pulses with dark satisfaction, every ounce of stolen power feeding the killing mark. Our hero stands blazing in his transcendent form, watching his enemy devour itself from the inside out, and the battle is far from over. Its own healing spell turns against it. That sacred melody was supposed to mend its wounds, But Death Brand's dark sigil twists the magic into a devouring curse. Our hero watches as green energy crackles across the monster's hide, ripping vitality straight from its bones. And an agonized scream takes the magic into a devouring curse. Our hero watches as green energy crackles across the monster's hide, ripping vitality straight from its bones, and an agonized scream tears through the battlefield. 7 binding chains snap tight around the beast's pressure points, locking its massive frame in place. There's no breaking free now. Every ounce of strength the healing spell tried to restore burns away as pure agony, the curse sinking deeper with every desperate pulse of regeneration. And Permanence web erupts, radiant strands weaving an unbreakable cage around the crumbling monster. A furious roar shakes the air, but the sound is already thinner, weaker. The beast crashes down, its knees buckling under a weight far heavier than its own body. Clenches his fist and the web constricts, seizing every muscle in an iron grip. Air crushes from the monster's lungs as its eyes bulge with confusion and raw terror. The ground trembles beneath its failing strength, cracks spidering outward from the impact. At lunge, the armored brute launches forward, muscles screaming and claws extended. But a thunderous impact shakes the earth as it collides with nothing but empty air. Its shriek cuts through the smoke, rage and agony twisted into one piercing cry. A blue aura surrounding him, a glowing artifact clutched in his hand. The beast slams its own skull against the ground, desperate to knock the pain loose, but the curse only sinks deeper. A powerful explosion sends debris flying as the monster thrashes against the monster thrashes. A guttural cry ripples from its chest, the sound of a predator realizing it has become prey. Xiangmi's blade flashes in a brutal arc, carving through tendon and scale. The recoil rattles up her arms, the hide impossibly thick, but her strike lands true, and death follows instantly, aimed at the same wound. Widening the gash, the beast howls, its neck snapping back as fresh agony rips through its already failing body. Green lightning veins across its hide as the draining accelerates it. And the monster stumbles, unable to lift its own weight. A powerful surge of red energy erupts around the figure. Do-hyuk watches intently, grim satisfaction spreading across his face as the monster's own power devours it from within. Its regeneration feeds the very curse killing it, and a strangled roar escapes, half fury and half desperate, from away. There from the inside out, a shiver crawling up her spine at how utterly our hero has flipped the battle. Shock bleeds through her voice as she struggles to process what she's witnessing. Do-hyuk's lips curl into a cold smirk, and without accident, he delivers the battle. Shock bleeds through her voice's witness. And the curse responds with a sharp, audible crack rippling through the monster's frame. Hayes feels a surge of satisfaction surge through her chest. After everything, this wretched creature is finally crumbling, and a curse of awed admiration slips from her lips. After everything, this wretched creature is finally crumbling, and a curse of awed admiration slips from her lips. At the end of this wretched creature is finally crumbling. Hayes feels a surge of satisfaction surge through her chest. After everything, this wretched creature is finally crumbling, because of awed admiration slips from her lips at the brutal effect. I'm certain. A powerful blue energy attack strikes from nowhere, shattering the crimson aura surrounding our boy. A powerful force explodes outward and Do-hyuk is hurled downward, streaks of crimson energy trailing his body like bleeding wounds through the air. Steals his breath, a sharp gasp forced from his lungs as his back meets unyielding ground. Then a fireball blast sends him tumbling through the air again. A desperate scream tears from the beast's throat, a denial that shatters into chaos. A devastating slash connects, then a booming explosion erupts. Panic fractures the creature's voice completely as the realization crashes down. This battle will circle endlessly, the curse, compounding landfire. Hiss escapes the creature as its life force is siphoned away, its joints cracking audibly under the strain. But our boy has had enough. A final oath seized through his gritted teeth, and a thunderous roar answers him, primal and defiant. Though panic flickers behind those glowing eyes, he thrusts his hand forward and channels everything into one absolute command. Permanence force missile tears from his palm, a concentrated spear of annihilation aimed straight at the monster's center mass. The beast shrieks its final cry of defiance, swallowed by the incoming storm of a norm, through corrupted flesh and bone, and for one breathless second, silence swallows the battlefield whole. Then Do-hyuk unleashes a blinding flash of power. The beast hits the ground with a sickening final thud, its colossal frame finally surrendering to gravity. From the fallen body, tearing through the air as the accumulated curse detonates outward. A massive explosion splits the battlefield, shockwaves rippling through the ground and sky alike. The body slams down one last time, and then the energy swooshes out. A departing spirit flings through the air. A ragged breath tears from the survivors' lungs as they gasp in the sudden ringing silence. The earth rumbles beneath their feet, a dying aftershock of the power just unleashed. Explosive aftermath ripples out wades of waves. Deep breaths dies out waves. Flash of light erupts from the epicenter, swallowing everything in white. A roaring gale of force follows, slamming into everyone still standing. The monster's final cry shreds into nothing as a sudden burst of vibrant pink energy flashes across. Do-hyuk gives the command, one final volley to ensure nothing remains. A sharp teleportation warp hums through the air as he repositions himself for the killing sequence. The rush of displaced air howls past his ears, and then he launches everything he has left. To settle, and our hero collapses to his knees, a ragged breath escaping his exhausted body. The beast's final words claw through the silence, demanding to know what unholy curse just devoured its very existence. Do-hyuk lifts his head, his answers hanging in the air as the battlefield falls completely. That's what just happened to it. Deep down, it never actually believed our boy could pull off the win. Through ragged snarls, it forces out a bitter compliment, admitting Do-hyuk's strength was nothing short of monstrous. But then the brand of death hits its senses, and the truth lands like a blade, its motion bent. Drain Do-hyuk's power dry and tear open an escape route to another dimension alongside its fallen comrade. But that dream lies completely shattered now. Failure tastes like ash in its mouth. The beast concedes that its colossal corpse, just like odiums, were distant from an escape route. Across countless dimensions, solitary warriors much like Do-hyuk fight alone. And right now, our protagonist still falls painfully short compared to those dimension-crossing champions. A wet, choking gurgle spills from the beast's throat as Do-hyuk fights alone. Strength that offers up the transcendental being, a tiny compressed form that looks nothing like the monstrous entity it once was. It explains how the creature shrank down to contain its soul and magic, ready to reshape itself for whoever proves worthy of full control. Without hesitation, voice steady and commanding, he'll squeeze every ounce of use from this gift. It now with Ikades, the magical blade, clean and swift. It just wants to slip into peaceful rest before its body even has time to grow cold. Do-hyuk grants the dying wish with a single quiet word of agreement. The weight of the moment hangs heavy in the air. In these arch-enemies, the beast learns its killer's name, Do-hyuk Park, and seals it into memory. This final clash belongs to the two of them alone, vengeance and honor intertwined in one last breath. The beast's final thought echoes as Do-hyuk stands, his glowing blade dissipates. Into the future of the beast's final thought. Echoes is a power listening for every nerve and fench and honor intertwined in one last breath. The beast's final thought echoes as Do-hyuk stands, history boats onto the air. Was fun. Weird. Lone Spellcaster, the title etches itself into his record like a brand of solitary triumph. Seongmi and the rest of the party rush in moments after the killing blow, hauling our barely conscious hero out of that nightmare pit, forcing his wrecked body to stabilize under constant watch. His eyes finally crack open inside the recovery room. Sore but alive, with his body still screaming in protest. He decided that this crime's still bad. Level 74 Wizard, total level 138, and the shiny new title of Rank A General staring back at him. The automatic promotion came with something extra, a special skill waiting to unfurl. Raw crackling power surges through his exhausted bodies as the system engraves the new ability directly into his soul. It's the key to surviving the horrors that lie ahead. The low 3000s, and against anything nastier than Ikazella, he'd still have to sacrifice 75% of his physical strength. To compete, that means higher level transcendental magic is non-negotiable, and this spell's ability to double his magic output becomes absolutely essential. And then there's the gear, Ikazella's personal artifacts gleaming in his inventory. Legend rank. Shatter all expectations, 400 muscular strength, 200 luck, 100 wisdom, 50 agility, and the sword essential aura that condenses magic into a devastating blade. Pumping 300 magic alongside 100 physical and magical defense, plus 50 wisdom, with sword protection auras wrapping him in a condensed magic barrier on a 30-second cooldown. The full jewelry set multiplies everything, and sword essentially anyway. All conditions are met to finally craft the Deus Ring. Required materials lock into place: Ikazella's heart, 1 of 1, plus the dimensional token, 1 of 1, with a selected stat, magic, sitting at 200. The system asks a question that rattles his bones. Blood. He slams confirmation without a second thought. The moment that yes locks in, reality itself begins to tear apart around him, as dimensional energy ignites through the room. But something nags at the back of his mind. This crafting process feels almost suspiciously ordinary for a day or two. Radically unreadable characters spilling across the screen like a system struggling to contain what's coming. Then the truth hits hard. To successfully forge a Deus-class artifact, dimensional rifts must be torn open. Dimensional energy floods the space at an uncontrollable rate. The process accelerates as far beyond anything he anticipates. Very wrong. A transmission cuts through from the dimension of Planus. Their systems just pinpointed the origin of these rifts, and the voice on the other end sounds ready to murder. A cold, venomous message rips across dimensions. They finally found the ones who pushed their world to the brink of annihilation, and now they're hunting them down. His crafting ritual just fired off a beacon straight into enemy territory, and an entire dimension now wants his head. The signal cuts out, swallowed by static and dimensional interference. Panic floods his system. Characters flash uselessly across the display. Metal clanks and displaced air whooshes past as the room settles into an eerie calm. From somewhere nearby, a voice cuts through the silence. Someone definitely felt that surge of magic. Brick swishes with hurried movement. A shimmering band of condensed reality slips onto his finger. The Deus Ring settles against his skin, humming with the weight of infinite potential. Deus Ring, and the entity Deus itself, has taken notice. Deus, deeply impressed by our boy's achievement, bestows a brand new class. Wait, 4 new classes. The Enlightenment class starts humbly at F rank, but the system makes one thing crystal clear. Hit us round. Is this some kind of divine expansion pack? The Deus Ring officially joins his arsenal, its power thrumming through his veins like liquid lightning. Even the godlike Deus watches our protagonist now, bestowing gifts that hint at a destiny far beyond ordinary awakened hunters. Moments ago still lingers in the air, like an unspoken warning. Do-hyuk barely has time to process the new power before an unexpected sound shatters the silence. A knock at the door. At this hour, who could possibly be checking on him? Asking if everything's okay and mentioning she felt magical energy radiating from his room. He scrambles for an excuse, brushing it off as testing something new, then asks if she sensed it from that ping. Her reply starts calmly enough before her voice suddenly cracks with raw alarm. Craps, crack. A monstrous roar tears through the building, shaking the walls to their very foundations. The guttural sound chokes off into a hissing, sputtering growl that freezes the blood in his veins. Pure terror. Stammering, barely able to form Do-hyuk's name as pure horror roots her to the spot. Something impossible has just crossed dimensions, and it's standing right outside his door. Boy Do-hyuk starts walking toward the nightmare. Songmi's scream tears through the chaos, her every instinct begging him to run, but he strides forward with a calm that defies the horror unfurling in front of them. Materializes from thin air, cold and mechanical, and latches onto the creature with a wet, organic squelch. Everyone freezes, breaths catching in their throats, waiting for the worst. But the system simply dismisses the monstrosity as zero threat. Around Seong-mi, her terror forging into something harder than steel as she demands to know what's happening. The machine deepens its scan and finally senses danger. A massive magic spike erupts, sending the system scrambling to analyze the sudden surge. The machine locks onto a single brutal objective: sever the neck. The monster answers with a roar so violent it shreds reality itself, ripping holes through the fabric of space. Red energy radiates from its hulking form. What that says, because it... calm. Unusual dimensional energy detected. Then, with a soft ding, the machine begins repairing the very fabric of space. Electricity screams through the air as the device fights to stitch the tears shut. Space itself groaning under the impossible strain. But the DX dimensional rifts slam shut, sealed tight. A pained grunt escapes as the backlash ripples. The ground, with pure horror, her expression frozen solid, but our boy doesn't flinch. He drives the machine forward, stitching the world back together before everything shatters, earning a name whispered in the dark corners of this nightmare: the Lone Spellcaster. A darker hunger stirs awake. A door creaks open somewhere in the gloom. spilling light across a cloaked figure. The shadows themselves seem to lean in and listen. He left to hear someone's words. Our protagonist's voice cuts through the dark, the realization hitting him that he missed his target again. He announces he was coming to find the man, but confusion flickers behind his eyes. A sharp new voice slices through the tension. Someone demands to know the Black Crusader Morse's location. A warning rings out, reminding Morse of their sacred duty. Protecting the altar is their sacred obligation, their highest honor. Morse's head snaps toward the speaker, his quiet voice dripping with menace. The underling speaks again, invoking Vendelas, all fancy, desperately shaking with fear. But a sharp click of the tongue signals the end of all patience. A sudden rush of air marks the killing intent flooding the room. With a swift swish, Morse blurs into action, surrounded by crackling blue energy. A rush of wind marks his impossible speed. As he cuts through the compound, other figures huddled at his feet. Chained slaves crouch in the darkness, their very life force siphoned into a massive pulsing magic stone. One slave shudders and collapses, eerie blue light swallowing his broken body. As the stone drinks him dry, another body hits the ground. Shock slams into him as he realizes they're already running dangerously low on slaves. Panic rising, he stammers out a question about the magic stone's charge progress. Addressing Morse domestically, the cold report lands like a hammer. Over half the slaves have already died in the absorption process, their magic ripped violently from their bodies. But Morse's expression remains carved from ice, utterly unbothered by the graveyard spreading at his feet, calculating precisely how much more suffering his god requires. The stone pulses brighter, greedily drinking in every fading heartbeat. To Morse, these broken souls are nothing but fuel for resurrection. Ordering them to gather every last drop of nourishment, panic erupts as someone screams at Morse to stop, demanding to know what he's doing. But the Black Crusader doesn't even turn around, his gaze locked on the stone's hungry. Panic erupts, society wasn't even turn around, his gaze locked on the stone's hungry. Salute, gather more nourishment. He'll drain the magic from every last slave, and if they run out, he'll find another solution. He asks for objections, already knowing there are none, promising to bring the next group immediately, desperate not to waste another second. Fear coils in his voice as he admits another transcendental being could appear and destroy everything at any moment. Energy signature erupts from the stone, icy blue and terrifyingly familiar. The strange, unique energy ripples through the chamber, stopping hearts mid-beat. Recognition dawns with creeping dread as every eye locks onto the source. Blue light, his resolve hardening into something absolute. A transcendent has appeared, and the pressure only builds, making the next move feel utterly inevitable. The question hangs heavy with dread. Has a transcendent truly risen among them? Park is suddenly back on Korean soil, the transcendent's pressure still thundering through his chest. While he was gone, Hayes trained like a woman possessed, grinding all the way to C rank under the Blue Star Guild's protection. But they barely get a chance to breathe on the Star Guild's protection. But they barely get a chance to breathe on the driver from protection. But they barely get a chance to breathe on the driver from protection. But they barely get a chance to breathe on the driver from protection. But they barely get a chance to breathe on the driver from protection. But they barely get a chance to breathe on the driver from... Universe timed it perfectly. A dimensional gate tears open right in front of their eyes. A deep rumble shakes the ground beneath their feet. Announcing its arrival, a strange red energy saturates the air as they cautiously step forward into the unknown. Chills the air. They've entered the Desmond B dungeon, the tomb of the spellcaster. The entrance seals behind them with a menacing finality, and the rules are made brutally clear. Only Do-hyuk Park and Hayes are permitted here. Through the system, an unidentified user just tried to force entry from an unknown source. The gate slams shut with a violent whoosh, denying admission. Our boy barely steps foot back home, and a gate rips open. In his veins, delivers the news. Someone just tried to force their way inside, and dangerous questions are already piling up. But he shoves the questions aside, because survival is the only thing that matters right now. A blinding flash erupts as the system announces the discovery of the Black Crusader, Morse. Tomb. Do-hyuk shouts her name, his voice nearly swallowed by the concussive blast. Hayes cries out in pain as the shockwave slams into her body. A sharp gasp, cutting through the chaos. Do-hyuk and Hayes surge forward with desperate speed, their frantic footsteps pounding against crumbling stone. Another concussive boom rocks the chamber, the very walls threatening to collapse around them. and tears through the darkness as enemy magic hunts them with violent precision. Do-hyuk yanks Haze by the arm and barrels through the sky, shockwaves ripping inches from their bodies. One misstep and they'd be vaporized instantly. The wind howls with a deafening whoosh as they rocket blinds through the air. It's wide with the aftershock of near death. She tells him dodging was absolutely the right call, because what in the hell was that attack? Do-hyuk grimaces with a grim understanding. They stepped straight into the Black Crusaders' territory. The very moment they arrived, to know their exact location, and that massive blast was just a blind attempt to obliterate them. A surge of purple energy erupting below them like a violent bruise in the earth. Haze looks to him, steady but urgent, demanding to know the plan. Do-hyuk's answer comes without hesitation. The shortest route straight to the altar. No detours, no second guesses. Their bodies vanishing completely from sight. Haze questions if flying in from the sky like this is actually smart, but Do-hyuk reassures her with unwavering confidence. The enemy has their ground defenses locked down tight, so they'll never see it coming. They shoot forward with breakneck speed, a sudden exclamation of surprise escaping their lips. A fizzing hum charges the air, something invisible blocking their path. They smash headlong into the barrier, a rush of energy, fushing as it repels them. Bathed in blue energy, fushing as it repels them back with brutal force. Pure alarm. She shouts and jabs her finger downward, and Do-hyuk's gaze snaps below. His eyes narrow with cold fury at the sight. Undead soldiers. A dark priest at Robo. The sight undead soldier. Voice. They're about to sacrifice every single captive. Do-hyuk doesn't waste a heartbeat. He'll handle the Black Crusader himself. He tells Haze her mission is to free the people, and the weight of that command settles between them line. There is okay, and she nods without a flicker of fear in her eyes. Our boy doesn't waste a second longer. He whirls around and rockets straight toward the heart of the fortress. His aura blazes around and rockets straight toward the heart. His aura blazes around and rockets straight toward the heart. A shriek that echoes through the chamber. Her powerful wings beat a thunderous whoosh, scattering dust and panic among the hooded figures below. They gaze up into a brilliant ethereal light, frozen in terror as death. Despair and death, flying through a blinding burst of light. Panicked shouts erupt as the priests scramble in confusion. They're under attack and they can't even see who's hitting them. Haze's voice cuts through the chaos like a blade, screaming for everyone to move now. Frenzied rhythm of salvation pounding like war drums in her chest. She pushes herself to move faster because every single second is a stolen life. A disoriented priest stammers uselessly, utterly lost in the sudden storm of violence crashing down around him. As he realizes these intruders found the hidden altar instantly. They even reacted in time to dodge a rapid magic stone attack. And then, impossibly, they completely concealed themselves from sight. One of the slaves bowled as thunder. The enemy wonders aloud, dread creeping into his tone. Can they actually cloak their magic signature entirely? A hissed incantation cuts the air. The word S-Navi drips with dark. Move to the front. The panicked order rings out, his voice cracking as he demands the Transcendental One reveal itself immediately. The threat escalates with venomous precision. If the Transcendent doesn't show, he'll slaughter Haze and every single slave with his magic right then. That freezes the very air. Dispel, a piercing screech shreds through the darkness, then stops dead. Something just got violently torn apart. Force missiles detonated in rapid succession, boom after boom, in a blinding explosion. Higher and higher, +10 surging through his veins. A monstrous roar thunders through the dungeon, shaking the very stone beneath their feet. A voice rumbles out, dripping with contempt. They wanted to find him so badly. Then step forward and face the consequences. As the S-rank boss finally stands before him. Morse, the Black Crusader, has revealed himself at last. And the real battle is only just beginning. Direction. Hungry red figures closing in to tear our hero apart. His party snaps into a defensive wall, weapons blazing, but the ambush is already locked around their throats. Seolmi screams as the crimson tide swallows them whole. Air itself. Dark energy pulses through the dungeon like a living heartbeat, building towards something monstrous. Silence crashes down, and then everything ignites, turning the Shadow Army to ash in a single heartbeat. The party's steel formation holds firm against the lunging horde, their blades cutting crimson silhouettes apart. What looked like certain death becomes an opening volley. the dungeon groaning under the weight of the oncoming wave. Pressure builds until it feels like the stone itself might shatter, crushing them all where they stand. But Hayes is already channeling something deeper. Hazed with raw power, and a searing radiance explodes outward like a newborn sun. The light slices through the shadows, incinerating dozens in an instant. No warning, no mercy. Just pure, blinding annihilation. The figure takes form. The S-rank boss Morse stands before them, his presence alone choking the air. And our boy doesn't flinch. He demands to know how this creature knows his name. Bodies while already calculating the next wave's trajectory. Her mind works faster than the chaos around her. Every move pre-planned. But a low, guttural roar answers the light. Morse's dark magic is waking up, and it's hungry for revenge. Promising a counterattack that will make the last wave feel like a joke. Morse launches his assault without hesitation, dark tendrils screaming toward our hero. But Doheok's dimension of darkness. With the S-rank boss, her emerald gaze blazing with quiet fury. She refuses to be cowed, no matter what stands before her. Then a rapid barrage of magical attacks slams into Doheok, driving him to the ground. Mocking gesture, daring the spellcaster to step forward and face him. This isn't brute force. This boss fights like a true mage, weaving spells with lethal precision. Our hero feels the difference immediately. His instinct screaming at this boss is about to set forward and facing. Our hero feels the difference in me. As the boss singles her out like prey, she feels the weight of the insult burning in her chest, her rage smoldering behind calm composure. But Doheok raises his hand, purple energy surging upward in silent defiance. The world does this monster know her name? Nothing makes sense, the familiarity unearthing a creeping unease. He doesn't wait for an answer. He unleashes Transcendence chain lightning. Dark power rippling through his massive form, abandoning words entirely. Hayes launches forward, battle cry ripping from her throat, magic flaring around her like a raging storm. She won't be treated like a victim, not ever again. Charged with sickening force, she crashes backward across the stone, the impact stealing her breath. Her storm snuffed out in an instant. A massive explosion detonates, swallowing the chamber in chaos. Thunderous blast that threatens to tear reality apart, but raw dimensional power erupts from Dohyuk's body, a violent shockwave swallowing the black energy whole. He refuses to let this monster take anyone else from him. A single fluid motion, closing the distance in an instant. His mind races. Is he going for the magical stone? The thought crystallizes into action before Morse can react. Morse's throat. As Doheok enters his range, the S-rank boss sneers, daring our boy to come closer and prove he's worth the effort. But our hero's already decided. This ends now. Against Morse's form with a resounding wham. Dohyok doesn't hold back, his fist blazing with all the power he can pour into one strike. The impact echoes through the dungeon like a war drum. Their magic simultaneously, a duel of raw power about to erupt. Morse unleashes a dark lightning arrow, black electricity screaming through the air straight toward our hero's heart. Death races forward with nowhere to run. Wields magic like a true master, not some brute swinging power wildly. Dohyok feels the shift, respect and danger mixing in his veins. Then his own power surges, glowing purple chains manifesting around him, ready to bind the storm. In his mind, if this is a magic duel, the real game begins now. Nothing held back, no tricks left on the table. His eyes glow with intense magical energy, the air thickening with the promise of destruction. Fierce blue, a confident grin spreading across his face as blue energy crackles around him. Shimmering chains encircle his form, and a deadly calm settles over the chaos. The S-rank boss wanted a challenger. He's about to get a nightmare. Her blazes through her mind. Warn Oppa before this nightmare swallows them all. She tears through the dungeon corridors at a dead sprint, her chest burning and her eyes locked on the chaos ahead. Every instant screams that their strongest fighter needs to know what's going on. She tears through the dungeon corridors at a dead sprint, her chest burning and her eyes locked on the chaos ahead. Every instant screams that their strongest fighter needs to know what's coming, and she'll break her strong load with an open speed W life it's all. With one thunderous command to smash that cell open, he puts his strength into a blow that shatters chains and hope together. The captives barely have time to register what's happening before freedom tears through their prison. and a fiery explosion erupts high above the dungeon. Through the smoke and cinders, the freed prisoners' voices shake with raw, desperate gratitude. Hope they thought had died long ago floods back into their trembling hands. Wreckage, his eyes pleading for just a single moment of Do-hyuk's time. The weight of everything these people suffered sits heavy in that brief, silent request. Whatever words are about to spill from his mouth, they carry the burden of an unimaginable nightmare. Energy tears through the air like a wound opening in reality itself. The shockwave hurls debris in every direction, slamming into walls and prisoners alike. Every face twists in raw. Our hero doesn't have the faintest clue what fresh horror is barreling straight toward him. The chaos swirls and screams, but his focus remains locked forward. As the storm gathers right at his back, fests on the stone floor, illuminating the carnage with sickly light. Through the choking smoke, Rita's eyes finally locked onto her target, and she screams at the top of her lungs. She found him. The relief and terror in that single cry cut through the roar of everything else. Her pulse hammering in her throat as she closes the gap inch by desperate inch. Every step brings her closer to Do-hyuk, and every heartbeat screams that there's barely any time left. Energy crackles to life, its brilliant blue light slicing through the darkness like a divine blade. That pulsing glow can only mean one thing. The 604GS. Our guy is already reaching for his deepest reserves. And whatever is coming, he's about to meet it head-on. Into existence, radiating intense purple energy that hums with pure annihilation. The air itself seems to recoil from its presence. This thing isn't just an attack, it's an execution, waiting for an energy. And in that split second, his mind locks onto one critical truth. Shattering that stone will throw their entire twisted operation into chaos. Oh, this just got personal. He isn't just fighting back anymore. He's aiming straight for their heart. Stare on the stone, his mind already forging the chain of destruction that will reduce their plans to ash. Every ounce of focus sharpens into a blade aimed at their most precious asset. Whatever they built here is about to come crashing down. It erupts, and a powerful strike slashes through the air, initiating an intense duel that shakes the very walls around them. Do-hyuk's voice cuts through the roar, demanding to know what kind of monsters did this to those people. The fury in those words carries the weight of every broken body and shattered soul. He answers with zero remorse, his words slithering through the air like poison. These aren't prisoners to him. They're slaves. Nothing more, nothing less. Glows from Do-hyuk, its bottomless power palpable in every breath. But what comes next makes the blood run cold. Morse admits they ran out of magic to offer him, so he personally converted the slaves' life forces into pure magic. Sickening arrogance. He asks if they shouldn't feel honored to be used this way, to have their very lives drained to fuel his power. The cruelty isn't just in the act itself. It's in this twisted belief that his victims should be grateful for their own destruction. Do-hyuk harder than any spell could. A killing fury ignites cold in his veins, freezing out every other thought except one. This thing in front of him doesn't get to walk away. The rage doesn't burn hot. It crystallizes into something far more dangerous. Accept his doom like a good little victim. The arrogance drips from every syllable as if Do-hyuk's destruction is already written into the fabric of the universe. But our boy doesn't bow to anyone's script. Down at Do-hyuk, ready to scrub him from existence in a single breath. But if he can kill one of the enemy's forces, he's certain he'll be forgiven for whatever comes next. And our boy, he doesn't even flinch. Force, but Do-hyuk holds his ground like a mountain refusing to kneel. The attack meant to erase him finds itself staring down an unbreakable will. Distance between himself and this opponent who just shrugged off annihilation. Do-hyuk watches him rise with a serious expression, but there's something behind those eyes that spells pure danger. This isn't the look of a man who's retreating, it's the look of a man who's calculating exactly how to end this fight. Calling Do-hyuk's name with raw shock, a powerful crack splits the air, and the dimension itself shatters open, revealing a swirling cosmic expanse beyond comprehension. Beams of magical energy descend in from the sky, surrounding the towering structure, like Do-hyuk's name with an ocean prayer. Folds right in front of him. The fabric of magic itself bends to Do-hyuk's will, bending reality with nothing but a grasp, and then a powerful explosion erupts, swallowing everything in light and fury. Our boy just rewrote the rules of this duel, and whatever Morse thought he knew about his enemy just got buried in the rubble. Calls echoing through the dark chamber. Something has gone terribly wrong. A cold, commanding voice slices through the panic, demanding to know the status of the altar. The underling can only stammer that contact was lost, the moment that mysterious energy descended, forcing him to devastate the site of the altar. The underling can only stammer that contact was lost, the moment that would changes everything from the action of the altar. The underling can only stammer that contact was lost, the moment that mysterious energy descended, forcing him to investigate the site himself. The altar has completely vanished. No trace, no debris, it's simply gone. Morse's body is nowhere to be found either. A thorough search for any lingering magical residue turns up absolutely nothing. The master silences the report with a single razor sharp. Command the implication capture, and the implication turns out. The pattern of disruption erupts into undeniable clarity. Someone is deliberately and systematically tearing their plans to shreds, and the shadow of the Black Crusader Vendella looms over it all. The master knows whoever is doing this works from the shadows, following orders, but everyone slips up and noses his ear. Altar must be reinforced immediately, and every scrap of Morse's research must be dissected and investigated. The underling bows deeply, his pledge of obedience absolute and unquestioning. But what truly chills the air is the master's reaction. A dark, knowing smile curls on his lips. How interesting is his light, a beacon of malevolent curiosity. But far from that dark plotting, another building stands in stark, peaceful silence under the night sky. Its sign reads simply, "The Lone Spellcaster is anything but calm. Hayes' paces are anything but calm. Hayes' paces are anything but calm." Turmoil with a single reverent word. Princess. The man who breathes it says it like a long-lost prayer, a legend given flesh. To meet the last princess of Artini here, of all places, feels like a dream. He has only ever heard the stories that whispered by. Question burning in her heart. What happened to her grandfather, Assassino? Lacus's face falls, the weight of the answer heavy on his soul. Her grandfather, he admits, spent his final years drowning in a sea of guilt that never received aid. He failed to protect her from the Lich Delke, the day she was forced to flee the Desmond Empire. On his deathbed, he made Lakey swear a sacred oath to protect the princess if their paths were ever destined to cross again. But Lakey's can hardly process the reality before him. He never imagined that after 50 long years, she would be standing right in front of him, looking exactly the same as the old stories described. She turns to Doheo with a hesitant question, asking if it was really okay to bring Lacus here. But our guy is completely unfazed. He simply points out the obvious. The dimensional gate accepted him, which is all the proof anyone needs. That new light glistens in Hayes' eyes, tears of a deep, complex emotion as she looks upon the knight who carries her grandfather's final, desperate wish. Hyok with open and burning suspicion. The terrifying thought even flashes through his mind that his princess might be a captive. But Hayes quickly steps in, formally introducing the earnest knight, Sir Lacus of the Desmond Empire. Then gently she turns to Dohyok and asks for a moment alone with him. A heavy conversation that needs to happen, and she knows Doheo will understand. With a soft apologetic tone, she asks him to step out for just a little while, a silent understanding passing between them. There is a lifetime of pain and loyalty that needs to be addressed, and it can't wait. Flag that he is, agrees without a flicker of hesitation. He tells her to take all the time in the world. As he heads up to the second floor, he adds that she can call him whenever she needs him, and she thanks him with a warmth that could melt. Steel. Now alone, our hero's mind clicks into a different gear. Time to check out the loot. He rips the Jelliad in the arms. It's painfully underwhelming for something from an S-rank threat. Unique grade with a mere 300-point boost to magic. Then, a system message flashes for the next prize, the Chains of Despair, and it's not good news. He doesn't meet the requirements to use it, the system locking him out. Coming out, dark magic affinity. A mental note is made to consult the Great Spirit Berhard about it later. But just then, a sudden realization pulls him from his inventory screen, and his head lowered so far it nearly touches the floor in raw shame. Mr. Park to forgive his earlier insolence. Slicing through the heavy tension like a warm knife through butter. He can't help but wonder what on earth Hayes said to flip the proud knight's attitude so completely and so quickly. But our guy just grins, fully understanding the inner turmoil of a man who just realized he insulted his princess's statement. Off completely. It was only natural to have doubts, he says, no hard feelings emboldened. Lacus asks to speak freely and Dohyok grants him full permission without a second thought. The knight's voice hardens into a solemn, unbreakable oath. From this day forth, his life belongs to the princess, and his swords will fight alongside. Dohyo grants him full permission without a second thought, and he pleads for help to adapt to this world, step by step. His ultimate goal burns brighter than any star, to grow strong enough to one day escort the princess back to their empire in triumph. Dohyok asks a practical question. What has Hayes told him that he knows very little? Rules entirely alien to his own, and that there are special beings here called the Awakened, a strange new power that the princess herself now apparently wields. Dohyok's curiosity is piqued. He asks the knight if anything has changed for him. Before Laki's eyes, written in their own imperial language, he has become a user. B rank, confusion and wonder mix in his expression. What in the world does this mean? Dohyok begins the explanation, telling him that these ranks are the measure of an awakened being's power in this world. Already thinks quite highly of him, placing him at the impressive B rank right out of the gate. Laki's eyes fly wide open, the name of the godlike system leaving his lips with utter disbelief. Background: Dohyok quietly watches Hayes' silent joy at meeting someone from her long-lost home, a silent hope forming that their bond will deepen into a true and lasting friendship. The ring of a phone. Dohyok answers, a simple hello on his lips, completely unaware of the storm brewing. Far, far beyond the dimensional gate in the depths of the magical empire, something ancient and filled with dark intent begins to start. Line gives way to a sudden, sickening splatter, followed by a desperate, blood-curdling shout that rends the air. Taepung, what's happening? On speaker like a challenge, a cry of pure primal panic. Taepung, something terrible is happening right now. On the other side of the line,